Okay.
How are we doing, Ruby? Everybody in?
All right, yep. Looks like Todd Farmer is still joining, but people are continuing to hop on in.
Right. Well, let's just give folks a moment to populate our meeting. I see numbers are still growing. And Ruby, if you could put a welcome slide up so folks know they're in the right place. This is the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development, DLCD, Solar Siting Rules Advisory Committee. This
It's
is RAC.
basically the cool kids.
Thank you. I'm not seeing our numbers growing anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Sound good, John? Gordon?
I love it.
Okay. Meeting's being recorded. Super. Well, welcome everybody. And this is our potentially final RAC meeting. There might be one more. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I'm Jamie Damon and with Kearns and West, and I'm the facilitator for the RAC. Welcome to anybody from the public who is watching this online. Really appreciate y'all being here today. And of course, really appreciate all of our RAC members joining us today. If you have any technical difficulties, you can contact, it says Ariella Dahlin, but it's actually Ruby Gonzalez today. And so Ruby's name there is rgonzalez at kernswest.com, and Ruby can help you out. You can also put any message in the chat. And just so everyone knows, our meeting goes from 9 to 5 today. We'll be taking a couple breaks. We'll take a break in the morning, we'll take a break in the afternoon, we'll take a lunch break for about a half hour around noonish. So those are the kind of the big parameters. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Participation logistics, this is for our RAC members. This is all old news, something this is all everything you've been doing since last January for nearly a year now. Raise your hand to enter the queue. Select the raise hand button at the bottom, which is actually looks like a heart now. It's a react. That's where the raise hand lives. Or you can press *9 on your phone. Please lower your hand once you're done speaking. Again, if you need any technical assistance, you can contact Ruby at rgonzalez at kernswest.com or put your request in the chat. We'll do our best to help you out. Members of the public are here watching the live stream. Again, welcome to all of you. And we ask that you refrain from using the chat for sidebar conversations. Really only use the chat if you're having a hard time getting something made a part of our conversation or you're having a technical issue. But we don't want a whole nother meeting happening in the chat. But we are keeping the chat open. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So ground rules, these same ones we've been using all along. We ask that folks honor the agenda, participate actively and respectfully, be mindful of your speaking time. That's partly my job as well, is to make sure that everyone's getting an opportunity to share or ask questions. It's helpful if you provide your name each time you speak. You can also, if you change your name or add your name to your video, then that lets people know who you are, so you don't have to do that every time. It is helpful to hear your organization as well, particularly for folks online who are watching. Be tough on the issues, soft on the people. Ask to learn and listen to understand, and refrain from cyber conversations, which in a virtual world is using the chat. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So the desired outcomes for this meeting, this is our potentially last meeting, and it's to discuss and
Hmm.
resolve any outstanding sections of the rule. We will be hearing from every voting member of the RAC today in a formal vote, so that you each have an opportunity to weigh in on your level of support for the package of rules as they stand today. And we'll be doing that a little bit later in the afternoon. I'll walk through the agenda and let you know when that happens. Let's go to the next slide. And here we are at the agenda. So we're going to do a roll call, and we'll focus on our voting members of the RAC, but we also do want to know if we have our ex officio members here, our technical support folks from other state agencies. So we'll find out who those folks are as well. And then we've got a couple updates, cultural, historical, archaeological update. I want to share where we are with you on that. John's got a couple other little updates. And then we're going to dive into the outstanding elements in divisions 23, 33, 6, and 4. We've been working on these now for about a month. I mean, these are the same, some of the same outstanding elements that we worked on in December. We got closure on some of those. There's a few that we all decided we needed a little bit more time to review language around. So we've been doing that. You've had the same packet of rules now since our last RAC meeting. So a little less than a month to be able to look at that language. And so we're really going to be diving in and working on those areas that are still outstanding to see if we can get closure. And if we can't, then what is it that we want to share with the commission about those sections? What are considerations for them? What are some trade-offs or options? So that's what we'll be doing today. Take a morning break, finish up with those outstanding sections and whatever conversation we need to have. We're going to take a lunch break from about 12:30 to 1. We'll gauge that. If we're feeling ready to take our lunch around noon, we'll do that. We'll just check in with all of you and see how folks are doing. But we have built in a half-hour lunch break today. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, Ruby. And then after lunch, we're going to do a round robin. We've done this before. We did this a couple of meetings ago where we heard from every single person, every voting person on the rack about kind of where you are, what needed to happen, what more work we all needed to do to potentially move folks towards supporting a package. And so we're going to do that again today. And this will be recorded also as your formal vote. We're proposing to do that in a fist to five format, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But that is a way for people to weigh in on a gradient of support. But ultimately, we want to know kind of where people stand. Commission needs to know where folks are at. So we'll explain that a little bit more when we get there. And you'll see we have a good amount of time for that because we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to share, where they're at on the work to date, um, what they think might make this stronger, other considerations for the commission to hear or have as a part of their deliberation on these draft rules at their meeting later in the month. And then any other final considerations that we need to talk about as a group, and what's happening next. So what your role is in the commission meeting, um, you know, in terms of a presentation or testimony, any other final considerations or messages that we as a group want to be able to carry forward to the commission for their consideration at the end of January. And then we'll talk a little bit about the logistics of putting together a staff report and what that commission meeting will look like. And then this possibility of February work, we're holding that out. Just there's a possibility that LCDC might send something back to the RAC to do something more. We're just kind of keeping that in our back pocket. We just want to make you aware. And so that's why there's that question mark there. And then we'll be done at 5. So it's a long haul meeting. And I know that long haul meetings in a virtual setting can be exhausting. We want everybody to take care of themselves while we've built in breaks. Feel free to turn your camera off, step away, get some water, do what you need to do to be able to engage productively in our meeting today. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So these are our RAC voting members. And Ruby, I noticed we don't have the folks bolded about who we have here today. And so maybe you can help me with that as we go through, because let me look at the whole group here and see. So I'll start at the top, but Ruby, if there's folks that you can bold as I'm going, that way they can help us move through this a little quicker, that'd be great. So I'm going to start at the top and see if Counselor Les Anderson is here with the Klamath Tribes.
Hmm.
I'm not seeing them. How about Commissioner Williams? Not seeing Commissioner Williams. They may join us later. How about Anahi with Verde? Andrea Kreiner? Hopefully Andrea will join us later. Andrew Mulkey? And John or Adam, have we heard from these folks if they're going to join us late or not at all, or do we
We've
know?
heard from some people.
Okay,
I don't think we've heard from, so Brandon McMullen has Harney County Court meeting he needs to attend, obviously. That was scheduled late. Mark Hudson is going to be in and out. So those are a couple of voting members that we've heard from. Thad Aiken is here, though. I think he was feeding cows earlier this morning, but I think he made it. We have a couple, I know that a couple other folks that are probably joining a little late.
okay.
Jeremy Thompson's discussing some legislative items with his team internally, but we'll be here. And so that's kind of what I know so far.
And I think we heard from that Bill was going to be here for part of the meeting too, Bill Richardson.
That's yes, that is correct. That was that
Okay,
earlier.
okay, great.
And we
Ruby,
heard from Mark Hudson too. He's going to be late, but he will be here later.
okay, great. Thanks, Ruby, for, oh, and Greg in and out mostly. And okay. And Ruby, thanks for highlighting some of the folks that we know that are here. So I don't see Andrew either, and maybe Andrew will join us. We'll catch up with them when they connect. April, I see that you're here.
Hi, yes, good morning. April Snell with the Oregon Water Resources Congress, working with irrigation districts.
Good morning, April. And we just talked about Bill. We talked about Brandon. Damien. I see Damien, you're here.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, folks. Damian Hall, Oregon Solar and Storage Industries Association.
Good morning, Damien. How about Dan with Oregon Clean Power? Dan, are you here? Not seeing Dan. Not seeing Denise. Dugan, I see you came off video. Welcome.
Hey everyone, good morning. Dugan Marab here with Pine Gate Renewables, representing large-scale solar developers in the state.
Great. Welcome, Dugan. I'm not seeing Elaine. Emily with Renewable Northwest. Hi, Emily.
Hi, good morning. Emily Griffith, Oregon Policy Manager with Renewable Northwest. Thanks.
Great. And Greg, I see you came on camera.
Good morning, Greg Corbin, Green Diamond Resource Company, private timberland.
Excellent. Welcome, Greg. I don't see Jack or Kimberly or Laura. We heard that Mark's going to join us late. I'm not seeing Mark Lindley. Max.
Good morning. I'm Max Yaklik, in-house counsel at Nissan Energy.
Good morning, Max. Michael Eng.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Mike Ang, Lost Team Firewise up in Wallowa County.
Welcome, Mike. Good to see you. Mike Tody.
Good morning, Mike Tody, Conservation Director with the Oregon Hunters Association.
Great. Hi, Mike. Welcome. Mike MacArthur.
Hi, Mike MacArthur, Community Renewable Energy Association.
Welcome, Mike. Good to see you. And then we have Thad.
Yep, I'm here. Thad Aiken with Oregon Wheat.
Welcome, Thad. And not seeing Travis or Will. Anybody I forgot or anybody I missed from voting members? All right, let's go ahead and look at who we have here with our agency support folks. Let's go to the next slide, Ruby. So who do we have here from our agency? I think we have Todd.
Yes, good morning. Todd Farmer, Oregon Military Department.
Good morning, Todd. And Dan?
Hello, Dan Hupner, Oregon Department of Forestry. I'll be multitasking pretty hard today because I don't expect you'll need my input much, but I am here if anybody has a question.
We always need your input, Dan.
Welcome, Dan. Thanks for joining us. Anybody else that you see, Ruby?
Hi, this is Brian Cochran at the Department of State Lands.
Welcome, Brian.
Thank you.
We can go ahead and highlight Brian. Kirsten, you got your hand raised. What's up?
Hi, good morning. I just want to say hello. I'm Kirsten Green. I serve as the Deputy Director here at DLCD and also the Tribal Liaison. So here in support of the process, I'll stay off camera today and we're in listening mode. Thanks, Jamie.
Great. Thanks, Kirsten. I was actually going to move to John to have John introduce our LCDC team. So Kirsten, you just kicked that off.
So I'm John Jennings. I'm the community services specialist and have been working with you all. I really appreciate everyone's time and effort on this. I just really do. And I'll hand it to Adam. And but we don't want to neglect to recognize that Commissioner Mark Bennett is. I'm not sure if Commissioner Bennett's in Vail or Unity this morning, but I didn't want to let that go without recognition.
Hey everybody, Adam Tate. Been working on this with you since the beginning with John, renewable energy planner at DLCD. And yeah, it's been a long slog, but we're almost to the end of this. So thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'll pass it on to Gordon Howard.
Gordon Howard, I'm the Community Services Division Manager with DLCD. I'm looking forward to a good discussion today. I'll pass it on to who's left?
Kazaria and Dawn.
And we don't. Maybe we should turn to Alyssa as a new face in the room, a bright light in the room. So Alyssa, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we can move on to the rest of us.
Oh, thanks, Don. Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa Benini. I'm a new addition to DLCD's policy and legislation team. I'm a policy and legislative analyst. This is my first full week officially, so I'm still finding my feet, but I'm excited for a good conversation today. And I'll pass it to Dawn.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dawn Hurt. I'm the Eastern Oregon Regional Rep at DLCD. And I think Saria may be our last one.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Kasaria Taylor, Senior Roles Coordinator with DLCD.
Okay, well, welcome everyone. And I did introduce myself earlier, and Ruby. Andrea has joined us. Welcome, Andrea.
Hello, sorry about that. I had a preset meeting with the legislator that I couldn't miss. So
No
I'm here.
worries. We're glad you could join us.
So we've got Amanda Punton, Jamie. We've got Amanda Punton with us as well, and then I was thinking maybe we give Commissioner Bennett a chance to introduce himself as well.
Perfect. Hi, Amanda.
Hi, I just didn't want to be just hanging out in the background here, but mostly I'm just here to listen and interested in the discussion around the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources.
Great, thank you, and welcome. Commissioner Bennett.
Good morning from Unity. It was too warm in Vail, so I thought I'd come back to Unity because it's 8 degrees here. I just really want to compliment everybody on this heavy lifting, finding that balance between the renewable energy needs for the state, the land use, I guess in some cases it's restrictions, and the land use protections, depending upon where you sit, is always a delicate task. And the hard work, especially by Adam and John, was supported by this RAC, is really commendable, and the commission really appreciates it. And as I said at the last meeting, one of the reasons why they were so enthusiastic actually to extend out the time frame was because they wanted to give an opportunity to make sure it was as right as possible. And I say that guarded because you've got counties and communities and lots of other things that'll come into play here. So we look forward to hearing today's discussion, and I want to always extend while the time is open, that feel free to contact me, and we'll have a discussion and get your input. Once we close the comment period, then different rules come into play and it becomes a lot more formalized. So once again, my contact info is always available somewheres here. And if not, just send me a chat note or text me or whatever. And we want to make sure that all voices are heard. So thanks, Jamie. Thanks, John, Adam, Gordon, and all.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into some updates. And actually, Ruby, if you want to take this slide down, because I think there's more than cultural, archaeological, and historical updates. So John's got a couple updates. I was looking back at the next steps and follow-up items from our last meeting. And John, I think that you're prepared to share about where we are with cultural, archaeological, and historical, as well as I think you were going to update everybody on any changes or where we are with the maps and input that we received from the maps. And I think maybe you had a couple other updates.
So we have a few things, and just kind of to start off with, maybe going off script just a little bit. Kim Peacher with the Navy, representing the Department of Defense, is not with us today because they are recognizing a day of remembrance or mourning for President Jimmy Carter. And regardless about how you felt about his politics, I hope we can all kind of agree he's a heck of a guy and a great American. And we're not going to take any more time than that, but I wanted to put that out there. I'd also say that we've seen comments from OSEA just very, very recently. I apologize that I haven't had a chance to really digest those yet, but I believe that we're going to speak to or talk about hopefully just about everything that's on there. I believe also that the expectation, we've learned that there's an expectation that there will be a additional RAC meeting after the January 23rd LCDC hearing, and it would also need to occur prior to the February 5th date, which is the close of public comment. So we're probably looking at the middle of next week. There'll be more on that. We recognize that there's some things that there's some adjustments and revisions, mostly minor, that we probably want to talk about with the draft. There's some things that didn't get in there. They just couldn't make it in there. Some things that may not have been quite right, and then some things that have been brought to our attention, kind of between the day that went out and now. But I think I kind of like to start with kind of what Jamie mentioned or teed up with regard to the maps. We don't have updated maps yet, but when we spoke to them last time, there was a observation from some folks that, or a feeling from some folks anyway, that there was an inadequate amount of land identified as potentially eligible to guarantee that we had a sufficient amount of sites of genuine sites. So we didn't want to let that pass. We wanted to have a chance. So I think what I'd like to do, Jamie, is kind of start with that this morning, that piece, and hopefully we can kind of work through that. I think there's a couple different ways we might talk about that. I'm going to share my screen here. But I really, as pointed out, and it's in the agenda, we really want to talk about the, that's not what I want. The historic, cultural, and archaeological resources piece. Let's see here. I think I'm.
And while John's looking, just a reminder about the maps. So we had talked about the maps months ago as a possible tool for the RAC to have a better understanding of what might be possible on the landscape, what it looks like to start removing areas that everybody agrees should not be considered. But folks also were a little bit on the fence and sensitive to the idea of maps, and the maps weren't going to be dictating exactly what was going to be happening on the ground. And so I just want to remind everybody of those caveats that we have been talking about with regard to the maps.
Yeah, and that was a really, I think that's a very key takeaway, right? There's the number of acres, at first blush appears like a really high number, but we accept that it's going to be a pretty small portion of that. That ultimately would be meeting everything that needs to be met, both in terms of this type of arrangement, but also it's a practical arrangement. The ability, we don't know how to map landowner feelings about stuff or or capture things where a property may be well suited, but there's really no reasonable way to construct a gin tie line to access the transmission system. After some internal conversations and also some external ones, we wanted to kind of offer some things for consideration, possible consideration. So if I guess the first kind of question is that, does the RAC feel like we're in a pretty good place, or could there be room to explore the possibility of putting other lands back on the table in one way or the other. And so and these, like I said, these aren't our recommendations. These are some examples of what we think could be worth talking about, and they may not be, there could be other things too that we're not getting at. But one of the things that could be considered is not irrigated lands that are within irrigation districts and AVAs. The agricultural folks, the group that we talked about, really came to a conclusion that, maybe at some point it's complicated, water's complicated, and that it would probably be just as well for now not to kind of dive in, pardon the pun, that was unintentional, but get into this in a way. But it's the RAC's, it's the RAC's decision on whether or not they want to do that or not. I would also just offer that, in the spirit of holistic explanation, these lands are technically high value farmland, and so to the extent that they could be eligible, the ceiling available for county jurisdiction would be 240 acres. But nonetheless, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I'm really interested to hear what folks might think about that. Another thing that could be considered would be not requiring ag mitigation for any Class 6 soils. Right now, as things are written, there's an attempt to distinguish the better grazing lands, those grazing lands, Class 6 soils that have the ability to produce 300 pounds of forage per acre per year when they're 640 acres or larger. Some of you may have seen the email from Mark Hudson. He and his organization, the Oregon Agricultural Trust, feel pretty strongly that needs to be retained, and really to the extent that they'd be a no vote if that was to be removed. So again, not trying to speak for him, but he has offered a thought on that. Another thing would be, in recognizing that the conditional use threshold, outside of this process, and we've agreed, I believe the RAC has agreed that forest lands are complicated to the extent that we, probably just as well defer additional consideration to another time, but that it could be reasonable to just, to think about elevating the conditional use threshold to something more commensurate with how we've treated the EFU land. And that'd be 10 acres to 240 acres. If that's done, there would be, additional opportunities in terms of larger projects on those forest lands. And then finally, I don't know, maybe this is reasonable as anything else, is to, state a course and kind of flag this as an issue. I think it would naturally be an issue to look at as part of the scheduled review. That is set to will come up. We may talk a little bit about how soon that will be, but we're probably looking at a couple years or less. And that would be a time to say, how did we do? Did we actually accomplish a suitable number of genuine sites? And if not, if the answer is no, or no, we don't think so, then we could get back into it at that time. So I'm going to stop. I mean, again, I'm going to stop there. And I don't know, we spent an inordinate amount of time this morning, but I'm curious about how folks might feel, and based on that, if one or more of these or others would appear to resonate with the group.
April, go ahead.
Thank you. So, I think this issue has come up in different places. So again, April, Oregon Water Resources Congress, we represent irrigation districts and similar entities. Um, so it's balancing as we have throughout this RAC, the need to find opportunities where we can for additional solar development while making sure that we're protecting our various key resources and the tenets of Oregon's basic land use system. I do think that there are a variety of opportunities for potential solar and other renewable energy development with irrigation districts, hopefully in partnership with irrigation districts. And I do think this issue of lands that are within irrigation district boundaries that are automatically designated as high value farmland, that there are some potential opportunities for looking at that in a different way. That all being said, this just feels like it's really late in our process. As you guys know, we were actually not even supposed to have these additional meetings, and it just feels a bit rushed. I think it would be something more appropriate to have some additional conversations about, along with other issues that we've identified that we don't have necessarily the time to flush out. I'm not saying we would be opposed to it, but I just think that there's a need for some additional discussions and safeguards to ensure that particularly water rights are preserved. And within districts, just as we've talked about, things can be complicated and a bit quirky at times. So those are my initial thoughts, and happy to have further discussions.
Hey, April, before you leave, or not leave, but before you step away from this conversation, I'm wondering about, do you have any thoughts about what more time looks like? I mean, do you think that we could get there with an additional meeting, or is this something that takes, can you have you thought about that at all?
Yeah, so I think given that session is upon us and myself and other folks on here engage in that, or I won't speak for other folks, but I'm going to be very engaged with legislative session. So my attention after session starts is going to be very much focused on the session. So I think, even something that it just seems like there's several buckets. It's not just this issue that needs some additional discussion. And I don't know if that's something that would be right after session or towards the tail end, where that could be revisited in a way that can lead to some additional recommendations. I do think, with this particular rule structure or rack structure, since we're giving recommendations to LCDC, that I think that does open up the opportunity for us to have recommendations in the future outside of this specific process that we're doing right now, if that makes sense. And then the other part that I would say is, for me, I would like to be able to go back to my folks and talk to them a little bit more about how this would work, what concerns they might have, what opportunities there might be, and that would take me to be able to have a meeting with them. And as I mentioned, I could have the meeting, but with session coming on, for me, it would be better just to in this process and have those discussions as part of another process, however you want to think of that.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Andrea, go ahead.
There we go. So kind of similarly, it's not, I think it is kind of very late to sit here and say, okay, today while we're voting, we're going to vote on this. I think it's something that my prudent approach would be to say, let's not hold this up anymore, right? Like I think it's time for us to close the door on what we can recommend to LCDC. I would think this would be something to say, okay, this is something more for the review, right? So say if we haven't opened up enough land, we'll know we'll know and do the program review in 2 years, but not to hold up the rest of the stuff that we're talking about for this.
Thanks for that, Andrea. Dugan, I see your hand up, and Elaine, if you're here, I'd invite you to just share what you shared in the chat verbally. Dugan?
Just wanted a clarifying question to John, and then a bit of a comment, I guess. John, for these sections, if I'm reading between the lines here, for these types of, this first thing you listed, the sections in 195, 300, because of the FSEC thresholds, under a county permitting, those would only be allowed, because those are still considered high value lands, right? Would that only be allowed to be up to a 12-acre facility that would potentially go through this process on a county level?
So, thank you, Dugan. Do you guys, am I sharing my screen? I don't think I am.
You're not sharing
not
it
anymore.
anymore. Not anymore.
Let me put that back up, if I can figure out how to do it. So let me, before, so I'm not distracted while I'm trying to answer Dugan's question. So as things stand right now, being that those are high value farmland, that they would be ordinarily limited to the 12-acre threshold during a traditional conditional use proposal. They're also eligible for an exception or an FSEC proceeding, and we saw some examples when we were in Jefferson County. The Madras solar site up there on the bench on Elk Drive, 280 acres. I think it's not a really big project, but it is an FSEC proposal, and that is on non-irrigated lands inside the Northeast Irrigation District. So this, if we were to think about it, and the additional language in red that I had there was language we actually had. We looked at when we were in Madras in July. But I don't know. I feel I'm rambling, so I'll try to tie this off. And hopefully, and help me, Deegan, if I haven't answered your question, but these lands, as they stand right now, would still be eligible for some level of consideration, whether it's a conditional use or an exception or an FSEC. But in every instance, because they're considered high value farmland, the threshold to go to FSEC would be above 240 acres. So hopefully that answers. Help me out if I didn't get everything there.
Sorry, 240 or 12? Because I thought it's high value, it's 12.
So,
Or is it 240 on high value?
For a conditional use application, would be 12 acres. For an exception, which has happened, if they want to go that route, which would remain available, it would be 240 acres. And of course,
Okay.
anything over 240 would be an FSEC project.
Okay, so in terms of like what this actually could be applicable to, it'd be at most a 240-acre project within county jurisdiction, or is it 12? I'm just trying to see like if we're trying to tell people like,
So and I don't think I'm explaining this very well. And Max put a chat there and item there in the chat, and it's not our intent to try. We don't have the authority to set things for other agencies. So that's based on the way we understand the statute to operate. So again, based on that understanding, not on our preference, but our understanding that just a simple, straightforward conditional use application, 12 acres, right? If you want to do something larger than that and go through the exception process at the local level, at the county level. Now, again, we've I think recognized that has risk and complexities and things that we could stand to avoid in the right circumstances through this process. But I believe 240 acres is the size above which you would go to the energy facility site and cancel. That's why that Madras solar project at 280 acres is an FSEC project and not a county project. If that would have been outside of an irrigation district, have all the same qualities, soil-wise and otherwise, outside of an irrigation district, it would have had a higher threshold for county jurisdiction. And before triggering FSEC jurisdiction. So I don't know, Max, I don't know if you want to offer your observations on that or not. I don't want to purport to be any expert on this, but just based on our understanding on how the statutes operate.
So I'll just say, reframing, at least from my perspective, the most that a change to the irrigation thing, the irrigation district rules under this pathway, under subsection Division 23, would be at most for a 12-acre facility if they didn't want to go through an exception. So if this is this non-exception pathway, the most would be a 12-acre facility. Or are you saying it's 240?
Well, if it is not included in this Division 23 opportunity, then the largest size you could go through, which would require an exception, would be 240 acres before you have to go to FSEC.
Okay. Well, I think I don't want to, like, just for people's reference frame, I think the idea, at least from the soil developments community perspective, is, I think if there's concern about development on certain parts of land, it's mainly, what areas can go through this new determination process without needing an exception. And so I guess I would state that, well, we can talk about the substantive stuff. I don't think this really applies to facilities of any large scale because of the acres limitations at the county level. So just in terms of like the limits at present, but the law, not the rules that we can possibly change, I don't know how impactful this would actually be, but that's just my opinion. Happy to turn it over to other people. Don't need to be talking about acreages for the whole day.
Great, thank you, Dugan.
Elaine, you put something in the chat. Did you want to speak to that?
Sure. I appreciate the DLCD offering these additional considerations for discussion. I think it's helpful. I think it raises, though, and coupled with April's comments, the fact that we are not anywhere near making a recommendation on language to LCDC. This is my opinion. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done to address more of the substantive issues and then put the RAC's recommendations in clean language that we can then recommend to LCDC. So I just think we need more time and would support a suspension of the RAC until after session to reconvene and use this meeting. And then if we have another one, to really define what the scope is going to of what we are going to talk through and try to resolve in that continued RAC. So let's put that out there.
Yeah, appreciate that. So we'll hang on to that thought as we work through this. So other voting members of the RAC can take that into consideration. And as we're working through the outstanding language, if it looks like people feel like we need to be doing something more different or suspended, we'll make sure we talk about that today as a part of the considerations for LCDC at their meeting in January. So John, you talked a little bit about the maps. You talked a little bit about introducing the idea of how to make more lands available. And we heard people weighing in on that they didn't feel like we had enough time to really work through that at this point. And so that you were also going to talk about an update on the cultural archaeological historic.
So right, let's do that. I was gonna also kind of do a refresher on the 3409 stuff, but in a matter of time, I think we'll just, unless anybody's aching to see that again, why don't we go ahead and just move forward. I've been having trouble sharing my screen, you guys, so I'm gonna have to bear with me just a little bit.
Well, and if there's anything you want to send to Ruby for Ruby to share, or Adam could share it.
Yeah, I might have to do that. Unless, okay, maybe this is gonna work.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
No, that's not what I want to do. All right. Maybe this is what I wanted. I think this is what I wanted. So, if folks have had a chance to look at this language, you'll notice that there's a lot of track changes about this issue, about the historic, cultural, and archaeological issues. It kind of starts with the definitions. We had heard multiple times that it'd be good to have some definitions for these things, and we didn't try to author anything new. Adam and I didn't feel like we were qualified to come up with these, so of course we went and said, well, are there existing definitions of these terms? In some cases there were, in some cases it really kindly wasn't. So we did, but we kind of borrowed a little bit, and the way this is written is that these terms would be synonymous with other terms that are very similar and are defined. So anyway, that could serve as a kind of a basis for getting into this issue. And I wanted to, as we, and this is present in a number of places, and so kind of getting it right on the front end. It's kind of like building a house. You want your foundation to be solid, and once you've done that, everything kind of helps flow into place. So this is a language that we've worked on. This would be in the unmitigated sites category, and what we've tried to do is kind of we've listened to what folks have explained happens naturally or happens ordinarily, as well as look at FSEC applications and kind of see how what a very similar test is responded, how it's responded to. And so anyway, that's kind of helped us kind of get to offering this language. And we've been assisted in understanding it a little further through some other conversations that we've been fortunate to have. But at the bottom, kind of where we're at is, and we're hoping that the development folks and the deciding folks can help us and say how we captured what happens or what should happen ordinarily. And so this would speak to when no mitigation is required. Unmitigated sites, there would not be a significant adverse impact to these resources because they're not there, or if they are there, that they'll be avoided. Project design will go around them in a reasonable way. You buffer them by 20 meters or however that works. And furthermore, the determination, how do we know? How do we know that that's happening or that's reliable? And our presumption has been that a county would be able to base that determination on information provided by the applicants. And we've come up with this kind of suite of things: records review, field survey, which we understand is the things that happen when the field work is accomplished, and to find out what's out there. One thing we have in here that may not be in the right place is what's in just light blue, consultation with the tribes, because it seems like, based on what we've heard, I think, is that most of this flows through the State Historic Preservation Office. And if SHPO says, no, we agree, you're right, there's nothing there, or what you're proposing to do won't be impacted because you're avoiding it, there is no need to consult with the tribe at that point. That's different. It's very different if a SHPO ARC permit is required. Our understanding is that you're not going to turn a shovel of dirt without having consulted with the tribe or tribes. But this isn't that situation. We're not excavating a site because they're not there. They're just not going to be, they're going to be avoided. And then finally, we wanted to get to the last piece again, that there's a credible level of evidence this is how the SHPO agrees. We believe they seem to be the presiding authorities in these matters. And so we think it feels at this point reasonable to make sure that, the way things have been portrayed, described, agreed to, are are in keeping with SHPO's provisions, and they agree. Yeah, you guys are doing the right thing. We're not concerned because of the way you've gone about your business here. So, the first question is, does this come close to sort of corralling the sorts of things that are customarily done as putting an application together, and have we kind of accurately or properly understood that so much of this really goes through SHPO, and how we, is there necessity in this instance to consult with the tribes if SHPO agrees that there's nothing out there to worry about, or if there is, that it's going to be avoided. And I'm going to invite Kirsten Green, who's been good enough to join us this morning, and see what she has to say.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everybody. So again, Deputy Director at DLCD would also serve as the agency's tribal liaison. So one thing we know is that I don't think John Pauley, state archaeologist, is able to be on the call today, but the one thing we know is that just about 10% of the state has been inventoried. So that's the reason we understand too that folks have encouraged, earlier on the RAC discussion with Councilmember Anderson and others, early consultation with tribes, just to avoid surprises, and also to just kind of strategize together. So that's why sort of this, what we understand, as John said, what we understand is current practice and best practice is reflected here. So hope that helps. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Kirsten. So, like I said, some of the comments I think that we've seen, I maybe in the OCA comments, Damien, you can help me out here. I think has questioned the necessity of some of the language in lines maybe 13 through 15 there. As Kirsten pointed out, there will be. Thank you, Max. I was really hoping to see your hand come up. Well, let me tie this off first. There will be notification in outreach to tribes as a matter of course. But we want to try to make sure we're getting this right, or as right as we can. So I'm gonna turn the facilitation back over to the facilitator. But Max, I think you're up.
Yeah, Max is up.
Thanks. Kirsten, thanks so much for being here. It's really helpful to have you, having dealt with the cultural areas rulemaking. I was hoping you could educate us a little bit on the status of the Goal 5 cultural areas rulemaking, whether that's complete, and what actually changed in that rule in terms of how archaeological and cultural resources are defined, if at all.
Right. Well, thank you, Max. And DLCD's natural resource specialist, Amanda Punton, and longtime Goal 5 specialist, is also here to back me up on specifics. But for everybody listening, the Goal 5 cultural areas rule is really a consultation rule to establish communication and coordination with federally recognized tribes in Oregon. It's statewide, so it's all 9 tribes. And there's a LCDC did pass it, voted to affirm that rule on December 5th, because we had some other rulemakings to finalize and file per legislative direction by January. We have not filed it yet with SOS, so you're not seeing that on the Secretary of State site yet. We can provide that full rule draft to RAC members, though, so everyone knows kind of what else the commission landed on there. But it does require notice to tribes of ground disturbing activities by the city or county. So that's in any case where there's a public process defined, so that tribes be notified and could participate. So that's where John sort of mentioned there's an underlying, the tribes would be notified. But I think here what is better is that proactive, early and often consultation requirement with tribe by the developer applicant, so that you do have developers would have less surprises, be in just coordination, communication with the tribe, and be able to avoid or know that, that they wouldn't have any concerns in a particular area. So that's what this rule does, new on top of, would propose as new on top of the kind of the normal just notice requirements, the tribe being notified of ground disturbing activities in Eastern Oregon. And Amanda, would you, or yeah, in Eastern Oregon, but also throughout the state. Amanda, would you correct anything I've said there?
Thanks. I have nothing to correct, but I will add something unless, Max, was your question specific to archaeological sites or was it broader for cultural resources?
It was both. Yeah, thank you, Kirsten. That's helpful. And I was curious whether the definition of archaeological resources and cultural resources is being modified in the other rulemaking.
So in the rule that was adopted in December, we did include a definition for Goal 5 cultural areas. And the definition is archaeological sites and the landscape areas of cultural importance. And when you move to the next stage of a Goal 5 process, we keep all archaeological sites as significant Goal 5 resource sites. And but some subset of landscape areas would be sometime in the future identified as a significant landscape feature that would then be available for protections from a local government.
So I just went back in here, I corrected, I had misinterpreted some stuff, which I hope is correct now, but these two definitions, archaeological resources and cultural resources, we couldn't find existing for those exact terms. So we relied on the way they've been defined in Amanda's rule, in 0210 rule.
And I guess I'll add that, so cultural resources is a very broad category if you try to find definitions just out there, as you probably all know. So that's why our rule tried to be specific, and it's also more specific to land use in that these are an archaeological site takes up space on the land, a landscape feature takes up space on the land, an archaeological or a cultural resource could be something you could pick up and walk around with, and that is not related to our land use responsibilities.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess one question I have, John, on the definitions is, and without commenting on whether or not those definitions are the correct definitions for the purpose of solar siting, since that rule has not been adopted, if the agency's intent is to align the solar rulemaking with the new Goal 5 cultural areas rulemaking, then I would avoid trying to define these resources outside a cross-reference to wherever that definition is going to be in the other rule. Otherwise, we're going to result in a situation where they may be defined differently if the cultural areas definitions are modified through LCDC's rulemaking process.
Kirsten?
Jamie, thank you. Max, so we don't expect the Goal 5 cultural areas rules to change any further. Secretary of State just publishes the new rules once a month, and so we expect them to be published on February 1st. But Commission won't be discussing them again. If it's not too distracting, I could put the definitions section in the chat. They are known, and so what John is trying to do is crosswalk and lift up the definitions from that underlying Goal 5 cultural areas rules to here. So Max, you're right. So we wouldn't have two different sets of definitions.
One thing we could do, and I don't know if this helps or not, but what we've done here, and I didn't want to, we didn't want to hide the ball, and Adam and I again didn't feel qualified to come up with the stuff on our own because it's important and it's complicated, but I suppose we could do is we could just say archaeological resources means, and then strike this language.
Well, I think what Max is saying and what Kirsten is saying is that it should just be the same. It should cross-reference the final language.
The problem is that the terms are not the same, right? The statute and in existing law as well as in the legislation speak to archaeological resources, cultural resources. And we couldn't find a definition for archaeological resources. You know, there's a definition of archaeological sites, which we think is what we're getting at. So we borrow that definition. So what we try to do is say, you know, these terms are synonymous with these other terms, and so cultural resource, for example, cultural resources are the same thing as cultural areas, and cultural areas are defined as this, you know. So that's, you know, what we could do is just not, you know, strike the synonymous with language and but use the same definition.
Or
So I don't
just
know.
say it's, or just say it's synonymous with and then strike which means. Right? Just say it means what it means in the other rule.
So just leave it there.
But one question I have for Amanda. So Amanda, you were saying that the landscape area features, do those undergo some type of planning process, or are they recognized outright under the new rule as a cultural area before they are adopted through a Goal 5 process?
The rule does two things. In order for local protections to be applied to a landscape feature, that feature would have needed to be identified as significant, and through a public process, and then the decision about how to add protections would have to be decided through a public process. So that's about actual ability for local protections. There's a other part of the rule, or parts of the rule, that require communication and coordination with tribes, so that landscape features that are of cultural importance can be raised during the review process for a proposed development, and then conversation can happen, and then the local government can make recommendations for how impacts can be avoided. But if a landscape feature has not been identified in a local comprehensive plan as a significant landscape feature, then the outcome is of the public process for those non-determined to be significant is recommendations, conversation, and hopefully compromise and avoidance. But that's how the rule handles that, those landscape features.
Okay, so it's to address the circumstance where there is a landscape feature that hasn't gone through the land use process yet, but still exists and needs to be recognized in the development review.
Yes, it needs to be recognized. If an entity brings it forward to, you know, say that there's something there, the requirements in the rule, really in this case we're talking about landscape features that are of cultural importance to tribes, for the part of the rule that requires the communication with tribes and a response or treatment of any response that the local government hears from tribes.
Okay.
So
and then John, one more
uh,
question. Sorry, John. For historic resources, is that term being updated or changed at all in the Goal 5 inventory, or can that just be a cross-reference to OAR 660-23-200?
It can. So that is the definition in that rule, Max. So yeah, we could do the same thing there.
Okay. Thank you.
And so I'm flipping around back and forth, and I hope you don't get car sick for that. But what we've tried to do is identify that, you know, as is with regards to the landscapes, you know, if it's significant and to be addressed in a regulatory way, that needs to be based on whatever the local program says. All right. You know, so if the county has gone through the process, the Goal 5 process, and has identified these things and come up with a, you know, program to achieve the goal, then that's how it would be treated. Now, I think that the extra piece here would be that if through the outreach to and coordination with tribes results in them saying, you know, this landscape over here is important to us, but it's not inventoried, you know, then it's more of a voluntary type situation. And we would like to see, and this is based on a managed rule, the 0210 rule, hopes that there's some cooperation and things proposed, but I don't think that would be a regulatory requirement so much as inviting, you know, voluntary arrangements to, you know, hopefully, you know, kind of make things work out there. And that piece isn't really captured in this rule yet. So that's where things are, you know, kind of wanting to make sure we do have things lined up, but we also, you know, hope that you know, starting from the beginning, that we're recognizing the stuff that is going to happen, does happen, and you know, I think there's a lot of value to calling that out. You know, because I think that helps people that have anxiety about, oh my Lord, this stuff isn't going to be, you know, accounted for, or there's a risk that it's not. We can say, no, it is. It is. Look, this is what folks do. And we know that they do it because the rule describes that. You know, but we don't want to go, you know, get out of our lane and unnecessarily create, you know, additional requirements or additional authorities, so on and so forth.
Kirsten, go ahead.
Jamie, thank you. Just want to note, I don't think Alyssa Bullion with the Legislative Commission on Indian Services is able to attend today. Or I think you all met her before. As part of the Goal 5 Cultural Areas Rule, LCIS will be taking the next year to consult with tribe to see which areas of the state they would like to be notified on foreground disturbing activities under that rule. So that the who to contact question should be solved. So hopefully that will be a small benefit. Thank you. And the rule of the Goal 5 Cultural Areas Rule goes into effect January 1st, 2026 to allow for some of this background work to be done. Thank you.
Max, go ahead.
So I have a question, which may be followed by a comment, which is that it sounds like the process for cultural and archaeological inventory and then consultation is different as proposed in this rule as it is proposed in the cultural Goal 5 rule. Correct me if I'm wrong, which is, I think, different than the process that occurs at FSEC. So are we setting up are there going to be 3 different standards here, depending on which pathway you go through? If you go through the non-Division 195 rules, you're going to have to comply with the Goal 5 Cultural Resources rule, which is going to be one process. If you go through this, it's this process. And if you go through FSEC, it's a different process.
Looks like
So,
Kirsten is considering.
yeah,
Kirsten,
so
were you gonna, Kirsten,
Yeah.
were you gonna try to address that?
Do you mind? So thank you all. So Tom Jackman with the Oregon Department of Energy, I think is on YouTube. Oh, he's over here. So maybe Tom, you could describe a little bit. We are trying to make all 3 consistent. Max, to your point, you know, conservation and development is both parts of our job here. So trying to make things as straightforward as possible. So FSEC is contemplating some rulemaking to update their consultation standards as well. So that's why Tom's here listening, we're coordinating. But Tom, did you want to just address kind of what FSEC might have, Department of Energy may have coming forth months or year?
Yeah. So we already have very similar rules for the council in terms of consultation with the tribes. Right now, the FSEC process there isn't really a lot of burden on the applicant to do much of anything other than to consult with LCIS to get the initial list of potentially affected tribes. After that, the current process places all of the burden on consultation on the department itself. So what we're trying to do right now is create some additional rules, and we're actually right in the middle of that. We're going to drafting some rules right now that are just really, I mean, I would say relatively insignificant. I mean, significant in scope or in impact, but insignificant in terms of like it's going to be 2 lines of rules that basically is going to encourage applicants to reach out to tribes as part of prior to the notice of intent stage, just so that we can guarantee the earliest likely awareness by applicants of potentially affected cultural resources. But as far as like definitions and stuff, ABSEC's always followed the federal definitions for cultural resources. We're certainly keeping an eye on the Goal 5 cultural resources rulemaking, and that could potentially have an impact. But I don't see ABSEC having like a third way, so to speak. It'll either affect the department in terms of changes, or in terms of the actual burden on the applicant, it will continue to be, I would say, relatively, actually, not that complicated or burdensome going forward.
Max?
Thanks, Tom. Is FSEC going to require FSEC applicants to comply with the new Goal 5 rule, or is FSEC going to maintain its own standard, which is different than what I understand to be proposed in the cultural areas rulemaking?
That's a question I'd have to go to our attorney to have examined. My understanding, though, is that we always apply any state and local rules that would be applicable to the resource in question. So I hesitate to say anything, but I would assume that this Goal 5 rulemaking would apply to the FSEC process.
Right, if I could affirm, because it would be a ground disturbing activity, I think it would apply. The Goal 5 culturally notice requirements of tribes. So again, notice is not really consultation. So this does propose a step earlier of consultation, consistent with what I understand folks heard from Councilmember Anderson at Klamath earlier in the process. So trying to reduce uncertainty earlier in the process. This could be in rule, it could be in best practice, but that's for the RAC to recommend. Thank you.
Okay, that's really helpful. So my understanding then is that what we propose in this rule may be different than what is going to be required for FSEC facilities or non-Division 195 projects. If so, and the departments agree, I'd appreciate an explanation of why for these particular sites, which are theoretically lower conflict, the burden is going to be higher. And then I guess in terms of the way that the language is currently drafted, I think the thing that sticks out to me is that this language states that the records review, field survey, inventory are prepared in consultation with the tribe, whereas typically those are prepared by the applicant and then delivered for consultation. So I think that's a different standard, and I anticipate there may be some implementation challenges associated with conducting field surveys and records reviews and preparing those in consultation with the tribe versus just preparing them as the applicant and then consulting with the tribe.
And that's why we raised the question, you guys. How do we make sure this language is lined up in the right way?
Dugan?
Yeah, I would agree there with the direction Max was going, just in terms of, I've only done this once, the FSEC process, but even though I guess the rules only stated that, we needed to get the list of tribes, it's very regular practice for us to come up with, maybe it is in the rules, for us to create or to do our study and send it to the impacted tribes and then get feedback on it. I think the issue often we run into is just honestly the tribes not often having enough time or bandwidth to take those into full consideration. So I worry about a requirement like this that puts even more burden on the tribes to work with us, rather than just even in the review process, we sometimes fail to get responses. So that's definitely something that I'm conscious of, and I think it's just a resource issue, honestly. So that's why I'm a little more amenable to language that kind of reflects that current practice of coming up with these inventories or reviews and surveys, and then consulting the results with tribes.
So is that the difference, you guys? I mean, so
No, I'm struggling for that word too. It feels like where we're kind of stuck is this that have been prepared in consultation with, and so I'm wondering if it's that have been prepared and subsequently provided to.
Well,
I'm struggling a little bit because I hear the intent of what Kirsten said of the Goal 5 rulemaking, which is the consultation, the increased communication, and what that language looks like here with what Max and Dugan are talking about in terms of a different process. It's a
yeah,
little-
right. I feel like there's a couple different things, in play. There's a couple of balls in the air, right? And one of them has to do with making sure that things are consistent with the new rule, the other rule, the 0212 rule. And the other piece, the other ball in the air is with regard to this rule, which is, which we try to tie to the 215.446 requirements. And again, what I think I'm hearing is that when, and I learned this, I didn't realize this before, when we put this together, is that when these items, the records review, field survey, site inventory, those things aren't necessarily done right now, quote unquote, in consultation with the tribes. And I've also, I think, am hearing that working to put those things together or present the outcome of that work to SHPO will help guarantee that that when that tribal input needs to occur with regards to this area, that it absolutely will. And if it doesn't need to, it doesn't need to. Now, that's a little different than some of the other stuff, the notice and so on and so forth that Kirsten's talking about. And it feels like that there's a opportunity to tie that together through the language we have down lower, which talks about reaching out in advance to tribes prior to submitting an application, which is just that. It's not doesn't prescribe anything that has to happen other than let them know and solicit input, as well as counties currently have a duty under the statute, in which we've reflected in this rule to provide notice once they've received that application, to provide notice to affected Indian tribes. So what I'm really hoping we can do, right, is to move forward, capture what actually happens, how it actually happens, with the value that brings, as well as make sure that we're honoring the other pieces without creating some redundant process. That's what I really would like to accomplish. And Kirsten, I should let Jamie.
Yeah, Kirsty, go ahead.
Thank you. And I know I have a feeling we're kind of into time limitations here, but I really appreciate the discussion. This is, in pursuit of a no surprises strategy. So, notice when an application is filed is pretty late. Is everyone, I think, on the call here knows that if a developer does its assessment, field work, et cetera, and then submits for consultation, trying to avoid the situation where the tribe might be like, well, I wish you'd done this or that. So the idea being the early consultation with the tribe to help guide the work so that there'd be less hiccups later is the idea. So that's what's proposed to to allow for, better time and discussion early on rather than just at the time of application. I'm going to not advocate for this, but just we wanted to put it out for people to see if this could be, as John's trying to say, I think is true to reflect the current practice and best practice for that kind of early and often consultation and problem solving that Councilmember Anderson brought forth early in the process. I'm sorry he wasn't able to be here today.
Mike?
Yeah, Kristen, this probably, you may be able to answer this, but do these consultation requirements with federally recognized tribes in Oregon, would that apply to a tribe like the Nez Perce, which is not an Oregon tribe, and yet part of their traditional treaty area is in Oregon, but the reservation is based in Idaho. So would the requirement for consultation also cover them?
Jamie, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks. Thanks, Mike. So the statutes we have followed pertain to the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon only. We recognize those are painful and artificial constructs with respect to historical areas of interest of Indigenous folks in Oregon, now recognized tribes. So a county may have a practice of notifying a tribe, such as a county, such as the Nez Perce, voluntarily, but it's not currently required by the rules. And same for the treaty tribes along the Columbia River Basin on both sides of the river. Thank you.
So to ensure that type of requirement, we would go through the county.
That's right. The county would do it voluntarily. Yep. According to our rules. Yep. According to any MOU agreement or working practice they have with the tribe. Thank you.
And just so we can get closure on this, because I feel like we're swimming a little bit now. And I think the time that we've taken to talk about this is important because we haven't talked about this at all. We've been waiting for this language. We've been waiting for the outcome of the Goal 5 cultural resources work, Kirsten, that you talked about and Amanda talked about. And so, so I think that's partly why we needed to spend the time today. But I have one clarification question that's really focused on this in prepared in consultation piece. And I know that our federal partners have a definition of what consultation looks like and is required, what that process requires in terms of working with the tribes. Does the state have a definition of what consultation looks like, or is that defined by the tribes? And that kind of goes back to what Dugan was talking about, and Max, in terms of, well, this could be this could be more burdensome on the applicant and also more burdensome on the tribe if the tribe doesn't have the capacity. But I think my understanding based on work in Oregon is that tribes get to define that about how, what that looks like for them. Is that right?
Jamie, is that to me?
Yep, that's to you.
Okay, thank you. So several things are true at the same time. So you're right that each tribe has its own, its political entity, has its own norms and functions and defines consultation differently. So we could instead say coordination or communication here, which could normalize a lower standard than consultation, which is often taken to formal government to government, state to actually federal to federal, typically, and then state to federal, according to statute and rule obligation on Oregon state agencies. So that might be better. I appreciate you voicing that, Jamie. There's also a consultation task force underway being run by Director Shana Radford, who's the Director of Tribal Affairs in Governor Kotek's office. So by a law passed in 2024, I think, just possibly 2023, but it was a bill that created a consultation task force that the governor's office is running right now with the 9 federally recognized tribes. So that will probably pertain mostly, I'm guessing, to state agencies. And so when we talk about notice requirements in the Goal 5 cultural areas rule, we don't use the term consultation. We talk about notice. So this might be better to say coordination or communication here rather than consultation, could lower the anxiety and the burden. So it's a really good point, Jamie. Thank you.
Yeah, Max and Dugan, does that start to get us a little bit closer to address some of what you voiced?
Sorry, looking for my mouse. Yeah, I think we're moving more in the right direction. I think those are, I think, some of the issues that we're thinking through, right? Where if we have to put evidence in the record that we've consulted with the tribes in the preparation of these materials and we just never heard back, did we actually consult? And then we can't meet that burden to move forward in this process. And so just trying to, yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction of addressing that issue where we do want to consult early, and we do, and we will, but we, as Dugan stated, sometimes there's bandwidth issues, and how do we address that in this rule to make sure that that doesn't mean that the site is just in purgatory.
Yeah. Elaine, I saw you come on camera.
That was going to be my same comment. So
yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about with that word consult. So Kirsten put in the chat, and I'd like for somebody to put in this draft a little comment there of what that we're removing consult to communicate or coordinate. And then I think we have exhausted our conversation.
It might be good in this reading this, it might be good to say prepared in coordination with, yeah.
In coordination with, yeah. Thanks, Elaine. Thanks, Kirsten. Okay.
Don't make fun of me if I'm misspelling words. I can't see my screen right there.
It looks like you got it, John.
All right. So we had talked about taking a little break at 10:30 because we've been at this now for an hour and a half. And so I think we should just take a 10-minute, thanks, Kirsten. I think we should take a 10-minute break. And again, we have not talked about this hardly at all. And so we've been waiting and waiting and waiting for some language. So I think it's important that we took the time today to have this conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jamie. And I just want to, I'd encourage people to remember where we started with this, right? Which was, anyway, but very different, and people were like, what are you talking about? So I'm really working hard and have worked hard to really learn what is the right way to look at this stuff. And hopefully that aligns with, I put in consultation because I thought that's what you did. I wasn't trying to do something new or create additional burden. Yeah, anyway, so I'll stop there. I think a break sounds great.
Yeah, we got there. But before we go on a break, Amanda, I want to recognize you and just see, based on you listening to this conversation and weighing in as a technical expert, is there anything else that we should be considering? What any thoughts you have for us as we close out this discussion?
Well, Kirsten touched on the limitations of surveys that have occurred across the state for archaeological sites, and it's that information that SHPO is aware of and exists in their database to the degree that their database can be kept up to date, which is also a little bit of a problem. And what I understand is that if the research that is done on cultural resources, in particular archaeological sites, if information is not gleaned from tribes, then that research is going to be incomplete because the information doesn't exist in the more publicly available sources of information.
Yeah, really even underscoring the importance of this communication coordination early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry, this is Tom here. Did you want me to give you our current thinking in terms of our rough draft for the FSEC tribal communication? I don't know. I don't want to muddy the waters, but it's very brief.
You also are presenting that at the Cultural Resource Cluster later this month, right? So it's quite in flux. I just don't know, Jamie, how much more time you want to take on that today.
No, that's fine. But I'll just say, essentially, it's just two parts. One, we're requiring people to consult with LCIS to identify which tribes, which they currently already have to do. And then two, just provide FSEC evidence of attempts to, or a summary of their attempts to reach out to tribes and any communications that they had. So, I mean, that's pretty much it.
But it would be very consistent with this approach. Thank you. Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. So let's take a break, but just before we do that, Laura put a question in the chat about this, the version, John, that you were sharing on your screen of the rule. That's the same version that the PAC received, the RAC received in their packet, right?
Yeah, it should be. The only caveat I have, I'm not sure the track changes translator came through in the stuff that went in the packet, but the language should be the same.
Yeah, and so Laura was asking about, because we had read, it was a red line, and Laura, I think the red line that you're seeing, at least on what John was sharing, is the things that we're doing as a part of this conversation.
Yeah.
But the information's the same. Okay.
I didn't see, and that caught me off guard. We've had, anyway, our Adobe thing has changed and it's weird.
Well, just make sure, John, that you're sharing the same, or Adam, one of you, make sure to share the exact same version that the RAC has been looking at for the last month.
It is.
Okay.
That is what I was sharing was the Word version of the PDF that went out.
I see.
That is the version that we used, and dated the 2nd of February.
Okay. Yeah. Great. All right. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene here at, what would it be, 10:45?
Great.
Hey, Ruby, can you change? Oh, thank you. Perfect. Thank you. All right. 12 minutes goes real fast. Let's come back. So John, the cultural resources conversation that we just had, I believe wraps up all of the updates that you had. Is that right?
Well, in many ways it does. Now, I would encourage people to remember. So what we've done there is really tried to build the approach to historic, cultural, and archaeological resources um, based on what SHPO would require, what would local government require in the event that they have a local program, and also what the National Register of Historic Places process, which I think also folds into some of what SHPO does. Um, um, as opposed to, we never wanted to try to create a whole new thing unless there wasn't an existing
Right.
set of authorities, which there is. So we tried to balance it. So again, the kind of order of operations is, if there's nothing there, then you're good. Now you afford a decision maker the ability to reach a conclusion by providing the information on that. If there is something there, and it needs to be mitigated, well, then you abide by the terms of your SHPO archaeological permit for excavation or any local provisions that would apply. And if there are things out there where SHPO won't issue a permit, or would otherwise not be available, then those are ineligible. You're not going to be able to develop on things. I don't think that's any different than how it works today. So I'll just say there. Yeah, I don't know why that is. That's really frustrating. I apologize. I'm responding to Adam's pop in the chat there, and I'll try to get those out to you guys. So, there are a couple little things that didn't make their way into, because we learned a little later.
Before you jump into that, I want to do two things. One is recognize that we've been joined by some folks who were absent when we started. And so I see that Brandon's here. I see that Commissioner Williams is here. Hey. And I see that Jeremy from ODFW has joined us as our one of our state tech experts. Who else has joined us since the break?
I was here prior to the break.
Oh, were you here, Commissioner Williams?
Yes,
James, how did I not see
I
you?
just joined a few minutes late and I missed the introductions.
I see. Welcome. Anybody else that joined us? Oh, Dan. No, Dan was already here. Okay, so I want to close the loop on that. And then for those of you who missed the conversation, we spent pretty much the first part of the meeting really focused around cultural, historic, archaeological resources. We had some great support from Kirsten Green and from Amanda Punton from DLCD. We worked through all the language. The overarching is that we want things to be consistent with the new Goal 5 rules that came out in December. And so we want to make sure that our language is consistent with that. We had Tom Jackman here with Odo, who talked about the FSEC process, making sure we were consistent with that. As John said, we didn't want to create something new. And then we had a little flurry of conversation toward the end about the use of the word consultation and what that means in a state context. And we modified that to be focused around communication and coordination. So, John?
Yeah, so excuse me. Most of what we probably should cover today was included in the previous materials provided before December 18th, I think it was, the last RAC meeting. A couple of things kind of around the edges. There's been some language. We talked a little bit about kind of refining the wildlife piece. That I believe is consistent with where we've been, and we kind of bounced it off ODFW as well. And I think everything seems to be okay with that. The military has provided some language, just again, some modest revisions to the military stuff, which would, I think, clarify who to send notice to. Again, it's entirely in keeping with what we've talked about. I think that's fine. So the other pieces where most of the new language has to do with the irrigation language. Again, the place we're trying to get to and iron out is what to do where someone that has had the ability, someone residing outside an irrigation district but has a water right, has found themselves in a situation where they're no longer to use that water right to irrigate their land. It was irrigated last year, but now they've been regulated off or something's happened. And in that instance, through no fault of their own, they probably should be considered a candidate for something else if it makes sense. And also we tried to account for kind of what we've heard secondhand about conversations that Representative Owens has been having with regard to the Harney Basin. We're scheduled to speak with him. A lot of the advice we gotten was, you should talk to Representative Owens about that. So we're going to do that. So what I would suggest is maybe we just hold on the water irrigation conversation. Let us have a conversation with the representative from out there, unless there's just some fundamental disagreement about that concept. If everybody's on board generally with the concept, which is one, land that's irrigated today should stay irrigated. But if for some reason, some regulatory reason, some whatever, prolonged drought, something that genuinely removes the ability to irrigate, then maybe an alternative is okay. Unless people are fundamentally opposed to that idea, I would say let's just put a pin in that. Let's see what the conversation moving forward yields. And the next big piece of new language has to do with trying to respond to what we've heard about the agricultural mitigation stuff. We've heard that we need to try to explain what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it. And to that end, I borrowed language that Mark Hudson had inserted in the tool he built to try to explain how he built it and so on and so forth. So that's probably the next piece to look at. Then we've also got some probably a little discussion about implementation. We tried to listen to what we heard and about the necessity for additional for mandating the number of hearings. For instance, we said no, we don't need to do that because it's going to happen naturally, and also with regard to the advanced outreach to certain groups, including tribes, including Department of Defense, including ODFW, so on and so forth. How much in advance that should be, and really who that should be. Right, maybe not every single one of those on that list, which is also largely included in the statute, ORS 215-446. Maybe the Department of Aeronautics doesn't need advance notice. Maybe ODO doesn't need advance notice. So any kind of refining that to make sure we're focusing in the right areas, and that's probably a lot for or enough for just right now. So. What I can do is go back and share my screen. We can look at the language with regards to agriculture mitigation, see if it makes sense, and see if it's kind of tracking with what folks are hoping to see, and kind of go from there. Does that work?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks for that summary, John, of all the pieces.
So keep your fingers crossed for me so I can do this. Maybe I made it this time. I'm scrolling through multiple pages, but as you remember, because we bifurcated the sites and areas, much of that is the same. So here we are. This is agricultural mitigation. This is subsection 5. And we've identified that where mitigation under these are subsection. This is the space under the photovoltaic resource sites language in subsection 3, and same thing for photovoltaic resource areas under subsection 4. And
so John, just so everybody's really clear, because this folks have gotten a little upside down on this before. So be sure to point, so this is same language that people have seen since December 18th, but we just haven't had a chance to talk to yet, or is this new language?
this might be new language. I've confused. I'm actually confused myself. I believe we heard. I think this might be new. Because we heard again. I believe we heard again at the 18th that we should try to or, again kind of lay out and set forth the reasoning around the mitigation calculator and the mitigation payment.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this has been seen. But I'm glad you mentioned that, because I did want to mention, right? There's two things here, and this is another example of how we tried to come up with an opportunity that provides certainty, as well as an opportunity that offers flexibility. It's hard to marry those things into one thing. But so in large A would represent here lines 16 through 25, right? Is one way the commits for mitigation for agricultural land could happen, and that could be that an applicant and a county come together and they figure something out, and it makes a lot of sense and accomplishes these items. It's suitably durable, it's proximate, it's no net loss, or providing an uplift to the relevant agricultural economy.
Hey,
That's intended to
John,
provide that
I'm
flexibility.
going to
Yes.
interrupt. I'm going to interrupt just for a minute. Andrea just put in the chat that she has to step away at 11 for just a little bit. I wonder, is there a different section we can jump to? Because this is really pertinent to something that Andrea is very interested in being able to
Yeah,
wait.
I think so.
If we could just hold everything you're going to say. Andrea, when are you going to be back? Maybe she's already stepped away. I think
I
she
thought
was
you were
just
going to scold me.
I kind of was scolding you a little bit, but you didn't know. So she needed to step away just for a few minutes to meet with a legislator, and she put in the chat that she just was really sad to not be part of this conversation. So
Oh, so let's scroll down here. Before we leave here, though, I remember that there was it felt like there was maybe a little anxiety or confusion about this language and the no net loss or the uplift. That doesn't apply in every instance. I would just emphasize that only applies if a proposal elects to use this large A, which is the flexibility. It has more flexibility, has more risk, but has more flexibility. If you opt for the large B, that's intended to be certain. That's intended to provide certainty. If you use B, you're going to be found compliant with the rule. And no need to think about the other stuff. We talked already a lot about this stuff, but this would be the section, and I'm gonna cruise through this, you guys.
did you see Dugan's comment
No.
in the chat? He says he thinks he raised this issue with no net loss in the past, and he likes the or and the
Good.
the subsection Roman numeral 4 part of this section.
I think you can thank Max for that. I think that's some of his fingerprints are
Thank
on
you,
that.
Max.
Which of course we agree with. So thank you, Dugan. I appreciate you sharing that. And we have you just to kind of tie some of the stuff together, where mitigation is required for these things, if it's, if it's a historic thing, it'd be based on these requirements that are in the existing rule. Same with the other item here. If it's in a local comprehensive plan, then it's based on that local program, right? And then if it's an archaeological site, we're really going to turn to the whatever the SHPO permit requires. We eliminated this about the barrel protection only because it's our understanding that that's not something that you're going to get a permit to do. And so that would be covered under the areas that would essentially be ineligible sites. So maybe we could talk just a second about this, which is the community needs and benefits stuff, right? And as before, we've tried to provide not dueling, right? But dual opportunities. One is that affords a applicant in the county the flexibility to kind of come up with some meaningful arrangement that works. And there's flexibility, but there's risk along with that. Someone could say, well, I don't think you've done it right. But this is what we're trying to do here, is to get at these things. And the purpose is, right, we want the community and the neighborhoods to feel like they're that they're enjoying the benefits of this development. We want them to be happy. We want them to be receptive, right? We want them to feel like they're being made whole. So they're not just on the outside looking in, but this is part of it's this new part of their neighborhood, and they they welcome it, and that's hard to that notion is hard to codify, right? But we're not trying to be mean to the developers at all. We're trying to cultivate a situation where people feel supportive of these projects. I don't know if you guys have been reading about what's going on in Oklahoma right now, but we think we can do better than that. So one of the things we haven't settled on, and I just stuck this in here because I wanted to make sure we talked about it. This is the other piece. This is the certainty, right? If an applicant or wants to say, what, I don't want to fuss around with this other stuff. I just want to guarantee that I'm compliant. Then they can do the outreach activities, as well as a payment, community benefit payment. And we talked about assigning a value per megawatt of nameplate capacity as being a reasonable way, but we really hadn't talked about what that value was, right? So I've just stuck in here for purposes of conversation, $1,000 per nameplate capacity, megawatt of nameplate capacity. So, right, so if you've got a nameplate capacity of 200 megawatts, the amount would be 200,000, which is a lot. But it's also pretty expensive. We're also basing that in some way, or is thinking and Mike, I see your hand, bud. Hang on just a second, please. Appreciate your patience. That at a estimated construction cost of about $1 million per megawatt, that amount represents about 1/10% of the cost of doing that, which we hope is is not an unreasonable amount, especially when its purpose is to generate support and goodwill and acceptance in the community that they're going to be sharing with folks. I'm going to pause right there. I saw that one hand up. So
Mike's went up, and
yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm probably the only person on this call that doesn't know what nameplate megawatt means.
Well, it's a good question for people that are watching too. I'm sure that a lot of folks don't know.
So who wants to help me with that?
I can help with that.
Thank you, Dugan.
John.
The awkward silence there.
Yeah, by nameplate megawatt, I'm assuming this is meaning, so, like a solar facility might be 100. Well, it also depends on AC or DC. That's another thing that we can maybe talk about. But so sometimes people will, it's the total amount of power that the project could put out instantaneously. And then the difference between AC and DC, so that means like if I have a bunch of panels out in a field, if it's perfect conditions and the sun is shining, what is my like total output? That's the nameplate. Now, most of the day at night, that's gonna, the actual production is gonna be 0. And then throughout the day, in the morning, in the afternoon, it's not gonna be necessarily at that total nameplate. It's gonna be a percentage of that nameplate. But that's definitely something to think about. And then one thing we might want to specify here is AC or DC. This means sometimes people talk about their projects in terms of DC, as in before the inverter, the true amount of panels that are out in the field. Of course, there are losses between the panels and converting the power from DC power to AC power. AC is what gets put onto the grid. And so, for example, often an 80 megawatt DC project will only have an instantaneous actual output to the grid of maybe 60 megawatts DC, or sorry, AC. I think I'm getting that right. Yeah, AC and DC, sorry. But pretty much like some people quote the bigger number of like before the meter, and then some people quote use the smaller number after the meter. I guess generally I prefer using AC numbers because it's the actual amount that could go to the grid as compared to just what's the number of panels in the field. But that's just my opinion.
So let me, well, first of all, Mike, did that help?
Yeah, it did. Just I was just trying to get the context and somebody offered or brought up using nameplate there, or what I'm interpreting to be the maximum total output or generation you can have at a peak time. And I'm wondering, how we arrived at that. Maybe I don't want to muddy the waters here, or as opposed to like an average output or something like that.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And before I forget, I was going to ask Dugan. So for instance, on the let's just use the Sunstone project. If you go to Odo's website, it'll have, I can't remember what it is, but it'll say this many megawatts. Is that AC or DC? Do you remember?
I don't know from the Odo website. Maybe. Oh, Tom, here we go.
Hey, Tom, go ahead.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that question, but I just don't see why you would do anything other than the nameplate. It's very predictable. It's, how everybody understands these projects. If you read a news article, it's going to say there's a 300 megawatt facility going in.
Right.
They don't worry about capacity factors and all those other things. It just, and it also sort of is a reflection of the impact on the land too, right? So your average output could be a reflection of a whole bunch of factors, but in terms of impact on the land, it really is a function of, how many panels are you installing, and that's going to be basically your nameplate capacity.
Okay, so I think it was that type of reasoning. I think that was well, we started out, we're offering a couple different things, and one was again for discussion purposes, sake of discussion, was sort of kind of capturing some minimal amount of the value that a developer enjoy, or the savings, I should say, that a developer might enjoy of going through the local process versus going through the state process. And that was complicated, to say the least. And then the other one was, to say, try to predict, or try to identify some percentage of a project budget that was reasonable. And some of the folks said, I think Damien might have been involved in this conversation, Max Lane perhaps. Let's just do nameplate. Let's just assign a value. Let's use the nameplate. That's pretty understand. And I think all energy projects have that. And let's just use that. That's identifiable, understandable, and then figure out what's the right commensurate value. So this is what we're putting out there so that we can have a conversation about it. And just so happens that this amount kind of lands us back where we were, and hopefully at least the description there it makes some sense. And I see Mike's hand up.
Yeah, I see Mike's hand up, and also I want to recognize that Max invited Damien to weigh in on this as well, if he had something helpful to help the group understand. So Max or Mike, go ahead, and then Damien, think about if there's something you want to contribute. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was just wondering how some of the developer folks looked at this in terms of kind of the relativity amongst the three options. One is a dollar amount per megawatt. Right now, it's proposed as 1,000, versus the other ones, which are kind of not defined and open-ended. Providing emergency service, resilient power to emergency services, or creating a microgrid. I mean, both of those could end up being extremely expensive depending on how it's done and the scale and scope. I'm just wondering how developers might respond to those three options. Is it simplest just to pay a dollar amount per nameplate megawatt and get it over with, or do you think there might be some interest in working with the local community and negotiating some of these other potential community benefits? Thanks.
Damien, anything you wanted to add? And then I see Dugan's hand, and there's a comment from Elaine in the chat too for folks to pay attention to about the cumulative.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, because we had a pretty good conversation about this. I think it was sometime in December. I think on the nameplate, as opposed to what other metric, gentleman from Moto got it right. Like, we're looking for something that is easily knowable, that we wouldn't have to, audit performance over time and come up with different numbers and engage in an analysis to figure out what the number is. And then the issue with kind of percentage of project cost is there, every developer defines project cost differently. And so how do you go about doing it? And, there's just a bunch of variables, but nameplate capacity, every module, it's part of the specs. You know exactly what its nameplate capacity is. You just take that and multiply by the number of modules, and you have a certain number on which you can base in it. And it is it goes up and down relative to the size of the project. So it kind of does what we need it to do. I do think the point that Elaine's making is an important one that we should double click on, is that, we have to think of these, requirements that we're putting on it kind of in the aggregate. If the target is 10% and we're saying that's reasonable, I'm not 100% sure that is, but it's not, in a vacuum, that the community benefits, right? Like, there are other sources of mitigation and other costs that are going to get imposed through these rules as well. And I think our back of the napkin, kind of numbers that we've thrown out in the prior conversation were lower than 1,000. And, I was thinking that maybe it makes sense to put some version of a range in there, because what we're talking about is the other element is really who gets to choose what this money goes to. And as far as like the developers go, should, the question of, do folks want to do a proposal of what are the local interests, or leave it in the hands of kind of local elected officials and developers? The folks on the call seemed pretty comfortable with elected officials making the call, but the number that where we landed does seem kind of high, especially considering that from what I understand and the feedback I'm getting, we're unlikely to find a significant amount of land that does not have mitigation requirements. So it's going to be whatever number we plug in there, plus the mitigation on different fronts as well.
So Damien, is there a range that you would propose that you think makes sense?
Yeah, I'd put 250 to 500 was what I thrown out as far as per nameplate megawatt. for really big projects, that ends up being a really big number. But it doesn't unduly burden, hopefully, some of the sort of more mid-range projects. That being said, that's back of the napkin, kind of just what seems like it makes sense. I've not done an analysis of sort of what the different mitigations would cost, and then kind of added those all together with the community benefit. So, I'd say it's not the most informed range.
So thank you, Damien. I hope I'm not jumping in over anybody. Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that, we wanted there to be a figure in there to talk about, and that's not our recommended figure, but so I really appreciate that. And also I can't see, or haven't tried to see, Elaine's comments. But I think in listening to you, it's recognition that, as you said, this could be the third a project may have to mitigate for wildlife. It may have to mitigate for agricultural land. It may have to mitigate for archaeological resources, cultural, historical, and this too. So, and we didn't think about that into this at this point. So I'm kind of wondering, could it make sense to set like some overall ceiling? I don't know how you do that, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, Damien proposed a range of 250 to 500. I mean, you could do a up to 500, so you've got a bit of a cap. There's lots of ways to do that. But I do think, because of the nature of how we've been discussing these rules in kind of little bits, that as we take a step back and look at it in its totality, it's important to keep in mind what the overall impact is. And I think that's what Elaine's pointing out. Dugan, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump back in and say, yeah, I mean, I think this idea of I'm thinking of it similar to how we negotiate pilots and payment in lieu of taxes. And that, usually the county gets to decide. There is a top end limit that the state sets for what that can be. But there is kind of a negotiation there. And I think in terms responding to Mike's question, like which one is appealing to me, I think the first one is most appealing as like someone who wants to get community buy-in, but I'm a little worried about those being appealable. Like what is enough to be uplift, right? I mean, we're using a pretty general term. And so if I'm worried about getting appealed to LUBA and it being a whole thing and everything, I might go for the more certainty-based, number-based thing. So it depends, I think, on the situation. And, you could get 90% of a community really happy about a project, but you could have one person who sues you. So, I think that
it only takes one. Huh.
It only takes one, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's going to affect that decision pretty heavily, I guess, is, if you're feeling like litigation is a real option, falling back on a more standardized thing is very helpful.
So Dugan, do you feel like that what's being proposed here, if it was like a 250 to 500 range, that makes sense? And John, you're still sharing your screen, so we're looking at a conversation.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So don't be doing that.
I'm not looking. No, but yeah, sure. I mean, it's hard to tell because, there have been ranges from other states, but they don't often include the same requirements of mitigation in addition. So I'm trying to factor in this like cumulative impact. So even though, a shift downward from the 1,000 might seem, I don't know, not to what people want, I do wonder how it all kind of fits together if you have a site that like needs to do each of these things. I do, again, like the idea of a range that the county can kind of negotiate through and give, but yeah, and giving, similar to how we deal with it in the pilot and generally giving the county a feeling that they have had some discretion over what that number is instead of the state coming down on top and telling them what it should be. So I think that's another thing we notice. I'm trying to think. I mean, we often talk about things in terms of cost per watt. So you would just divide this by, I guess, 100,000 to get down to or maybe 1 million. I'm trying to do my math. If you divide by 1,000, you get it down to $1 per kilowatt. Divide that by another 1,000, you'll get it down to $1 by watt. So, that's usually what we think of when it comes to cost of a system. And so, I mean, yeah, adding a cent per watt isn't nothing. Definitely, that's what the 1,000 would do. But yeah, we're kind of pulling a number out of the air, which I also don't love. So that again is the reason I like the range. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll stop there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And Mike, I was going to call on you because you've been a real champion for the community benefits piece. And I do see that Max put in the chat, and I was going to call on either Commissioner Williams or Brandon or both and just get their thoughts on this as well. So Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I mean, if C and D has no appeal to solar developers, in here, I mean, from a community perspective, I think that those could potentially be appealing, attractive, offsetting benefits to the large utility scale solar development in their community. However, they're difficult to predict the cost. I also don't know if there's some efficiency in so doing either of C and D. They have those skill sets within their organization, or is that something that would have to be, contracted out to there's just a lot.
Hey, Mike, I think we lost you. I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, Mike's breaking up.
I'm just fussing around with this a little bit, and maybe.
So while you're fussing, let's see if Commissioner Williams or Brandon, if either of you can weigh in on Max's question about have you seen a range in pilot payments, or will the county always request the maximum? And then followed by, there's some good comments from Laura in here. Laura needs to leave at 11:30, but Laura's saying, maybe just have a minimum to give counties give folks more of a more flexibility. So it'd be helpful to hear either Commissioner Williams or Brandon or both your thoughts on this. Are they still here, or did we lose Brandon to a potluck?
So, I don't know.
No potluck yet. However, there is a county New Year's get together tonight, so I am looking forward to that.
Nice.
To answer Max's question, I don't have a good sense of feedback for if other counties always ask for the maximum on that. I would make an assumption that that's probably where a good negotiating starting point, but that's an assumption on my part. As far as the rest of the suggested language there, I would defer to, I like the idea, I like the concepts, but I would defer to how comfortable the development community is with that. I think that makes the most sense.
I think Commissioner Williams might have stepped away. Max?
Is Mike back?
Mike Eng? I saw him come back. Yep.
Okay. Well, yeah, just your comment, Mike, which was breaking up a little bit, but I don't think there's any harm in including those. I was actually going to propose what John is drafting right now, is that it be a list of possibilities as opposed to a definitive list. I can't speak for other developers, but we've had a lot of conversations with landowners, like prisons, for example, that have additional property, or other types of property owners that would want something like this, like a separate microgrid or like a behind the meter. And frankly, that's just not our business. So it's a different type of development. It's a different type of kind of interconnection facility. And our response is typically, well, take your lease payments and hire a developer that does that type of work, because we do utility scale, and you'll be better off using a developer that specializes in that type of development. So while I think it's definitely good, I think it's unlikely that, New Sun personally would create like a separate standalone fenced in 1 megawatt behind the meter facility that plugged into the local grid next door to a 200 megawatt utility scale solar farm that's plugging into Bonneville Power. It's just a different animal. So I don't think there's a harm in including it. I think the likelihood that someone does it is relatively low, which is why I think having it as an example is great, and it encourages creativity and that type of thinking and those types of possibilities. But also having that, per dollar payment creates the certainty that I think the majority of developers is that's what they'll use. I hope that speaks to what you were talking about, Mike.
Yeah, I was kind of assuming that, and I think the way that John has reworded this as examples, I think. Sorry, I'm unstable here. I'll get off.
Yeah, Mike, actually, I think if you just turn your video off, sometimes that helps with the bandwidth.
Yeah, I think, including it as examples, I think that's probably makes sense because of the uncertainty of the cost of that. I'm also wondering from a developer's point of view whether something like this would or could possibly create some incentives for creative partnerships. If there is, Oregon has a community benefits requirement, maybe they should say, well, maybe we should partner with this other company that does focus on microgrids or resilient planning and offer that community, that county a package. Anyway, that's kind of my thought in wanting to continue to include it, but not, I think this new language has probably worked.
Great. Thanks for that, Mike. So John, is there anything more about community benefits? Because Andrea's joined us and we could bump back up to the ag conversation that
No,
we
I think this
pulled
is
off.
really helpful, you guys, and I kind of like. Obviously, this hasn't been artfully drafted, but I thought, I think there's value to keeping some stuff in here, if for no other reason than serving as an indicator of things we'd like to have considered. And this might do it in a more reasonable way. You would have to figure out exactly how to put it together, but anyway, so I think this is helpful. I really appreciate suggestions of the language or the dollar figure and the explanation of nameplate capacity. I feel like we gained some important ground.
So,
on
and
that.
actually, before you leave it completely, John, I'll make one suggestion. It's an observation just based on this last conversation that I think it would be helpful as a part of your staff report, or at some point for the commission to understand a couple of examples around the cumulative, the sort of stacking of payments and what that might look like for different sorts of, maybe a couple example facilities, and perhaps Max Dugan, Damien could help with that, so that you really can convey that, there's the benefits, we're looking at most sites requiring some level of mitigation. Here's what that looks like for this size facility in this kind of area. Here's what it looks like for that, to give people a sense of it.
So am I capturing?
It's just my suggestion, just on the observation. I think that would go a long way to help people understand that, that all of these things work together. And Elaine likes that. Dugan?
Just quickly, from the development community, we might not be able to give you one number, which is mitigation on cultural, because
yeah.
often those are private agreements between developers and tribes. So those I don't think we can unseal, but I mean, I don't know if I could give like a generalized number or something. But anyway, just one thought there. We might need to kind of fudge a number for that.
Thank you, Dugan. I think that's perfectly fair. I think that what I feel like is having an understanding, or at least a better understanding, enhanced understanding, is great. But I think just just a basic realization that, that there could be a bundle, a bundle of duties that require investments for mitigation. And we shouldn't forget that. I think that feels to me like the takeaway as much as anything else. So am I off the mark there?
Yeah, no, I think that's what we're saying. And just whatever way we can illustrate that, because it doesn't come through clearly if you're just reading the rules.
Right. Okay.
So can we rewind back up to the ag section because Andrea's back and I suggested that we hold that until she returned. And then while you're doing that, how many more pieces do we need to walk through in this division before? Yeah,
We're pretty close.
I thought we were pretty close, and then there's only a couple in the other. I'm just thinking about managing our time, because after lunch, I really want to do the round table, make sure we have plenty of time
Okay.
for
Okay. So, as we talked here, as this is this is a section that talks about agricultural mitigation. It's tied to the other pieces where it would be required. But this is the new language, or this is the stuff we added, the additive stuff. We tried to just tuck in kind of the explanation that Mark had offered. So I didn't author that. I didn't write this. I borrowed it from or stole it, whatever you want to look at from Mark. But it felt to me like it accomplished what folks were kind of asking for, right? So we talk about the purpose of what we're trying to do, replacing the economic value lost by the local community. And Andrea, I see your hand up, so I'll try to be quick here. And that what the basis for the calculator is and how it's built and what is put together on, which are these other things. I'll just stop there and see what folks think.
Andrea's ready to weigh in.
Yeah, it's mostly on, go back up to that first sentence. I mean, I love all this. I mean, devil's in the details, but I'm very happy to see this in here. For the purpose of replacing economic value that's lost to the local community when agricultural land is converted. My first blush at reading that is very, very literal, meaning that that farm earned X and we want to replace X, right? But we're not replacing X necessarily. We're gonna we're gonna take an equivalent from X to help support, right, the remaining agricultural community. So, I mean, I don't know. It's not a deal breaker with this language. There's something about this sentence that's a little off to me for what we're trying to do.
So as you were talking, Andrea, I was reflecting back on our conversation about foundational lands, and I'm wondering if there's a way to say, in recognition of the role that foundational lands play in the local economy.
That's it. We want to talk about the local ag economy.
On the local ag economy, to sort of soften that it's not a one-to-one.
Right. Okay, so here it is. For the purpose of replacing the economic value that's lost to the local ag economy when agricultural land is converted, right? So that then talks about things like I keep going back to the Pine Gate, right?
Yeah.
Proposal, which was beautiful. Money to support the silo, the co-op, right? So it was, yeah, I think it's the whole issue is the local ag economy.
Yeah. And then Elaine put a question in the chat about, what does this look like? What are we talking about in terms of dollars? I mean, if we apply this to something.
We have an example of how this would be applied. I mean, I'm glad to see it written down in words, but what does this really mean?
We do. And we have, Mark had his example that I might be able, I might have to pull it up later. But it's you plug in, oops, I don't know what I just did there. You plug in, you plug in the number of acres, and it based on soils, and it as well as some pasture rents, so on and so forth, and it comes up with a number, and it's just an Excel spreadsheet, really. Trying to think of what's the best way. So we could send that. I think we have shared that before. We could take a look at that, if that'd be helpful now, or we could do it at some other point.
I do
That's
think
what,
again, there's value in that, coming up with a couple of different examples of a certain size site in a certain community on certain kinds of lands, and what that payment looks like, what all those payments look like, and what a different one in a different place. I think there's value in that.
I think it would be helpful to have some illustrative examples for each of these mitigation requirements, so that then you can then see what is the cumulative mitigation obligation for an example project, and are we really achieving our goals of stream permitting for lower conflict sites? Like, how is the balancing working? So that would be helpful to be able to see.
So Andrea, aside from really loving all of this language, we held this off until you came back. And the one change that we just talked about, anything else from you or from others, Dugan?
No, not from me. I'll just to say, I mean, my concern throughout this whole process is the recognition of the impact of this other good thing that we're doing, right? But the recognition of the impact on the ag community, and making sure we keep the ag community whole as a whole, and don't impact them to the point that other farmers are not able to meet their needs.
Yeah, appreciate that. Dugan.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit, and I tried to go to the link that was in the rule, but it led me to an error page. Yeah, I am trying to understand, because I am having a hard time conceptualizing what kind of land would lead to what in the lower down rule. What kind of land would lead to what kind of mitigation payment? I'll just say for our part at Pine Gate, and actually this was just brought up on the Oregonian just had a podcast with Sarah Esterson on from Odo, talking about our mitigation plan, and generally how at least EPSEC and Odo are approaching these kinds of mitigation things. And I think the emphasis there was on a site specific study. I think if you're building a much smaller site, it's going to have way less of an impact. So I guess I would hope that if we standardize it, anything we do kind of goes along with kind of the general expectation of exponential impact to the ag economy. If one person stops buying a tractor, I don't know if it's necessarily that impactful on the ag economy, but if 5 landowners stop buying tractors, that clearly has an impact. So I think that's something I'm wondering here, between whether we should have this laid out approach with like this calculator, or if it should be just a requirement to do kind of an economic study using something similar to the in-plan model that we use, where you just look at the off-site impacts of taking a certain amount of ground out of the current production that it's in. I'm not sure if that, because I think that's the sense we're trying to get at, right? Is if this land was not taken out of the production that it is previously in, what would it be? And I think, if we're looking at, and I know that the department generally likes doing the potential of land as compared to what actually is happening, but in this situation, we could also be mitigating for some, if the land is fallow but has soil characteristics that call it high value, then we're going to be mitigating for something, for economic impact that isn't actually taken away because nothing was actually there. when, so, you know, it leads to kind of some of these weirder things if we don't make it as bespoke. I don't know if other people have thoughts about, you know, if that would be appealable more or something, you know, a little bit less non-standard. But I'm just trying to think if we can get our good example into into rules like this. I'm not sure if that will work.
So I see a couple hands up, but I'm going to jump in apologize, Thad, real quickly. I'd just say that I think the large A would provide for that. You know, if you know, someone said, hey, you know, we really don't want to go through the mitigation calculator. You know, we would prefer to go through this alternative that, you know, but gets us to the same place. I think that that's still available. And then finally, and I'm not trying to debate or argue, um, um, except to say that, you know, we want to provide something that's clear and objective, right? You meet it or you don't meet it. You know, if you meet it, you're guaranteed compliance. And that's part of the way we built this like this, right? We started out, I was like, well, maybe we just write out what the calculator should be based on. And then I thought, that's discretionary. Someone could challenge that. So, you know, let's have something, let's have an option that is, again, clear and objective. And if it's elected to be used, that it guarantees compliance. So anyway, just I wanted to get that in there before I forgot. So I apologize, Dad. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, and John, I appreciate you scrolling up and looking at A because I was thinking that same thing. It's like, doesn't A allow for what Dugan just talked
It
about?
does. It's
So,
intended to, yes.
yeah. So Thad, go ahead.
So you're saying that you want like calculations for potential crop loss on different varieties of land throughout the state, right? That's kind of what the B is.
What it would be, yes. So it would be based on what there would be, right? You say, okay, here's a site, and this site is 1,000 acres, and 500 acres is class 3 soil, and there's a, you know, kind of a value associated with that, and 500 acres is class 4 soil, and so there's a value. There's a different value because it's a little lower productivity. You punch that stuff in, and it gives you a number, right?
But your classes could have different types of crops on them, correct? I mean,
well, sure they could.
Take Sherman County, for example. Sherman County is dryland wheat. I mean,
Yep.
that's easy. That's easy math to figure out. I mean, you just do your county T yield, say it's 51 bushels to the acre times your federal insurance, which is 680, and then that's what the co-op is making off of an acre of land. I mean, it's, if anybody wanted to know that.
Yeah, well, that's right, and I think there's opportunity to consider it. It's not quite how this has been put together, but you know, we're just, you know, we're trying to strike the right balance here, and really appreciate inviting these comments. So I'm going to go ahead
Yeah.
and stop.
And
See
also,
Max is hand.
what, you know, Thad, what I think what the group has been trying to do is figure out how to provide some flexibility and some options while also providing some examples and a path, you know, so that counties have you know, a place to start. Max?
I'll let Emily go first, as I think my comment's going to derail this conversation.
Thanks for the heads up, Max.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to come back to the no net loss language, and I appreciate the effort to try to add in flexibility here and the addition of the or, but still with the or after that no net loss piece, I'm still wondering how you prove the no net loss, or a developer would prove the uplift to a relevant ag economy. I understand the effort there. I don't know if we need to spell that out more, just so there's more certainty with this option as well. But I was just wondering if we could talk about that a little bit more. Thanks.
Yeah, that does seem subjective.
It is. It absolutely is, and I think we certainly could talk about it. But I don't want to. I don't want to forget that Max has
Yeah.
Bez's about ready to solve this all for us.
Yeah, Max is ready to derail this conversation, so
Yeah, I'm not gonna solve it, John. So if you want to talk about the or, go for it.
we're all ready, Max.
Okay, well, yeah, just kind of taking it back to where we started with this conversation in terms of looking at this cumulatively. You know, John, do you have a sense of what the dollar per acre range is under the calculator? Like just order of magnitude. Is it $100 per acre? Is it $1,000 per acre?
No,
What's
it's yeah. I can look. I want to say like that. In a dry land, saying $192 maybe for. And I can look and verify that, but it's going to be, the poorer the soil, the lower the number's going to be, right?
okay?
So we're talking about better stuff, which we won't be too much. It's going to be higher. I don't think anything is going to be $1,000 an acre.
Okay, let's presume it's 500. So we're saying it's 500, and let's run a quick experiment. Let's say we're doing a 100 megawatt project that has ag mitigation payment, wildlife mitigation payment, and a community benefits payment. And let's say that the range for community benefits is $750 per acre times 500 is $375, $500 an acre times 500 for ag mitigation is 250 plus 375 is 625, and then let's say it's $200,000 to do a third party juniper removal plan on 500 acres. We're at a payment of $825,000 for a 100 megawatt facility just to use this opportunity. And so I think when developers and developer attorneys look at that, the question is going to be, well, how much does it cost to get a goal 3 exception? And I think the answer is going to be it's a lot less. So I think that just brings us back to where we started in terms of, is anyone going to use this? I don't know. I mean, I've been looking at these rules and our project areas, and I'm kind of in the position of thinking that we probably won't use this rule because it's complicated and there's a lot of tests and there's a lot of these payments related to it. So I'd like to hear from other folks on the rack in terms of, what the thought is and what the thinking has been in terms of walking through this rule and all these tests and all these payments and how it's actually going to be implemented and whether it's going to be implemented. I mean, I think there's been a great conversation in terms of the details and the specifics, but if we don't have a rule that developers are going to use because it's $1 million payment just for 100 megawatts just to go through this rule, and that doesn't include the cost of actually designating the site with the county, which is new and unknown and could be appealed, and then you're paying a legal fee to go to LUBA, as well as the cost to obtain the conditional use permit. So this is a really high cost, I think, for siting your facility in the right place. You're being charged a premium. And I think that's kind of a fundamental issue with the structure. I'm not saying that these are not all good things that we should consider in terms of making sure community members are happy and the ag economy isn't negatively impacted. But when we step back and look at it as a whole, have we come up with something that is functional? And I seriously question that. So I'll stop there.
So I appreciate that, Max. And I'm not trying to just change the conversation, but I pulled up the tool, just so you can see it. We see it again, and kind of see how it's supposed to work. This is based on I think a several hundred acre site in Lake County, Oregon, that has a combination of different soil types. You can see we've come up with or Mark has figured out what the likely rent for that would be, as dryland crops or as pasture. The economic contribution is 79 cents per dollar out of every dollar that goes back into the local economy. If it's a ranch lease agreement, bing bang boom, it came up with this number. You plug in over here. So there's an efficiency factor that helps distinguish between lower quality soils and higher quality soils. The number of soils is over here. Kind of do that same thing for the class 4, class 5. And at the end of all that, you come up with a total amount, which in this instance, again, it's I think around 600 acres. And this would be the presumed mitigation payment. So I'll just that's my best attempt to explain how that's supposed to work.
Well, and I think that, John, this is why it's going to be really important to have some examples of different, within different soil types with different mitigation. One of the things that Max just said was, about, the total cost could be really high to site facilities in places where where we want them to go. And, the whole charge of this group is to work to find sites that resolve conflicts and look for ways to resolve conflicts to streamline the siting of it. So they all work together. And so I think that what this group has done is identified areas where sites can go outright. There's areas where sites where development can go outright. There's areas where development can go with some level of mitigation consideration, and there's areas that aren't ripe for development. And so I think that's what, the calculation. So I think that having some examples that shows her the high end, like Max was talking about, that's like, all right, here's one that's cumulative with all of it. It fits all this other criteria. It's a great site. It's where we should be putting solar, except it has these mitigation requirements. And so to reduce those conflicts, there's this cost. But then on the other end of the spectrum, these are some areas that we've identified that they can go outright, that fit the criteria, and this is what those costs look like because they don't require mitigation. So I think having some of those would be really helpful. And so I think Max, talking about that on the high end is important, for people to see what those cumulative impacts could be, and what those sites look like. But I guess I'm saying I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the fact that the group has spent a lot of time trying to identify areas that are outright, just outright places that solar development can go.
Yeah, that's right, Jamie. And I guess I'm gonna kind of look towards the language in 3409, which talks about identifying characteristics of land in Eastern Oregon, best suited for counties to encourage and incentivize photovoltaic solar power. And the last piece of that is the ability to readily avoid negative impacts on all these cultural resources, natural resources, forestry, agriculture, or to readily minimize or mitigate those negative impacts. So yeah, right. That's what we tried to do, avoiding negative impacts by avoiding certain areas, or coming up with ways to legitimately mitigate what could be negative impacts in circumstances where those resources stand to be affected. So that's what we're trying to do, right?
Right. Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm doing my ghost thing today. The way I look at it, kind of following up or even maybe going in deeper to what you're saying is, so we've identified the places where no problem, just put them. That's, item number 1 in the legislation. Item number 2 is, and this is where you have to talk about, there's the cost of doing this stuff, but then if we didn't have, if a site did not go through this process and you were in an area, let's say, and since we're talking about ag, we'll say ag, that there was a lot of reluctance or antagonism to losing that land for ag by the neighbors, then that would put a great risk for that project, for them to be coming out en masse against the project, right? So you have to weigh the costs of that against the cost of going through this process. It's not like there's there's just the cost of going through the process. There's also the risk of going through the process, and this is reducing risk.
Yeah, that's helpful, Andrea. Another way to think about it, and just thinking about the goal 3 exception cost and process isn't. I mean, it's a public process, and so it's not it's not just writing a check. And so there is some political risk associated with that, that I think these rules are trying to ameliorate. But Max, I'm not trying to dump on you at all. I think that your example is really helpful to tee up. And I think we need to have those range of examples for the commission and for the public to understand.
Yeah, and
So I
I think this is going to be a public process too,
Yeah.
right? The
Absolutely.
idea is
You
that
bet.
we're going to have to submit evidence and people are going to come and challenge that evidence. So
Yeah.
like we're not changing the process, we're just creating a different process that we have to comply with, and there's still risk associated with that. And I think one of the things that would make the development community feel more comfortable is maps or demonstrations from the department that say, here are all the places that are unmitigated. And my concern is that there aren't any. And so my view, reading the rule and looking at my maps, is that all sites are going to be mitigated. And if I'm wrong, I'd love to know that. But that, I think that's my concern, is that we haven't actually identified sites that are outright allowed to this process.
Thanks for that clarification, Max. And John, I'm just not sure if we have the maps.
I think there's no. I think Max is. I think that point is well taken. There's a strong likelihood that a majority of these sites will require mitigation. I don't know that all of them will. And I know we looked at some areas. Well, the Archway site, which I think is stalled or not doing anything now in North Lake County, as well as the majority of the Obsidian site, outside of the archaeological stuff, would have been, it's not that good soil. It's, they could have represented land, so those sites could have represented things that may not have required mitigation. Maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe everything has archaeological resources on it, or something. We could, we can try to do something, but I think we accept and recognize that with all of these things, they're important. And some people are incredibly important, other people are, have their own priorities. But everything's really important to somebody. It is. It's hard to find a site that doesn't have any of those things. We'd love to, maybe think that there are some out there, but they could stand to be far and few between.
Mm-hmm. So just for purposes of closing the loop on the language for this section around ag, are we good to move on and move off of this and look at some of the other sections? What section do you want to take us to next, John?
I want to go to the bottom, pretty
And
much.
how many more do we have? Because it's almost noon.
This is
And
this
we
is pretty
built,
much.
I was gonna say, we built in lunch at 12:30. But if folks are feeling like we need to go to lunch sooner, I'd be interested to hear from people about that.
Yeah. So,
12:30 is kind of late for lunch when folks get up at, 5.
Let's look and see here. Yeah, so here's some language. This is the kind of advanced outreach piece, which we've tried to modify and could do some more. I mean, try to refine it. That would obligate, as part of a complete application, showing that an applicant has provided that advance notice and outreach to what could be other interested parties. That would include, in here we've kind of refined, we've consolidated who really probably is the best identified. Not everybody maybe needs to have that, which we could apply to the rest of it. unless a county has a pre-application conference that, that it involves those parties. That's what we're trying to get at, right? We're trying to get at giving folks a heads up and letting them know, and provide that, early and often type of communication that we spent some time talking about earlier. And whether that early and often communication is with the tribes or with the DOD. I mean, if Kim Peacher was here with the Navy and Todd is here with the Oregon Military Department, or was, they would say, we want early and often communication. So that's what we're trying to do. You may remember at one point this said 90 days. It doesn't say that anymore. At one point we didn't have this in here about whether if there was a pre-application conference, which we believe now would suffice for that, for that early communication. And also that this would apply to sites. Trying to figure out where it says that, but maybe not quite to the same extent to areas.
Sorry, John, what section are you on? I'm trying to track on another document because I can't see all the section. What are we in?
Still on 20.
So we are in section
Program.
8.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yep.
John, could you pause there for a minute and go through in a little more detail the difference between the first and second sentence? Which entities are required for comment under the first sentence versus which entities are required for comment if there's a pre-application meeting with the county?
Yeah. Yes. So in the first sentence, as it stands right now today, it would be all of them that are in that subsection. If they don't have the pre-application, let me run back up there. Bear with me. I mean, it's a big list, right? Actually, maybe I won't do that, but it's a whole list. And as we mentioned earlier, maybe not all of them need that. What we've done here with the pre-application conferences is what maybe we could apply up here as well, which is these the entities listed here are ODF&W, Department of Defense, and federally recognized Indian tribes. So if there's a pre-application that involves all of those folks, then they don't have to do it. We could and maybe should have considered doing the same thing here. So we recognize that there's a subset of that group, and this is a group that is obligated, or the county is obligated to notice them when they get an application. By and large, we have added something here and there, but by and large, that's the group that's identified in the ORS 215-446. Once a county gets an application, you send notice to these guys. So they're going to get notice. The question could be, it's a natural one, easy one, or reasonable one. Do all those people need to get advance notice? Does ODO, who might say, this is a county project, we don't really care, or somebody else need that? And so part of the question, Max, I think is, do we want to make sure that these are identifying the same parties? Right now they're not. Right now this is everybody, and this is a subsection or a subset of everybody. Does that help?
Thanks, John. Yeah, and I've been thinking about this since we last talked about it, and for other folks on the rack, the agency listed in 4BD 1, 6, and 8 are the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Defense, and Indian tribes as listed on LCIA. My thoughts on this, John, is that as we talked about, there's a scenario in which the application and the county's approval of the solar photovoltaic resource site is not conducted at the same time as the county's review and approval of the conditional use permit, in which case ODFW, the military, the tribes, and perhaps SHPO are the agencies that might be interested in that application, in the sense of confirming compliance with the criteria of the rule. So I've been thinking about this more, and my suggestion would be that as opposed to tying it to the requirement in the county code, that you separate it for sites and areas. So for areas, it's the full list. For sites, it's the agencies that likely have an interest in verifying the information that is being submitted for the site, which would be ODFW, SHPO, perhaps Department of Ag, although that probably depends on how the ag rules end up. And if you're just submitting a map for NRCS, I don't know that they need to confirm that, but maybe it's needed for, pounds of forage. I think that's TBD. And then I still have a question about whether the US DoD is the right agency or whether it's the Oregon Military Department that should be contacted. But I think a truncated list for sites versus the larger list for areas makes sense to me, at least. So
Okay. Thank you for that. I think that I think the statute speaks to the Department of Defense, and as Kim and Todd have said, that covers everything, and so they're comfortable with the with that approach. I'm just going to slide back down here. No, look, we're almost done.
Before we move on, I mean, does anybody else have anything to weigh in on for Max's suggestion about a different list for sites versus areas? And Max, I appreciate the suggestion. I mean, I think one of the things you've done so well is advocate for ways to streamline where we can. So,
well, I'm going to run down. I mean, again, I don't want to unnecessarily rush through, but kind of what we're left with, you guys, is a scheduled review. And right now it's written on or before January 1st, 2027. Originally we had that pushed out 5 years. And maybe this is too far too. But again, the bottom line is we want to build in an obligation to look at this rule again after it's been put in the field and hopefully used, and see how we've done. Here's some of the things we would talk about or look at. We'd want to talk to the folks that we've been fortunate to have in this conversation. See how the counties have done it. See how well we're doing with regards to the intent of the rule, and if they're updated improvements needed, then we identify those and carry those forward. And that really is the 0195 stuff.
Elaine had put in the chat about what our afternoon looks like because we haven't talked about the other divisions, and from what I recall, there were pretty minimal conversation that we needed to have around the other divisions. But so what we had planned was that we would work through all of this up until we took our lunch break at 12:30, and then come back after lunch with the roundtable to see where everybody's at and what more we need to be doing. So that was the plan. And so what I suggest is that we try to get through the other divisions. And if it feels like we're being rushed, or if we have miscalculated because there's additional conversation that we need to have, we'll make some adjustments to the agenda when we come back after lunch. Does that sound, what do you think about that group? To just try to keep powering through the other divisions.
So there's important things when you talk about in Division 33. What do you think? What do you think is next? There's not an abundance of issues, but the ones that are there, I think we want to we want to think about and talk about.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that we just continue on because that's what we'd planned. Take our break at 12:30. We'll just see how far we get. James likes that. Thank you. Thanks for the thumbs up. Oh, Elaine likes
You
that
weren't
too.
getting a lot of response from everyone else, so I figured I'd at least give you a thumbs up.
All right, look at that. Oh, lots of thumbs up. All right, yay. Just, throw me a bone once in a while, everybody.
Mm.
Go ahead, John.
You're doing a good job, Jamie.
We're all awake. Well, at least most of us, I imagine. This is just, there's a lot of material here.
There's a lot of
There
material
is.
here.
No, that's
Trying to
right.
stay on track.
So let me do this. Let's see this one. It is indeed. Okay, so this is the Division 33 stuff. And like, we talked about last time, one of the things that we'll want to decide is do we create two sections, one for Western Oregon and one for Eastern Oregon? Or do we tuck everything into the existing Section 38? The language we looked at last time would have just had one, which would have had that division or Section 38. This example would have propose a Section 45, which would be specific to Eastern Oregon. The standards should be the same, right? The stuff should be the same. It just might come in a different package. And we have been sensitive to not wanting to affect anything in Western Oregon with these rules. And the simplest way to make sure we do that is to have have two sections and have one that's specific to Eastern Oregon. If that's the feeling of the RAC, we'll go with that, whatever the RAC really wants to do. But I think the department's preference is that we use two sections.
Yeah, we heard from Gordon. I would say we heard from Gordon last time about the department's preference, and I think that the department hasn't asserted, I mean, they basically were asserting that to let you know, but they want to make sure that you all have a chance to weigh in and figure out what makes sense. Elaine?
Thanks. I'm just going to start us off. In my opinion, I don't see the need for any changes to Division 33 except to address the acreage thresholds and give people a crosswalk to the new rules in Division 23, and add temporary workforce housing to the solar PV definition. This is just a bunch of extra not necessary, and it's confusing. It adds complexity to the already siting standards. So it's like, can we just keep this as simple as possible? And if we're going to try to move anything forward, let's focus on the Division 23 pathway.
So I think that's a great point. But I also know that there are some things in here that are important to some of our members. And we've heard a lot about the cumulative impacts things, for example, and and some other stuff. So, but you're right. I mean, it is somewhat complicated. Unfortunately, sometimes that's the nature of writing rules.
Okay, we've got lots of hands up. Go ahead, James.
I just wanted to actually hone in on a little bit of Elaine's point there, and just ask for a little clarification. Are you talking specifically about having kind of a separation between Eastern and Western Oregon, or are you talking about the whole section in its entirety of 33?
So we would have
I think the question was for Elaine, James, or John.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I think we can deal with it via a cross-reference in Division 33 that only sites or areas in Eastern Oregon qualify. And that can be the language that's in Division 23 to clarify which sites or areas can use the pathway in Division 23 to avoid a goal exception.
Okay. I just was trying to better understand
yeah
what element that you were you were calling out as just too complicated? Was there something that we could make, that we could adjust, or maybe just take off the table to make it a little bit more palatable?
I think Elaine is suggesting taking out the whole thing other than the references.
Yeah, so let's take a look at that, right? And I see some hands up, so I don't want to jump the gun on that, but let's kind of cruise through this, see what that could mean, because there are, I think, with a couple of these pieces, there's a variety of choices that the RAC could choose to try to advance, ranging from drop it entirely to keep it and apply it across the board and somewhere in between. So there's room and space for that conversation, and I'm eager to see what folks think.
Okay, well,
Which Elaine, we know what Elaine thinks. She's off for that. Thank you.
Max and Dugan. Max, go ahead first.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Lane that this should be as simple as possible. To Commissioner Williams' questions, I think there are all these provisions in subsection I related to like soil compaction, erosion, and wildfire that I think the development community has been very clear. I can't speak for others, but like we will be forced to oppose the rule if if the outcome of this rule results in increased standards to all solar facilities outside of the Division 195 rules. I think that conflicts with the legislative intent and is frankly outside the scope of this rulemaking. So those things specifically, I think, are things that could be taken out of Division 33 and included in Division 195 if that's something the RAC wants to do. I think the temporary workforce housing and the length of permit validity were things that the RAC talked about and agreed upon as improvements to solar permitting. So those are things I agree in keeping with this, but I think that's all we really need in Division 33 is temporary workforce housing, permit validity periods, and the new acreage thresholds. And everything else should be in Division 195, and that will make the changes to Division 33 much more streamlined. So that's where I stand with this division.
So Max, I'm going to make sure we got it right. So temporary workforce housing, the permit validity period, and what was there was one more.
The acreage thresholds
Acreage threshold, thank
you. That's the most important thing. That's the whole basis of this rule. So those three things.
Right. That has to happen.
Yep.
Regardless of everything else, that has to happen for this to be able to work.
Yep. Okay, let's hear from Dugan.
Max stole my thunder on a lot of that, but I'm in a similar position to him.
Sorry,
I
Dugan.
think, no, all good, but where I feel like I'm getting close on Division 23 and be able to say I'm good with that. But if there are the provisions under subsection I in this section, and the analysis areas, which again apply to all solar, I guess all solar in Eastern Oregon, but again are not limited to the Division 23 eligible projects. Yeah, I'm going to be forced to say no. So I feel like these improvements can either be limited to the projects that we think are best, or we can just not include them at all. I think they're out of scope. So and I've stated that in the last few meetings, so I'll just keep it to that. And I know we're going to get to the how we feel 1 to 5 on everything, but that's kind of because I think these new standards applying to everything are just not something I can support at this point. And I don't think it really gets to what we want to do. I think it's maybe a nice to have, but it's not really core to what we're trying to do.
And John, you were scrolling furiously, and I'm assuming that you're at the section that people are objecting to.
I believe so. I think so. Right. So this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. Right. And so we're here at an I, which is the the basically approval standards, right? And we have is a bunch here. So A, B, C, and D are all, that's all existing in the rule right now. And that is all existing in Division 38, and would apply to any project, except that on non-arable land, all we worry about is weeds, right? We don't worry about the other. But those things those aren't new. Those are not new. They've been in place for a number of years. What is new, or could be new, is these last three, which is the soil health and the wildfire and the workforce housing. And so I think that the range of options would be that an H2, I guess, is new. And I'm curious what you guys think about that. But could be to, frankly, these items are not required by any statute. LCDC created, they promulgated these rules. So we could just say we're not going to do these. I don't think that would be very supportive in all instances. But I think what I'm hearing from some folks anyway is that it could be we don't want to apply these new things across the board, and because as it's written, they would apply to anything out there in Eastern Oregon. But with the exception of the temporary workforce housing, which seems reasonable to some folks anyway, the other pieces, which would be E and F, ought to be just simply limited to these larger projects that would be authorized pursuant to the Division 23 pathway, and not be imposed on the other conditional uses or other things in Eastern Oregon. They'd be isolated to the Division, presumably much larger projects pursuant to the Division 23 pathway.
Okay, so James has his hand up. Let's hear from others.
Okay, yeah, just real quick. So is there a proposal then to potentially take this section I and move it to another section or do away with it entirely? I would like a couple of the others that already commented what their feedback is on that. Are they looking to remove it entirely or move it to another section?
Remove it.
Remove it. Okay.
But some of these are already in the rule.
Yeah, we don't need to duplicate it. I mean, if you guys, I don't know how many people have participated in the rounds of Division 33 solar siting standard rulemakings, but a lot of the arable and non-arable siting standards that are currently in the rule were developed with Eastern Oregon projects in mind.
Okay, I would just suggest then that this be an item for maybe potentially voting on before we vote on this section after 1 o'clock. I know a couple people have already jumped off, but I think this require an actual vote of the group and some acknowledgement rather than a silent consensus.
And when we do the roundtable after lunch, I mean, we're looking at all basically the whole package. So we need to know where everybody's at on all of this. But James, I think you're suggesting that we start with just kind of this particular one and seeing where people are at in terms of removing.
Not necessarily starting with this, but before we take a vote on this section, I think it would be appropriate to get an actual vote on whether or not section 1 stays or I stays.
Mm-hmm.
And just decide whether or not we remove it, and then take a look at Division 33 and say if we're okay or not.
Mm-hmm.
I think something along those lines. Approach the concern on the table, and then approach overall the rest of the division.
Okay.
So, where does that kind of leave us? There's a couple things, and the conversation's similar with at least one of these items. So I don't know if we want to kind of cover what's left, or
Yeah, if we can
what's the
get,
pleasure?
I mean, we've got like 6 minutes. What do you think we can do
Yeah.
in 6 minutes, John?
So here's one thing. Let's see. I'm going to go back down here. So, and you know what? If folks don't care about this, we'll just drop it, right? But this piece right here, H, we've tried to do is come up with a way to iron out the how to satisfy the farm and forest compatibility criteria, at least in certain circumstances, right? And take what was ordinarily a very discretionary and therefore risky test and make it more clear and objective. So again, if people are ambivalent about that, we'll just drop it. But I've felt that could be this could be a reasonable way to help again help it make it more perhaps streamlined, more efficient, provide less risk to, at least in some circumstances, for applications involving the Division 23 pathway. So I don't know if anybody wants to say anything about that. I can, if not, I'll just jump back up to where I was going.
John, is there a reason why that can't be in the Division 23 rules?
Well, I think it's best placed here because it's a Division 33 standard. But I mean, we could, I guess. It might be a little bit awkward. But I guess the overall the principle is what I'm most interested in, right, Max? I mean, doesn't make sense regardless of where it lives. You know, it doesn't make sense to try to furnish, you know, a more straightforward opportunity for these projects that are, you know, should be in areas that people agree generally are pretty good spots.
I'll have to look at those references, John. I'll put something in the chat.
Yeah, for sure. And just to help you, I mean, well, I'm gonna run up here, but you know, these are the deciding standards. Actually, that should be I, not N anymore, I think. Anyway, but and then any agricultural mitigation that's required.
This is is this related to the forcing a significant change in accepted farm and forest practices?
Yes.
Was that
correct?
Where did that standard end up in the other DLCD rulemaking?
I don't know. Gordon, you've been plugged into that. If you're here. So I don't know. We'll have to get back to you on that, Max. I believe it was adopted, but I didn't entirely familiarize myself with what the language was.
Okay. Yeah, I think they
But in
added a
some
couple
ways, you know,
subsections.
in some ways it was intended to codify the stop the dump stuff and you know, from Yamhill County and augment what was already there.
Yeah, I guess for me, John, you know, as Elaine and Commissioner Williams were talking about, like one way to do it is to remove those standards. The other way to do it is put those standards in Division 195. And if that's the pathway the RAC chooses, then it makes a lot more sense to me to say, you know, if you comply with these rules and the wildfire standards herein, you're deemed compliant with 215 296.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's where we're trying to get at. That's what we're trying to get to. That because that is a statutory requirement, LCDC just doesn't have the authority to say it doesn't apply or can't apply. Right. But they can interpret what it means. And I believe they can. And that's what we would be doing here. You know, so we're interpreting it in this circumstance to mean something that's more straightforward than, you know, the other approach, which is much more discretionary.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, right. So that's the point. And I think the next piece has to do with the study area, right? And this language again is present in Division 33, excuse me, Section 38 of Division 33, and does currently apply to high value farmland and arable farmland. The difference is that the study area is smaller. So in here we've said included within two and a half miles on high. This is the high value farmland piece, and that if fewer than 300 acres, that's the trigger whether or not you really move forward with the assessment of whether this project will materially alter the stability over a land use pattern. Right, that's pretty discretionary as well. So it says if here's a study area, if there's a certain amount of development that has either been built or has received building permits, right? So that they're vested, pretty much vested, then you move forward to make this finding, but it doesn't prescribe an outcome. Again, as it stands right now in Section 38, this distance instead of 2.5 miles is half a mile. And this amount, rather than 300 acres, I think is 48 acres. So this would be elevating those pieces. It's not new, but these pieces of it would be different. And so we've done the same thing for arable land. Let me find it here. Appreciate your patience, you guys. Which would, again, this requirement is present in Section 38 right now, but the study area rather than 5 miles is 1 mile, and rather than 2,000 acres is 80 acres, 84 acres. I think it's 80 acres. So this would be bigger, be larger, obviously. So I think that and we don't have it. It does not apply to non-arable land now. And we're not, we haven't put language forward for consideration for non-arable land, even if we do something different here. So I think that the question is is this how we want it? We've heard a lot of people say, well, I feel like a lot of people say, how we should be accounting for cumulative impacts. Well, this is our attempt. This is our existing attempt to get at that. And is what was is what existing, is that enough, or should we think about something else? If we think about something else, should that be isolated only to the Division 23 projects, the Division 23 pathway projects? Or would it be across the board to all projects in Eastern Oregon, conditional use, or otherwise? That's how it's written now. So again, the conversation is very similar to the one we just had. Do we apply it? Do we change it? Do we keep what we have already? Do we, if we change it, do we not apply it to anything but the Division 23 pathway projects? I think that's really kind of it, you guys.
Okay. So it's 12:33. I want to be respectful of giving everybody a proper break. So John, I think you laid out kind of what the language changes in this draft are, and we've heard from several in the development community about why they object. So I think that we take our lunch break, we sit on this, think about it some more, we come back, we start with this conversation right after lunch and see what we can do to get to resolution on this. And then we also need to talk about Division 6.
6 and 4.
6 and 4.
But they're pretty limited as we recall. I don't know we have a lot to talk about on 6. and hopefully 4 resolve itself too pretty quickly.
Okay, so we'll come back after lunch. We'll focus on 33, and where the question on the table, and then we'll look at 6 and 4, and then we'll see if we're ready to move into a roundtable. Okay.
Love it. Great. Thank you, April.
Yeah, thanks, April. Okay, come back at 1:05. Thanks, Ruby, for adjusting that. Get outside and get some food. See you in a little bit. Lunch is over. I don't know what the weather's like where everybody's at, but it is just gorgeous outside here.
It's freezing cold here.
Yeah, it's like 60 degrees and sunny and warm in Eagle Creek. It's kind of nuts.
We're in the middle. It's just, it just is. It's standard Columbia Basin winter weather, 40 degrees, a little bit windy, gray and dreary, and is what it is. We're this way for 3 months, so you can just know that the weather's always the same.
Right.
Where are you at, Jeremy? I missed that.
In the Dalles.
Oh, in the Dalles.
Yeah.
What's the weather like down in Lake County, James?
It's absolutely beautiful right now. It's blue sky, but we have had some wonderful snow, and our ski hill is open and remaining open. They're doing ski lessons and snowboard lessons today up on the mountain, or maybe tomorrow.
Super cool.
Nice. That's great. I didn't know that you had a ski hill. That's cool. Do you have a rope tow?
Don't tell anyone. No,
Oh.
we actually have a lift.
Oh, you have a lift. Oh my gosh.
Tell them 140.
Yep. The county actually owns it. We did a land swap with the Forest Service back in the day. And so it's just really taken care of by the local ski club. But it's fantastic for the community. It's been around for 100 years.
Oh my gosh. That's wonderful. What a great resource for you to have. I promise not to tell anybody, although this is being live streamed, so sorry.
I know.
Sorry about that. More reason to go to
There's a
down
ton
to
of
Lake
people
County.
Googling it and comparing it in prices to Mount Bachelor. And yes, we are a lot cheaper than Mount Bachelor.
Yep. Head down there, stay the night, get some dinner, buy some gas. All right. Good to see you, Mark. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. We had a real productive morning. Got through the cultural, historic, archaeological resources section. Talked about all the outstanding pieces in Division 23. People are feeling pretty good about where we're headed, I think, based on the conversation that we had. So we're at Division 33, and we have some bold ideas on the table around Division 33 for the group to consider. So John walked us through. And so what the afternoon looks like, let me take a step back, is I want to get us through 33. Division 6 and 4 are pretty small. And so if we can get to a roundtable conversation by not later than 2 o'clock, I think that will give us plenty of time to hear from everybody and also give us some group time to talk about what this group is wanting to forward to LCDC for their consideration at their meeting in January. So those are our goals. So John, I don't think we need to, who else joined us this afternoon that was not here in the morning?
Bill
Bill?
Richardson's here.
Yep, Bill. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Okay, so we're not going to recap too much more about the morning, but John, you know, maybe if you want to recap just a tiny bit about where we are with Division 33. I mean, I can state the bold the bold proposal on the table is we heard from some folks, particularly in the development community, that are concerned about substantial changes to Division 33 and that don't meet with the intent of the legislation. It feels like scope creep, and it makes things more complicated and more unclear in their thinking. And so the bold proposal on the table is to not have any changes to Division 33 except for the temporary workforce housing, the acreage threshold, and the permit validity periods. Yeah, and it's there's particular concerns about new standards in subsection I that are new standards that would apply not only to the projects that we're considering that are subject to 23, but all solar projects. So there's concern about that's scope creep. So I don't know if I've done it justice in terms of where we are, John.
So it feels like it. I guess I would. Sorry, the dogs are fighting.
I know my dogs are here at my feet rolling around.
I guess I would just, again, kind of refresh our recollection. The title of this section of House Bill 3409 is, reducing conflict and finding opportunities. So there's a number of ways to do that. And in some ways, some people think that, understanding, how wildfire might be accounted for could be reducing conflict. So anyways, there's different ways to look at it. I respect everybody's ways to look at it, but it's not just about making it easier. It is, reducing conflict and encouraging development in the right spots too. I mean, maybe, again, I'm not gonna debate that, but I just want to kind of say there's other, there's a number of perspectives, and they're all important. Mike's got his hand up, so
yeah, before we get to Mike though, and one other piece I just forgot, and I'm going to say this in part because Andrew Mulcahy is not here, but the some of the additions in 33 were to address concerns that we heard around cumulative impacts, and some of that has come from Andrew in particular, and so I just want to make sure that because he's not here, that's people understand sort of where that was coming from. Is that fair, John?
Yeah, I think it is. And we've also heard, from other members of the agricultural community.
Yep.
Not that, Andrew is, I guess, technically not a member of the agricultural community, but we have heard from folks, the wheat growers and oat and folks, that's important to them. And it is something we do commonly hear from, all sides outside of the rack. I guess also take this opportunity that, we are operating under an LCDC charge, which identifies, among other things, revisions to divisions 4, 6, and 33, as well as 23, in order to carry out the mandate of finding opportunities and reducing conflicts. So that's all we've been trying to do, right? So anyway, just kind of fill in some gaps there, perhaps, about why we're going about it the way we're going.
Thanks for that. Okay, Mike, your hand's up first.
Yeah, it was a question or clarification for me. I thought Elaine I think it was Elaine, forgive me if I got that wrong, somebody had suggested also some sort of crosswalk language in Division 33 to Division 23, which would clarify the Eastern Oregon only type language. I may have missed that, but I didn't hear you recap that, Jamie. I wasn't sure.
Thanks for that, Mike. Elaine's putting her thumb up. Elaine, anything you want to add to clarify that?
No, I think that's just accounting for how the acreage thresholds are going to apply differently for projects that qualify under Division 23.
So
we do have some language like that right now in the draft, which identifies what the ordinary acreage is, and then also says, for in these instances, and specifically calls out the 660-023-0195 opportunities, these thresholds would apply. But anyway, maybe that doesn't cover it.
I mean, and that might do it. I just that was my point, is like that's all that needs to be in Division 23 is that crosswalk to guide people, or 33 to guide people to 23.
Okay.
Mark?
Yeah, I was re-reviewing this morning the the language regarding the 2000, if it's greater than 2,000 acres of cumulative impact kind of language in there. And the problem I have with it right now is not that it's not good, like well intended. It's just there's two kind of like if then what scenarios that are unanswered. One is, okay, they do just determine that there is a material impact to local ag use. right? So it's an if then what, right? Is that they have to take on greater action, or is there are they now barred from doing further solar development in that particular area? Because once you have that study finding, I mean, the other thing is I'm really kind of worried about that study finding, because there's not a lot of professionals I know who are capable of rendering it in the third-party consulting context. And so that's kind of the other part. And then the final part that's kind of an if then what for me is how does mitigation fit into that picture? Right? Because mitigation is intended to be a cure for some of these impacts, so on and so forth. Is that a crosswalk consideration that should be integrated into this section language right here?
Okay, so more things for our consideration. So Elaine, if I can put you on the spot for a minute, I think that you presented the kind of the clearest, what I'm calling bold proposal. Could you state what it is that you're proposing? And then I think I heard James say, let's do a vote and see where people are at.
Okay, I'll try. And I think this isn't new. This is an opinion I've expressed in the work groups and earlier through this rack. And particularly given where we're at in this process, there seems to be a lot of loose ends. And we're diverging from our directive to focus on the goal 5 pathway. So that's where this comes from. My suggestion is that we make no revisions to division 33 except to include temporary workforce housing in the definition of solar PV facility, and then address in each of the high value arable and non-arable siting standards the crosswalk for the acreage increase and goal exception pathway to division 23, and then keep the permit term language. And Max, let me know if I missed anything. I think those were the 3 things.
Okay, thanks for that.
So to make that easy to understand, we'd be talking about removing the bolded language except in those cases.
Can we show what the bolded language is?
I don't know what yeah.
Well, in the draft that Adam sent out.
Some of the language I think is new, even if it's not bolded in I and H.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough to tell, Mark, without a red line against the current draft of the rulemaking, which I think Adam might have a draft of that.
I'll look through real quick.
This is the draft we've been talking about this morning, and it's there isn't a lot of red line because a lot of the language isn't new. Some of it is and different than what would already exist in Division 33 or Section 38. But I think so for instance, let's just look at real quickly while maybe other folks are looking around here. This section, the arable lands, 20 acres, right? This would be the ordinary conditional use size above which you'd have to get an exception. But for the Division 23 projects, we'd be looking at a higher either 1280 or 560, and we followed that through with the other categories. High value is smaller, we talked about, and then the very largest projects would be on the non-arable lands.
And John, and those thresholds are consistent with what's currently in 23. That's the
Yes.
crosswalk piece,
In
right?
33, yeah.
I mean 30, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna stop. I don't know if it's helping anybody.
Are we
Yeah.
good?
You guys want me to stop sharing? I can keep sharing if it's
No,
helpful.
you're
but
fine.
I know that it is.
You're fine, John. I just want to clarify, get some clarity that we're not talking about section F or G. We're talking about H and I. Is that correct? Or are we not good with F and G as well?
It's
So,
F. Is F the language about how to comply with the significant impacts test?
I
as
think
so
F is wildfires.
yeah, yeah. So we're an I, right? So these I think bear with me. So these are the standards, approval standards, and so like I said, A through D exist, and what I've heard, I think I've
So let's
heard,
pause, John. So A
yeah,
through D is current rule.
A through E, yes.
We're not proposing anything new there.
No, and only the weed piece D only D applies to non-arable lands, right? That's how that works. And we're not proposing to extend, A through C to non-arable lands at this point. What I think I'm hearing in some ways is thinking that we should dispatch with E and F, at least with regards to the ordinary conditional use things, but retain G, which is a temporary workforce housing piece. And then H, which I don't know that we've
G
really
is not
spent a lot of time.
exactly, I mean, G is more of a standard really, right, for workforce housing rather than just
So
including.
yes, it's not, yeah. So that's right. So this would kind of complement adjustments to the definition of photovoltaic energy generation facility that would call out temporary workforce housing as being available, which is not now. It is in the wind rule, but it's not in the solar rule. So we would cure that. But then also you're right. This would be a standard, and it would be asking for a indication or an explanation of how the workforce is going to be accommodated. Frankly, this in some way could be construed as a community benefit. It needs to be a benefit to know, how this workforce is going to be how and where and how much is going to be housed. So yes, this would be a standard as written in G.
So I just to be clear, to recap, my position is that all new language would be deleted except for those three elements that I put in the chat. And so I don't know if we want to call a vote on that or where people are at, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I understand, Elaine, and I think what people are struggling with a little bit is what does that mean? What does that look like in the, what's the new language versus the old language in what people are looking at, so they know exactly what they're voting on. Gordon?
It was just a quick question for Elaine. Did you mean to also delete H, which was an attempt to simplify or make easier the farm impacts test?
Yes, I think any new standard that's going to apply to the Division 23 Eastern Oregon projects should go in Division 23 and 195. And that Division 33 should remain the same except for the crosswalk to Division 23 and a couple of these housekeeping items to add temporary workforce housing in the permit validity term. So I'm not expressing an opinion on that substantive language in H. It just that should be talked about in the context of Division 23, not the division of.
So why do you, out of curiosity, why do you feel that way? Because this is a Division 33. This is an EFU test, and it's required based on this statute, which carries out the exclusive farm use zoning. So I guess it just feels like its best place to live would be in Division
Because I'm
30.
against the principle of bifurcating the standards that are in Division 33, because the way this would apply, I guess, John, I'm just gonna save time. I don't want to talk about how I feel about it.
That's fine. That's
I
fine.
think
No,
it
no,
makes
that's
it
fine.
more complicated, and we're trying to knock issues off the table at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna
So let's just see where the voting members of the RAC are at about what Elaine's proposing to streamline the conversation a little bit more. People, if you're supportive, just raise your hand. It's more of a straw poll just to see where people are at. Damien, Max, Emily,
I can't.
Dugan. I think Community Renewables, is that you, Mike MacArthur? Yes,
Yep.
that's what I thought. Brandon. Damien, Emily, Brandon, Mike, Dugan, Elaine, James. I think Max had his hand up, right, Max? Because they only stay up for so long. Okay, so looking around and seeing whose hands are not up. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think, of the voting members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Elaine.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Because it sounded like, are we voting just on whether these things should be in this section or whether they should be anywhere at all?
I would say in this section.
Yeah.
We want to talk about them in Division 23. That's could be
Then
different.
yeah.
Laura.
Add my hand.
So we have a majority of voting members supporting this, Mark. I think that was a good
Clarified that I'm
clarification.
ambivalent, so
Andrea,
I'm not a
ambivalent.
no.
Yep. Thank you for that, Andrea.
Yeah, I'm still kind of wrapping my head around it, but the placement is less material to me.
I'm not understanding what the implications are of that move. So I can't, I'm not comfortable weighing in.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mike.
It might be nice to color code the language that we're actually looking to remove. People have at least they can kind of get a visual. And if there's language that we're talking about including and moving over into section 23, color code that differently so that we know that we're not losing some of those more critical pieces that we actually have value.
Yep. I think that's a really good suggestion, James. And
and I'm working on that, you guys. I apologize. I was kind of.
Yep. So John, I was wondering if Adam could do that while you walk through 4 and 6, and then we can loop back and see.
Yeah.
And just that way we're all really clear.
What they're trying to say, John, is that we all feel you're a little technologically impaired at times. And so we're
at times.
Yeah. It's just highlighting the stuff we're getting rid of, right?
Yeah, just highlight the stuff that we're removing. And then if there's any of that language that, we're okay with maybe just putting over into section 23 where it might be more appropriate, highlight that a little bit differently, and then just let us know which one of those colors.
Yeah. I think that'd be really helpful. And Bill weighed in on that too in the chat, that would be helpful. So, so I think this is a multiple step process. The first step is the proposal. The second step is people trying to understand what it means. Third step is weighing in on it. We've got a majority of folks that are like, let's see what this looks like. And so the fourth step is going to be to put those colors in so we can see what it is. And then the fifth is going to be, what do we do with that? So let's set that aside while Adam works on coloring it. And then John, if you can focus us in on 6 and 4, and then we'll loop back and see where we're at with the other language.
let's go to 6. Can y'all see that? I hope.
Yep.
So yeah, so we've talked about this, and I think we're in alignment with it. So the changes would really be to, and we might have to polish this language to make sure we got all the right, this, that, and the other thing in there. But as we have agreed, not to dive into the forest land issue in detail with regarding Division 23, my understanding is that folks felt it was reasonable to elevate the conditional use ceiling from 10 acres, which apply to all energy facilities, to, we put in 240 acres, which would be much more resemble the order of operations for conditional use applications on inclusive farm use. So that would elevate that threshold there, without again getting into the ins and outs of the Division 23 pathway. And I touched this up to make sure it was specific to Eastern Oregon, but I also felt that I heard general agreement that it made sense to clarify which standards to use when we're dealing in a zone that is protected under both goal 3 and 4, quote unquote, ag forest zone or mixed zone, and that would be the predominant use. So and also I remember, it resonated with me that the tract may not be the right term, so I put in lot or parcel, because recognizing that some of these tracts are gigantic. They can be gigantic, in an industrial forest ownership, which may not be the best way to measure what the right way to consider a particular property or a particular portion of that. So all that to say that in Eastern Oregon, the county would apply either Division 6 or 33, which are either the farm or forest standards based on whether it's predominantly farm or forest. Predominantly forest would be Division 6, predominantly farm or ranching would be Division 33, and that predominant use would be, and Marcus, your hand, but hang on just a second, please, would be determined by viewing the subject lot or parcel as opposed to the tract. So that's Division 6, you guys.
Okay, let's hear from Mark.
So lots and parcels are different things.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, right. In Oregon, they are. A lot is created through a subdivision process, and a parcel is created through a partition, right? So a partition creates up to 3 new units of land, where subdivision results in 4 or more new units of land. So yeah, it's an Oregon-centric type of thing.
Okay, because in other contexts they refer to platted lots as compared to tax parcels too, and so that's the area of confusion for me. And I wasn't sure if you meant contiguous ownerships.
So that the definition of tract is multiple lots or parcels in contiguous ownership. So a parcel or a lot could be a tract, or a tract could be 2 or 3 or 4 or 100 different lots or parcels all in contiguous ownership. In this rendition, we just or suggesting that to consider whether or not just looking at the lot or parcel makes is reasonable. And again, maybe it's not, but understanding that we could be talking about really, really, really large ownerships that might be made up of dozens and dozens and even more dozens of lots and parcels, so that looking at the tract in its entirety, maybe a little hard to really understand what the subject property is good for. Greg, thank you. I think you just came to my, hopefully you're coming to my rescue.
No, not at all. I'm actually coming to ask you a question, which is
Oh, no.
what is the appropriate designation for property that has not been where neither a lot nor a parcel has been created by a subdivision or partition?
Well, it's probably a parcel, right? If you go back to prior to there being and some of you attorneys can probably do a better job of explaining this than I can, but if it's a unit of land that's created before there were provisions one way or the other, and so it's probably created through a deed. I think it would probably be best characterized as a parcel.
Brandon put that in the chat. It's a parcel.
And how is that distinguished from a lot of record?
So I think a lot of record, and I'd welcome some help from folks. Brandon could probably do this better than I can. A lot of record, there's a couple different ways to look at that. One, we won't worry about that one, but a lot of record generally pertains to a unit of land that has been determined to have been legally created. So it either was created through a deed or other means prior to there being, a legal legal pathway, legal requirement, or it's been created through a verified partitioning or subdivision process. Does that sound right, guys?
Yes, that sounds right.
Sounds
Not
good.
the same as an assessor's parcel.
You have agreement from the attorneys, John, so good job.
Thanks.
And the planners.
Yeah.
Brandon.
Good.
So a lot of record could include a parcel and or a lot created by either partition or subdivision.
I think
But
so.
it may also be created in a different manner via a deed conveyance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if that deed conveyance occurred prior to there being, a legal requirement to go through an official partitioning or subdivision process.
Prior to the applicable county code, right?
Yeah. So units of land that were created in the 30s and 40s and 50s, unless that particular county had something back then, which would have been their own program, are almost always going to be considered legal lots or parcels.
Which will capture the whole point for this cross-examination, John, was to capture the concept that a lot of large timberland ownership probably is a lot of record created by deed prior to an applicable county code, in which case you would still have parcels or lots of record, whichever term you want to use, that are quite large, more like the tract that you were describing before. So you might have ownerships, timberland ownerships that were created in the 30s, for example, the example that you gave, that might be 10, 20, 30,000 acres in size, but would be considered a lot or a lot of record or parcel under your description. So we might still have the tract consideration that we're trying to avoid with changing from tract to lot or parcel here, just because of the nature of how those properties conveyed.
So I see what you're saying, I think, Greg, and I'm wondering, and Brandon's hand just shot up, but I'm wondering if a remedy for that could be to create a new parcel to kind of go with the proposal. So if there's, what I'm saying, if there's a proposal, say you've got, like you said, pre-existing parcel of 40,000 acres, and someone is interested in a 240 acre project and maybe maybe there'd be a land division to precede it, and then that new parcel, that new 240-acre parcel, could be the subject of the inquiry, and it would be examined independently of the rest of the property. If that, I don't know if that makes any sense, but I think we might be able to get there from here.
Okay, we got hands up. Brandon?
So I would agree with what John put out there. In terminology, we sometimes use in my realm for that is part of parcel, if you will. If you're just looking at let's say a very large parcel. I would say just for the planners who may dive into this when we're talking about the forest use zones, the use of the word tract is used for housing types as well. So I think in order to maybe not overuse that term throughout the goal 4 stuff, especially, maybe just stick with what John has, which is subject lot or parcel. I think that makes a lot of sense for this context.
Greg, one of the reasons that I agree with Brandon on that is because there is a specific definition of tract in Division 33, 130, 38 when they're defining a solar photovoltaic facility, which can aggregate lots or parcels based on underlying ownership and distances. So that was my main concern with using the term tract here, is that it would cross-reference back to that broader analysis of what the underlying property is for the facility. I was less concerned with I think you raised a good point, but the changes that John has here at least address the issue that I was concerned about previously.
Appreciate that, Max. So if we required though a partition for a project to carve it out of a larger ownership tract, let me ask the question. Does that create any limitations or restrictions on the ability of the owner of the remaining property in the future? Aren't there limits to the number of times that you can do a partition or a subdivision, or does it create new obligations on that partitioned parcel that the owner of that property would then end up having to live with long after the solar project is no longer in existence?
I can take a shot.
I was waiting for someone else to weigh in. Go ahead.
I can take a shot of that. It's very hard to answer in the abstract, right? So whatever parcels you create, the remainder parcel is going to be subject to, things like lot minimums. So, there will be some reduction in how much future partitioning can be done, depending on how big a lot you make and how big a lot is left over. It may or may not be important to you. I think just in the context of this particular edit, though, right now on farm forest zone lands, there's case law that says, the edit that John's proposing says, hey, a predominance test effective as of the beginning of this year. Right now, the case law says apply both farm and forest zoning, and whichever is more restrictive, deal with that. So this is in the context, I think there's a lot of permutations about how a predominance test would play out depending on what is the lot, what is the parcel, what is the tract kind of thing. But it would relieve some amount of burden as to, all the EFU standards being applicable, essentially.
I see subpart 4 in this rule, this new rule language is cleaning up bad case law. Essentially. But we need to make sure it is clear. I think from a land use permitting perspective, using per lot or parcel means that the predominance test is focused on the actual underlying impacts of the solar facility and not the larger tract, which could then require application of different standards.
I would say I appreciate that, both Elaine and Damien. That's very helpful. I think, from my perspective, we would certainly want to avoid the requirement to partition the project area out of the larger ownership, and if we can avoid that, then I really don't have any concerns. While I've got the floor, going back to the change from 10 to 240 acres, I just want to pose the question to the development community here that, does that really give you enough acreage for a, commercial utility scale solar project? I've never seen one proposed at that size. Everything that I've seen has been far, far greater in size than that. And I can appreciate, wanting to draw from what we have in ag rules, but I don't know that that's actually a meaningful change.
So Mike, before we hear from you, Greg asked that question specific of the developers. So if we can hear from Elaine, and then I'll bounce back to you.
I'll defer to Max or Dugan, who are more the development side, but I do want to address this from like a legal permitting land use policy
Okay,
side.
Max or Dugan or Damien?
Dugan said he had to get coffee because it's almost 5 o'clock in DC. But he'll be back. So yeah, Greg, like, I think it's meaningful. 10 acres, you could maybe do a 2 megawatt project, which is well below the scale of anything that, utility scale developers would probably consider. That's more in the range of a community solar development. So currently there's no utility scale development allowed on forest property without a goal exception. And this would change that threshold to about perhaps a 50 megawatt facility, which is meaningful. It's still, the range of a qualified facility under PURPA that can benefit from standard contracts. But that's a relatively big project. And I think there would be utility scale developers that would take advantage of it. That said, I think, I guess I'll wait to hear what Elaine says, but I'm a little bit conflicted about this change for a number of reasons. So maybe I'll pipe in later, but I'll defer to others.
I was just going to go and say, there are not a lot of projects on forest land of that profile, more than 10, less than 240, because folks, follow what the rules are and build their business models around them. If you're going to take a goal exception, you might as well go for a bigger project if you have a path to selling your power for a bigger project. So that tends to be what drives, project sizing, right? I've done, I don't know, half dozen or so, on forest land or on farm forest land, 10-acre projects. So those do exist, but there's not a lot of them, and there's kind of not a lot. And that's, again, probably driven by community solar. So it would be a different business model, and developers would have to figure it out. But if they can, they will. I think it's probably the kind of market answer to that.
Okay. So Mike, you're next in line, and then Elaine.
Thank you. This probably speaks to the increase from 10 to 240, but also just in general of developing forested lands. Is how can you possibly address the need for decommissioning and site restoration if you've cut down a forest in order to put in a solar project? And also, we talked about maintaining the underlying zoning for a site at the end of a project. Well, if a forested area has been clear cut in order to put in a project, I'm not sure it makes sense to maintain the underlying zoning on that. So it's Yeah, what are the implications for decommissioning and site restoration in forested lands, on forested lands?
I was gonna ask Greg to chime in. We
Yeah.
talked about this.
I was gonna say, I was waiting for his hand to go up. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, reestablishing a forest post project is not a problem at all. We, for the couple of agreements that we have in place with solar developers, we're very clear about the obligation to restore the site back to a plantable condition, and we would just simply replant it. So that I actually don't see as a real concern. A bigger concern would be changing the underlying zoning out of a forest type, because we see these projects as temporary uses on our landscape, and we want to be able to return it to forest use in an appropriately zoned condition after the project.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, Elaine.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks. I wasn't at the last meeting, I don't think, where this revision was talked about, or the rationale for increasing from 10 to 240 for forest lands. And while any increase in the goal exception acreage threshold could potentially move the needle, as we were just talking about, I don't understand the basis from a 10 to 240 increase and see it as completely arbitrary. And if we're completely arbitrarily raising the goal exception acreage threshold for forest land, why aren't we doing it for ag land? And instead we're creating a new permitting process for ag land. So as a matter of policy, I object to this revision in Division 6, even though I think it may move the needle to help projects. So I just want to put that out there for discussion.
Okay. What do people think?
So if folks are thinking, Elaine, you mentioned that before, and I really respect your thought there. What I would offer is we chose not to again dive into forest land with regard to the Division 23 pathway. We could, and could result in much larger opportunities if we can get everything lined up right. And the thinking really was, we have ran through this with the exclusive farm use zoning. We never have with forest lands to really kind of understand what we think the best threshold for the simple conditional use proposals would be. Never made any distinction between solar or wind or biomass or geothermal. So this would be an effort to try to kind of come up with a commensurate sort of arrangement for forest land that exists for farmland. And if folks don't want to do it, that's fine. We're okay with that. But we thought it was worth talking about.
Well, what do we want to do with this piece, folks?
I mean, part of that is if the rationale is we want to make it easier for forest land, increasing from 10 to 240. I mean, do we want to make it easier then for high value and increase from 12 to 240? I mean, I just am not following the rationale here on this.
Well, so
if it's a compromise, that's one thing, but it's not really based on the goal exception threshold acres were arbitrary to begin with and based on traditional baseload power plants. And we haven't really addressed that issue. We reached compromise, I forget what rulemaking it was, when we increased the acreage threshold for non-arable to 320. And it seems like we're making another compromise here, but like for what end? We're not looking at this from a holistic, trying to make clean energy projects move faster in lower conflict sites.
Yeah, and again, we decided not to pursue that with regard to forest land. And you're right. You're exactly right that the 12 and 20 items in EFU were based on, what a natural gas fire plant would occur. But that was brought for LCDC did make choices to keep them there for solar. So they didn't just ignore that and just keep that as being arbitrary. They felt that, those better, higher quality agricultural lands should remain eligible for smaller projects, while the emphasis would be on lower quality land for both habitat as well as agriculture. So, it's there's more to it than maybe meets the eye immediately. And I guess if folks are ambivalent about this, then let's just pitch it. Or if there's a concern about, I don't know, whatever. We felt it was reasonable. There's never been a conversation about, is there a better threshold on forest land? Largely because it's only been the last few years where we've seen an interest in, a genuine interest in developing forest land for solar projects. So, it seems fitting that maybe we should talk about it.
I think it would be helpful for the RAC to take a position on this as a RAC, because what this is going to be perceived to be is the agency making a concession or a compromise for the benefit of the solar industry to increase this goal exception acreage threshold. But in doing so, it doesn't really move the needle. And so I think we need to, decide as a RAC, does it move the needle enough that it should move forward as a RAC recommendation?
I tend to agree with that last sentiment that Elaine just expressed, but not limited to just this change, right? Like all of it. I mean, one way of thinking, and kind of one that I'm inclined to agree with, is this is an example of how we can do something that's simple that helps. Everything we're doing with Division 23 is an example of how we can do something that may or may not help and is undoubtedly not simple. So
I think,
that's kind of, the good for the goose type argument. Like, yeah, but I think it kind of cuts both ways. And that, if we can do this in forest land, I think we should probably try and simplify and just do something clear and clean. But, I know that a lot of discussion and momentum are behind the current framework, et cetera. But those are the kind of thoughts where my head goes on this discussion.
John, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say that our hope for the Division 23 work represents, a balancing of a variety of values and inputs, right? Which is hard to do, but we're working on it. So I guess that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, well, I think what I'm hearing from Damien and Elaine is that, if we're not going to do that, this is my words, if we're not going to do that level of due diligence with forestry here, then just why are we just sort of putting it in? If I can just be blunt. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
I felt more like Elaine's point than mine.
Well, okay. It sounds like Elaine's point, yeah. Max?
I'm gonna put a little bit of a different bent on it, which is like, I agree with what Elaine and Damien are saying. I mean, is 240 the right number? 480 would certainly be more helpful. But on the one hand, on the ag side, I think the rules are very unclear and uncertain. And I don't know that there are going to be any facilities that actually get built under 195, despite all the great efforts and everything we've talked about over the last year. This rule, if it's automatically change to whatever the number is, there might be some projects that are built on this property, and that contributes to our clean energy goals. So while I agree that it's not best policy, I am kind of in favor of it because it's the only meaningful change that I think we've seen in this rulemaking, to be frank. And so that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, thanks, Max. Bill?
Sorry about the toggles here. So to just kind of a general observation, in Eastern Oregon, in a lot of the counties, I don't know if it's universal in all the counties, but in most of the counties I work in, 240, if you're going to subdivide, 240 is your minimum parcel in forest use. So to me, that lined up for what it's worth.
Okay, so that's some rationale. Thanks, Bill. Brandon?
So I was going to bring that up as well. So thanks, Bill, for that. It aligns with a lot of other counties, maybe minimum lot sizes for their goal 4 lands. And then, John, I was going to bring up something. It's like we have soils tests in the forest use zones, our goal 4 zones, when it comes to dwellings. And as it relates to the soil's capability of producing cubic feet per acre wood fiber, or even producing commercial tree species. Is that something that would make sense to implement to some degree? I know we're at the tail end of this project, so I don't want to throw something that would take a lot more time to work on. But if you were to add an element to this that would afford a developer to show, hey, look, this may be in a goal 4 area. It's really not capable of producing commercial tree species at a certain rate, which would make a lot of sense. But our project would at 320 acres. And so I don't know if that's something that could be implemented here that would show a balance to trying to put something in this regard.
I saw Dan. I was just looking for Dan to see if Dan was still here. So, Dan, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think so like on that idea, Brandon, like ODF, we wouldn't be like in favor or opposed. So I'm not like trying to take a position on that, but I think that, I mean, if people thought that that was reasonable, I do think it's reasonable because I think it's much easier to apply those productivity standards to a specific parcel where a conditional use permit is being considered rather than this whole statewide mapping exercise that was, kind of too much to bite off for the other section of this process. So, not weighing in either way, but I certainly don't think it's unreasonable.
Thanks for weighing in, Dan. All right, so where are we at? I think that it seems like where we're at is we've got this proposal on the table about increasing it to 240. You heard from a couple of folks that lines up with, other parcel sizes for forests. So there's some rationale there. You heard from Elaine about, feeling like that it kind of doesn't make sense because why are we not giving it due diligence like we did on the ag side? And you heard from a couple developers that they're like, well, this is giving us something, so we should move forward with it. So let's do a vote about keeping. I don't see anybody altering this, but Max,
I
you
guess
gonna help me or are you gonna derail me?
maybe both. I guess, my preference would be that instead of focusing time on forest, which we kind of already decided we're not doing in this rulemaking, we have this discussion in terms of ag, because that's what this rulemaking is really about. It's always been about citing on ag in goal 3. And, I think the development community has asked from the beginning to have that discussion, and we haven't had it. And we're kind of having that discussion now on forest, but the real issue here is, can we increase the acreage thresholds outright on EFU land? I think that's what matters. So Just throwing that out there.
James, your hand went straight up.
Yeah, no, appreciate the discussion. It's been good discussion. Have we made amendments to this in regards to the terminology of tract versus parcel? Have there been any amendments to this throughout the discussion? I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm tracking
Mhm.
some of the suggestions that have been made.
It sounded like with regard to tract versus parcel that we were moving towards parcel.
Yes. Okay. And so I think, you know, in regards to the acreage and how this correlates over to the agricultural thing, I think Elaine is bringing in some good points. I think it kind of keeps us grounded in the reality of what we're actually trying to accomplish here. But if these thresholds are too low, I think that they could be increased in the future. We could come back to this discussion as Max points out. Maybe we need more time to look, or the DLCD needs more time to consider what this looks like on the forestry lands. But just so that we move along here for the sake of discussion, I'm going to be the guy and I'm going to just go ahead and make a motion that we approve this as a recommendation as standing with the amendments.
Okay. So let's see where we stand. If you are supportive of keeping this, then raise your hand. And do be mindful that after a little bit, your hand automatically goes down. So we just keep them up so we can get a little tally here. Andrea, Greg, Bill, Mark, Mike, James, Mike, Thad, Brandon, Damien. That's 10. Oh, Elaine, it's 11.
Jamie, I want to make a comment for the record with my vote. I'm voting yes to keep this as recommended language to move forward to LCDC, but I do want to express that, and I'm doing that because it moves the needle and it's the direction we need to go to try to get more projects built. But I object to the underlying policy here that we are doing this for forest land and haven't considered a similar adjustment to the acreage threshold for ag land.
I can appreciate that, Elaine. Thank you.
I second that.
And Max. So we have the majority of folks that are supportive of moving this forward. So let's go ahead and move on.
And Jamie, before we move on, I would request as a part of this vote that there be discussion in the staff report about some of these, the conversation we had
Yes.
on this.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Yep. And Elaine, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to do the roundtable, to hear from everybody and to have some time after that to talk about those considerations, because, you know, so much of this, if there are things that are set, then we should be clear. If there are things that are still in flux, let's be clear. If there are things that come with considerations or caveats or trade-offs, let's identify what those are. So I think that that's really smart.
That objection is very duly noted, Elaine, and I really do appreciate you bringing some of those thoughts forward because it's something that we need to keep at the forefront of our mind.
Thanks.
Okay, so I want to point out it's 10 after 2. We need to talk about Division 4 and then loop back to 23, or not 23, 33. So, John.
Yeah, so as we talked about at the last meeting, so we've moved this from its original position and placed it. I think it's probably better placed here, right? Planning and zoning for exception areas. So this is the section of our exceptions rule which provides guidance and sideboards for once an exception's been taken, what you do. How do you plan a zone for it? And there many of you know there's different types of exceptions, but we're talking about a reasons exception here. That's the opportunity in section 0022 and 0020, which is a pathway. When someone takes an exception for a solar project, this is how they do it. And for any reasons exception, you're really obligated, the county's obligated to limit the uses that would non-compliant, non-goal compliant uses, right, to those that are approved in that exception. And so that's what we've done here to try to provide a clear guidance, which is to say that when in the instance of a solar project, that what you're really doing is you're being relieved from the otherwise applicable thresholds, but you retained the base zoning. So if it's zone DFU, you keep being zone DFU, so on and so forth, whichever applicable. And like I said, we've understood this to be the primary approach that's being taken, although it's not the only one that we've seen. And so we really think this provides some assistance. We think this does reduce the potential for conflict, by just stating, here's the way you do it, right? Which is, again, I think consistent with most existing applications and kind of best practices. There was some conversation about rezoning, I think, last time. In order to, I think if you look at B here, 6 and 7, and this is true of any reasons exception. If you change the types or intensities of uses, so on and so forth, you have to take a new reasons exception. So you can, if you want to say, well, we've approved it for a 4-section solar project, and at the end of that life cycle, you realize this property is also really well suited for something else. You can take another exception. In fact, you would have to take another exception to allow a different or more intensive non-goal compliant use. So I'll just stop there.
And just to clarify, so Andrea and Mike and Dugan, your hands were all up all through John's presentation. I wonder, are any of them holdovers from the vote? Okay, so Andrea, you wanted to weigh in on this? But nope. Okay. Oh, there you are. No, that's Elaine. Okay, Elaine, go ahead.
I agree with this because I think there's a lot of confusion around what a goal exception means for solar project. Is it more of a question for the counties in that, would you want the option to be able to do a zone change though, if there was a concurrent zone change application request? I don't know, what may drive that, but this creates an absolute and removes your discretion to process a concurrent zone change. So just want to open that up for conversation before we decide how to move this one forward.
Brandon, go ahead. You have thoughts?
So I can see where a county may feel a little handcuffed by this, but if you were going to, honestly, if I kind of look at this as a streamlined version of trying to get to something very specific, and so this particular language eliminates some of the confusion that could exist from constituents locally, or even maybe in a regional level, that may look at this and go, you know what else is this going to turn into, kind of thing. And this can be pointed at and say, well, its actual underlying zoning designation will remain the same after the project is approved. That may eliminate some of that confusion. And I may be wrong here, but if there was a reason a county wanted to look at a particular area of land at the same time for other uses in addition to this, you would apply an additional process, an additional reasons exceptions process, I would imagine. So you would probably point that out when addressing this particular criteria in this process and saying, we're also applying a separate but concurrent reasons exceptions process. or whatever exceptions process was necessary.
Max?
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. This was exactly the issue I was trying to raise last time, and Elaine said a lot better than me. But like, I feel like there are certain circumstances where the developer wants to, and the landowner wants to, and should have the opportunity to, rather than get a conditional use permit, apply for an annexation or a zone change to something like light industrial, where solar is an outright permitted use, and then not have to go through the CUP process. And my worry with this language is exactly what Elaine says. Does this then prohibit that opportunity, both for the developer, the landowner, and the county, to process land use applications in that manner? And if it does, I don't agree with that. And I don't think that that's what this rulemaking is intended to do, is remove opportunities for siting solar.
So the vast majority, and I'm generalizing, Max, but the vast majority of these proposals aren't going to be in areas where you'd want spot zoning anyways. And maybe I'm not understanding something here, but if you had the main argument against having this would be that you'd lose the opportunity to continue to apply for solar development in the remainder of a tract or large ownership or parcel, right, in the future. And so it would, if you were to take this and this goal exception and apply a new type of say light industrial or what have you, limited scope type of zoning, underlying zoning classification, that the argument you'd want is that the remainder of the tract would be available for solar development only. And if that's the case, then I think, you know, you redesignate the entire tract under this provision. You know, so I don't know, but maybe I'm missing something there.
Well, but you would need a goals exception to change the zone, right? And the way I read this rule is that if you get an exception for solar, you can't change the zone. So I think there'd be an argument that that's prohibited. And, you know, I'm not thinking the Harney County, Brandon, but like other places in the state where electrical infrastructure is located within the UGB, and you have a piece of property that's adjacent to the UGB that you perhaps want to annex, and you want to change the zone. And when you do the annexation and zone change, you're going to change it from EFU to another use. And that use might be that solar is allowed outright. And my only concern is that the way this is written, would that be prohibited? And if so, then is that really what we want to do? And maybe I'm missing something. I don't know.
Can I jump in here? Because this applies for when we're trying to do this process to get things through quickly, right? So an annexation and that is a totally separate issue. This is a matter of if we want to speed things through, right? A lot of the opposition to projects is you're taking stuff out of ag forever, right? And the point is, and what the ag community is untold is like, oh no, this is only for a certain number of years, and then we can return it to ag or return it to forest. Well, then don't change the zoning.
I think I hear you, Angie. I think this applies to everything. This is generally applicable. Is that right, John?
Well, I'm sorry, you guys. I can't see you, so I don't know who's getting ready to talk. I apologize. I'm not trying to be rude.
That's okay, John. You're fine.
I wanted to explore Max's question a little bit more. So if you had a site that's adjacent to an urban growth boundary or close, which I don't know, maybe that's a whole different thing. But let's just say that. Let's talk about that. And there was an interest on the part of everybody involved, right? The landowner, the developer, the city, the county, and there was adequate justification to expand that urban growth boundary to include the site and then annex it into the city. Once it's included in an urban growth boundary, it's no longer considered agricultural land. It might be still zoned EFU, but it's no longer protected under Goal 3. And so I think in that circumstance, I don't think this would be limiting because it's a little bit different. Well, I think it is in fact a different process. When we're taking accessible free is one thing, inclusion in an urban growth boundary and going from rural land to urbanizable land is different. So I don't think this would be a limitation in the instance where you're included in a UGB and annexed into the corporate territory of a city.
But there is a
I don't know if
you
I don't know if
could-
that's your scenario or not, Max.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Elaine, I'm sorry, I interrupted
I was
you.
just going to say, I think, there are situations where you might rezone EFU to light industrial in the county where it's not within the UGB. So I think that's the scenario we're really talking about here.
Yeah. So, here's
Hey, John, you're breaking up. You might
impetus.
want to turn your video off. You're keep freezing and then you're coming across kind of jarbled.
Let me do that. So, yeah, I'm sorry, you
That's
guys.
right.
Thank
Yeah.
you for your patience. Yeah, the impetus here is to provide some clarity on this point because it's not settled and people have done different things. Largely, folks have been inclined to keep zoning, which we think makes apply, the types of things that we should be applied, and we think that makes sense. We appreciate that. There's still an open question. Is that the right way to do it or not? And we'd like to settle that question, so people have the certainty. Yes, in fact, this is the right way to do it. And, anyway, I'll just stop there.
And then Elaine's put some proposal in the chat about saying we could say whichever is applicable unless the local government approves a concurrent zone change to retain some control for the local government to approve a zone change. What do people think about that?
Well, from my perspective, I don't have a problem with that at all. If it's spelled out in a way that affords the county the flexibility to implement that, then I don't think any county would necessarily be opposed to that. The concept itself was to make sure that it was very straightforward what the purpose of the exception was for in the first place, is my guess, right? So if the language did open it up to an alternative to provide the county jurisdiction the opportunity to also do more, then I'm all for it as well.
Andrea?
I'm really uncomfortable with adding that language. I think the purpose of this is to find the least conflicts. And as soon as you talk about making, through this, people are going to see it as the way to undermine the ag base. And it's going to raise more issues. That this is a comfort to folks to know that the zoning is going to stay the zoning. We really want solar. We're going to let solar happen there. If it happens in perpetuity, it happens in perpetuity. But we want to know that if it's not solar, it's going to be ag.
I appreciate the concern of the community. But I mean, that's the reality of the law today. When you take a goal exception, it does not rezone the property. It only allows a use that is not otherwise allowed in the EFU zone because it justified an exception. So, I mean, to the extent people are confused, that's, on us to try to explain better that the protections are already existing in the law, that it's not changing the EFU zone. What this language does is it removes the ability of a local jurisdiction to process a zone change for a solar power generation facility. Thereby, it rolls back rights that we currently have under the law. And I think that's not the purpose of this rulemaking. So that's where my objection comes from.
All right, well, it seems as though we need to do a vote about about this language staying as it is, or, well, I mean, just how people feel about this proposal, the language that's here. Seems like that's where we're at. Would people agree with that? That would be helpful so we can move on? You don't
Yeah,
agree
I
with,
think, I mean,
Elaine, do you not agree with what I'm suggesting?
Oh, I'm thumbs down on the language, Jamie. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Expressing.
Everything comes in multiple parts, Elaine. First part is, do we want to vote? Second part is, let's vote. Okay, so if you are supportive of keeping this the way it is, then raise your hand. And I want to make sure that people get to keep their hand up while others are thinking, so that we have a complete sense of where people are at. Give people another 30 seconds. We've got 9. Half a hand up, Brandon. Okay, well, I think that's all the voting that we have. So we've got, so help me with this. It looks like we have 15 voting members on. Is that what I'm counting right? Adam, maybe you could help me with that.
I'm seeing 16, Jamie.
You're seeing 16, Ruby. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's 16.
Okay, perfect. Yep. So we had 9. So I would say that this is a pretty, I mean, it's not necessarily a majority, but it is 9 people saying move it forward. Andrea, your hand is still up. And April, you want to say something? Nope. Okay.
Yeah, just I was gonna maybe just point out, it seems like there's some objections to it even among some that raise their hands. I think, we're just kind of wanting to see this move forward. And again, these are recommendations. The commission may choose not to adopt these. I think it would be nice to see a memo of sorts calling out this specific language maybe that is causing some of the concern, especially when we have a planner that's, showing a little bit of reluctance as well.
Yeah, half a hand up. Yeah, so this goes back to what Elaine was saying earlier about needing to include in the staff report, that people's concerns and some trade-offs associated with it. So I think what I'm hearing. Sorry?
Don't you?
What, John?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Jamie. I'm saying I think we absolutely want to do that, right? I think we want to share the results. There may not be unanimous. Obviously, there's not a unanimous feeling about this. Let's identify that, describe that. I think we want to be able to provide, a clear and transparent rendition of what happened to the commission, so they can understand that.
Yeah. So I would characterize this as, there's 9 people supporting, some are lukewarm, and some are very strong support. And the concerns on both, or the issues on both sides are the strong support is this is a protection that people are looking for to make sure that that the underlying use can continue in the future. And the concern is that this ties the hand of local government to be able to have discretion to do a zone change if it makes sense and if it's in the interest of the development in the county, and so it ties their hands. So those are 2 of the arguments that I heard in terms, not arguments, but issues that the commission needs to consider. Andrea, did you want to say something?
Yes, I do. And part of it would be and it's going to relate to a slight change to what you said. Instead of saying that there are 9 people wanting to put this forward, what this was, and I think what we need to do is come to agreement on how we're going to represent our voting today.
Mhm.
It's obviously not simple majority rules, right?
Right. Yeah.
It should be, it's either something, so we've got 16 people. All right. So 12 people means something has strongly either passed or gone down, right? Anything closer than that is it was split with either a slight majority one way or the other, and here are the issues,
Mm-hmm.
right? So because, as we said, we have 16 people. It's not all of us. It's
Yeah.
not 9 of however the many is. It's of the folks who were here. It was a fairly close split with a slight majority putting it forward, and here are the issues.
Yep.
Right. I think that's a fairer way to represent it, because either we're going to say simple majority wins, which is silly, or we either have a strong majority one way or the other, and then otherwise it's close, and here are the issues.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Andrea. It's really important to be clear. And these individual statements in 4 and 6 are a little bit easier in some ways for everybody to weigh in on. That's why we wanted to do the roundtable kind of as a step back on the package and where we are at, and do a gradient of kind of where people are, so we could give the commission a better sense of where the group sees themselves right now and what further needs to happen. But yes, we are taking good notes for all the caveats and the issues. Greg, did you want to say something?
I was kind of echoing what Andrea was saying, and asking a procedural question. I don't recall how many voting members do we have on the rack, or do we have? I assume we have a majority present. And what is our rule for voting on something? Is it a majority? Is it a majority of the rack? Is it a majority of those present? Do we have to have a quorum? If that's all laid out somewhere, I apologize for not knowing it off the top of my head.
Yeah, and it's in our charter, and we're not a consensus group, but I think the intent of the legislature and of the commission was to work towards consensus, because that is the strongest solution set that you can put forward. And so I think that's what everybody's been striving to do in all the meetings that we've had, is sort of understand and meet where everybody is at. And so whatever we can put forward that shows that it's got a strong support or consensus support is really important for the commission to hear. We don't have it spelled out in terms of, at least I don't think so, John, about like a quorum needs to be present and that level of detail. That's not my understanding. So I think it is more of a, is there strong support? As like Andrea was saying, is there a lukewarm support? Is there no support? Are there other, considerations for the commission about your work? And that's where I was proposing the fist of 5 in the roundtable, so that you have a gradient to say, this is where I support things, this is where I don't. These are the things I want to make sure the commission hears about where I'm at. Does that help, Greg? Okay. James?
Yeah. So I had 2 things. One was more of a process question along those lines. Like in the last for the last division, I made an actual motion, but there wasn't a second. I don't know if we actually need a motion or a second on the table. We're just voting. But just wanted to do a little bit of a process check there, is to make sure that we're we're accounting for who's actually present in case we have members that are stepping away. The other thing was if those who have concerns about this division or any division that we make a decision on, especially with a slim majority, I feel like it would be really helpful if there was even just one sentence, if people could post that in the chat or something, calling out what a little bit of what their concern is. Perhaps, like, hey, I'm just not in favor of this division. I don't think it's necessary, or I don't like it as a whole, or perhaps it's just maybe section D or of subsection and whatever. It would be helpful to point, I think, the commission in the direction of where some of the rub is, so they're not looking at a multiple page document trying to figure out what our frustration was born out of.
Yes, and so that is the point of the roundtable, is to do exactly that. And that's why we didn't want to do a yay, nay vote on everything. We wanted to give people an opportunity to say, this is where I'm at, this is why, this is what could happen in order to strengthen my support or not. And give the commission some clearer information about where the group stands. And thank you, Elaine, for putting in there. There are 32 voting members, and we have 16 voting members present today. And so now that becomes part of the staff report, that half of our group isn't even here. Max?
Just a question for LCDC. Are there any laws or rules you guys are aware of that restrict the ability of a county to change a zone based on what the proposed use is going to be? Or are we singling out solar as a specific type of use that's not allowed to go through a zone change?
So I think this would be unique, a little unique, but it's all unique, right? To this subject matter.
To answer your question, Max, I'm not sure there is, but I would defer to the planners maybe that are in the group.
I was searching around for my hand and couldn't find it. But one of the things is, first of all, as a planner, county commissioner, and now an LCDC guy, the big thing is what does their comp plan say? Have they identified this in the comp plan? Because you can't just randomly reach out and grab something, even if it makes lots of sense, without a comp plan amendment. And that is going to take, 6 months is a short period of time to be messing around with comp plan amendments for something as large as a goal 5 type of discussion. So I think that it isn't a real simple answer to whomever asked that, but I don't, as to getting into the specifics. And also, I guess while I have the floor quickly, Jamie, I really would encourage you guys to write your points, because for me, as one liaison to carry all of this, even though I have been taking notes and trying to absorb it, I would want to fairly represent all sides here, and along with trying to vote. But my fellow commissioners, this is complex. This isn't one of our more, I don't know if anything in land use is simple, but towards the simple direction. So your voice will be silent, I can tell you, if you don't put it together and communicate it first through the RAC, and secondly to the commission. Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks. So there's 2 outstanding things here before we move into the roundtable. One is we were going to loop back and look at the language in Division 33 about what was new and what we were considering to not move forward, and what we were considering to move forward. So that was one. The second is Damien put in the chat a proposal earlier in this conversation. Let's see. Where'd it go, Damien? Damien proposed a 2-part proposal of... Damien, can you speak to your proposal? I'm trying to find it in the chat.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think in an effort to simplify some of these things, and an effort to actually get the RAC to a place where we can resolve what we're trying to do and provide some clear direction to the LCDC. Two-part proposal. One would be just going to Division 33, 10x the acreage limitation, so 12 becomes 120, etc., and not impose a new kind of novel untested Goal 5 regime, and call it good, or acreage allowances.
Can you say that again so that people, including me, can write that down?
Yeah. So again, limited to Eastern Oregon with the same parameters as that we're talking about now. Just take the 1220, 320 current acreage limitations, 10x each of those in Division 33, and then not use a Goal 5 rubric in all of Division 23. Full stop.
Oh,
So Damien, forgive me, I guess maybe I'm echoing some of the other people in the group, or maybe it's just me. Are you saying this is for Division 33 or?
So yeah, I mean the edit would be to Division 33, and Elaine just summarized it in the chat. Just so there are basically everything that we've done in this entire RAC, there's been like one thing that is clearly potentially beneficial to solar, and it's an increase in the acreage threshold. I'm saying let's just do the increase in the acreage threshold and not do all the other stuff that calls into question whether or not we're achieving anything.
In Division 33?
No,
you're talking about, that's what I'm trying to understand.
But I think I'm hearing, let me take a crack at it.
Leave Division 23.
What Damien is proposing, I think, is to jettison everything in Division 23 in favor of elevating the acreage thresholds in Division 33 and stop there. Is that right? I mean, have I got that right? That now, again, I'll just say, I'm just curious to make sure I got that right.
I mean, it's playing on, the RAC is recommending we do it for forest, so why are we not recommending we do it for ag?
So there's a number of ways to respond to that. And
well, John, why don't you hold on? Let's see what RAC members have to say about this before you say anything. Andrea?
There's a huge potential impact and current impact on ag now. And as I said in our first RAC meeting, when you're talking about, because everybody goes back to the whole issue of it being what was designed was for gas-fired power plants. You don't have a gas-fired power plant, a farm field, another gas-fired power plant. You don't have the cumulative impacts that you can have from ag. There needs to be some sort of a safeguard or a mitigation to ag for the impacts, not just let's just make it bigger and more impacts. So that's where we come into, there's, the different, as we said, there's land that go right ahead, go do it. Great, no problem. There's land absolutely, no, we don't want to speed it up. We're not saying, no, you can't do solar. We're saying, because we're talking about how do you speed things up where they should be sped up. And then there still is that group of ag land that we want to get mitigated because it's going to have an impact on the overall ag economy.
And what Andrew's saying makes absolute sense, right? If we're going to increase thresholds on ag land, it seems like ag land mitigation should be in play. But once you have ag land plus all the other types of mitigation that we've talked about, and once you have this, I don't know how many steps are in the analysis, what is excluded, like let's run through ORS 195, like 60 steps. right? Like it's unclear that we've actually done anything. So, you know, if you want to amend my proposal to say, let's just increase the acreage and require ag mitigation, great, okay. But, you know, I think we're missing the central thrust of what we're trying to achieve here, based on the framework and based on kind of a flawed starting point of goal 5 and all the things that come with it, and trying to balance everybody's interests.
Let's hear from Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I think it may have been addressed, but the throwing out everything else aspect of the comment, Damien, was just a little vague to me in terms of what we're talking about, or to coordinate and go through what the implications are of that right now. But the reason why I think through the conversation that we landed on that for forestry as compared to ag was conversations even from, you know, Greg and people from the forestry side of the house, indicating that the economic relevancy to the communities in a lot of these cases of forestry is just that much less in most cases, right? Or in particular of any particular one, which doesn't mean that, you know, with mitigation, which I believe the way it was written, all these things, if included, are required to have mitigation, right? So I don't know if we have to have much in the way of amendment for inclusion of mitigation, but you know, if raising some thresholds is like part of the conversation, you know, that's that. You know, again, going back to Lane's earlier comment about 240 being arbitrary, though, these are also kind of arbitrary numbers. And so, yeah, you know what I mean? But 240 was actually based on something. Just 10xing it, these are now out of alignment with all of the EFU category acreage like exceptions, and creates a lot of, you know, potential difficulties, I think, in kind of trying to understand that in the zoning landscape. So
An option could be to align the goal acreage thresholds with 215, 446 acreage thresholds so that projects that go through local review don't trigger an exception, but projects that go through FSEC and our larger trigger review. That would be a connecting to something that's existing in law.
what was the reference again, Elaine?
215, 446.
Let's hear from Gordon, and then actually, Gordon, you want Max to go first, and then you can go last.
I think the members of the RAC should go first. Yes,
Yep.
definitely.
Max, go ahead, and then we'll hear from Gordon.
Okay, thanks, Gordon. Yeah, I guess just to try and clarify for the record, in my view, the proposal in Division 23 does not streamline permitting. It is a different, equally complex pathway to achieve the same goal as goal 3 at likely a higher price. So if the purpose of the rulemaking is to streamline solar in low conflict locations, we may have identified low conflict locations, but we have not streamlined the permitting for those facilities. So in that sense, I agree that another way to do it would be to simply change the acreage thresholds and require mitigation for agricultural impacts. So I support that notion.
Gordon?
I just want to say, I don't know, John may be out of range or something, but I will just want to say that I can, while we would take this to our director, I would be absolutely astounded if the department recommended a recommendation would agree with this. And so I just wanted to make that clear. It seems to me this proposal is contrary to basically contrary to the direction we had to start, which was to look for a balance of the solar interests versus other land use interests in Eastern Oregon. And I don't know that I want to argue about it with you all at this point. Though, for those of you that have a contrary view, I understand and respect your point of view. I just wanted to point that out, that if this recommendation were to pass, I think I would be very surprised if the RAC and the department had the same recommendation to give the commission.
Thanks for that, Gordon. So I want to say two things, and then I think we should take a break. So the first is that that folks are feeling like this is the last meeting. We've just heard that there's a potential for a meeting in February. And clearly folks are feeling like that we're not all the way there in terms of our work. And so while I can appreciate putting out things to kind of circuit where we want to go, I'm not seeing other RAC members weighing in, and I'm a little bit concerned about that we don't have time to adequately discuss and consider a proposal, the proposals that are coming in the last 2 hours of this supposedly last meeting. So I just want to put that out there. And the second one is, I want us to move into the roundtable because I want to make sure we hear from everybody. And if part of your recommendation is that this group isn't ready, that there's more work to do in these different areas, like James was talking about, you got to say that, just say what you think needs to happen. If it's a proposal, Damien, like what you're putting out, if that's what you think is the path forward, then you need to say that. I think that that's what we all need to hear is kind of where everybody is at, so that we know what to do next. And so if we can take a break, think about that. Think about what you would want to say, for everybody to hear, or for the commission to consider, that would either help you to support this or to move things forward, or not, just wherever you're at. Just be really clear about that when we come back. Damien, what did you want to say?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I just, as far as framing this, say we're kind of here trying to find ways to streamline because what we're calling the Division 33 solar rules right now are however many pages, a dozen or whatever, and there's one provision in there that actually helps solar, and it's the acreage standards. The rest is balancing everybody else's interests and protecting this, that, and the other thing. And so now what we're doing is kind of doubling down on that approach, even though we're here because it didn't work. And we're adopting how many more pages of stuff? And there's one thing in there that helps solar, and it's this acreage standard. So, I mean, if we zoom back out and like actually analyze what we're saying when we say balancing and get out of every, particular, provision within there and how folks feel about all of it, like, are we achieving what we're trying to do? And we had a vote earlier on like, let's scrape everything out of Division 33. In my mind, that vote's just sort of like, well, if we do that, we at least can say we're not doing any harm to solar permitting, because if no one uses goal 5, okay, nothing's changed, right? So that's kind of where we're at with it's from my perspective in this RAC. Like, let's not do the same thing again. I'm sorry, Gordon, you feel strongly about how the agency thinks of that, but that doesn't surprise me, right? Like, the agency made the first set of rules that have one thing that benefits solar, and it is an arbitrary acreage standard. I don't know how to fix that. So I believe folks with that.
Yeah, and I see Elaine's put in the chat too that one of the reasons for these proposals, is because we're nearing the end of the process, and that some folks are feeling like the draft is not moving the needle to achieve the legislative intent. So I propose that we take a 10-minute break. We come back a little after 3. We do a roundtable, hear from everybody about where folks are at. We still have to look at the language around Division 33 and decide if we want to scrap that or not. So that's another thing that's still on the table. But I think it's really important that we hear from everybody about where folks are at. And then, because we have these proposals that are out there for folks to consider, and people can weigh in on it when we do the roundtable. So that's what I propose.
Jamie, just as a heads up for what's next, what's on the roundtable? Are we going through all
the voting members of the RAC? Everybody gets an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
And then I was proposing a fist to 5 gradient so people could see where you are with the package that would be moving forward. And also, as James had said, people should be clear about what it is that you don't support and why, or something that you'd like to see happen, so that we can actually capture that. And then we'll take a step back and talk as a RAC about what does this mean in terms of where people are at. I don't think we have a good sense of where everybody's at.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Mm-hmm. So 10-minute break, come back at 3:05. We're going to go in alphabetical order to do the round table. Everybody will get, I'm thinking, let's see, at 3 o'clock, it'll be.
Can we go in reverse alphabetical order or
Sure.
last name alphabetical order? I am not in the mood to go first.
I was doing a last name. Yep.
Okay,
Thank you,
good.
Laura. It
Let's
was
go
last
right.
name. So that means that
Well,
Elaine might be one of the first. John, what?
I got mute the host. Maybe we should go by astrological sign.
I think you need a break. Let's come off. Go ahead, and your video is still really choppy, John.
John does need a break, yes.
All right, those 10-minute breaks go really fast. So let's come back. And Adam, have you had a chance to do the highlighted version of the Division 33 so people knew what they were looking at?
Yes, I was not entirely clear in going through my notes and while everyone was still talking, if we're scrapping everything in Division 33, but just a couple things or just that one part of it. But I have that ready to share screen if folks are ready to look at it.
Yeah, and so what I would suggest is if you put it in the chat, and then people can
Oh,
speak to it
yeah.
when you do the roundtable.
Okay, let me figure out how to put that in the
And
chat.
it was anything new except what Elaine had written in the in the chat. Elaine wrote down what, and people were like, yes, let's look at that.
Yeah, no, I looked at that. I'm still not entirely clear, but we'll get to that. Let me add it to the chat here real quick.
And then for everybody who is here, I did put the charter, a link to the full charter in the chat, so you could take a look at it. And I did pull out what it says regarding decision making. So, you know, uh, Commissioner Williams, made a motion and people voted. It's none of that is spelled out in the charter in terms of that level of decision making. The level of decision making that's spelled out in the charter is what I put in the chat. And so I think, my understanding is, and from the charter and from how we've been working together, is that the LCDC's interest is to see the level of support that the group has on the different concepts that are being proposed, and concerns spelled out so that it's really clear, if there's an alternative being proposed or trade-off that they should consider. And so I think they were hoping that you could strive for, they don't use the word consensus in the decision making, but I think it was for broad agreement. And so that's what we're going to be looking for. It just sort of where you are when we do the roundtable. Max?
Jamie, could I just add on that this is also addressed in the legislation in HB 3409, Section 6. It says that a majority of members of the RAC constitute a quorum for the transaction of business. Official action by the RAC requires the approval of a majority of the members of the RAC. The RAC may adopt the rules necessary for the operation, etc. So the RAC can take official action by a simple majority of the RAC members, which is, I understand, to be 32.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Max.
So no official action unless we get a unanimous vote of everyone here.
Right, basically.
Got it.
Well, no, even that we're at 50%.
Yeah, and I wonder.
I don't know that we even have a quorum.
No, not if we have, and it's actually 27 voting members. Ruby looked it up.
Well, that helps. We've got a quorum.
So yeah, so voting is efficient and an understood and respected mode in which groups make decisions to move things forward. And I think the charter language is basically reflecting the commission's intent of that it's helpful for them if we can show a broad level of support, and if we can't, that we're clear about why. Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure. Thanks for that, Max. So between Max and I, we helped to make that mud a little more clear. So, Ruby, did we have a slide with all of our voting members in alphabetical order by last name?
No, I wasn't able to sort it, but I can tell you who would go first. And then maybe we can go from there.
Whew, that's a start.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, alphabetical by last name, it would be Elaine.
Yep. Okay, so just
do by order on the RAC chart, on the RAC list. I don't really want to go first. I'm not,
and really, and just the sort of the rules, but also, Ruby, I did have a slide on this about the FISTA 5 and what it means. Can you put?
Oh yes, let me pull that up.
Yeah. So they're loose rules, but there are some. And I don't know if people are familiar
Right,
with a fist of five. But basically, it's we're just we want to hear from everybody. That's the point. We're gonna do it in alphabetical order, the best that we can, starting from last name with Elaine. And then, a fist of five is a method of voting. It just gives you more of a gradient of a vote. And so it's basically, it's like I don't support anything. I support some things. This is what I don't. This is what I might need to gain support. Two fingers is, I don't support a lot of it, but I'm not going to block it moving forward. Oh, that bullet should be moved down, that there's a three fingers there should be its own bullet, right at the end of that sentence. Ruby, at the end of the two fingers, go all the way back, all the way down. See where it says three fingers?
Right. Oh, yes.
But push that down so it's its own, so it's clear.
Okay.
It's 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Three fingers is I'm in the middle somewhere. I
Gotcha.
like some of it. I don't like some of it. I support moving forward. 4 fingers is mostly fine. And 5 is I like this a lot. I give it my full support. You can also abstain. I mean, this is basically your opportunity to say whatever you want to say about where you are with the RAC process for the commission to understand and hear as a part of the staff report that will be made forward. So we have a sense of where everybody's at. And Mark, you had your hand up, but then it went down. Mark, did you have something you wanted to say? No? Okay. All right, then we'll start with Elaine. And I think the intent is just, it's 3:15. We're going to be here till, if we can just keep folks' comments to a little less than 5 minutes, we'll get through everybody. Elaine, you want to start?
Okay. I guess I will say my comments and then, oh, Mark, do you want to go? Do you have a hand up?
Oh, yeah, Mark.
It would be super helpful to have written out specifically what we are voting on. So, like, I get that it's the red and green, right? But that this is not for necessarily deletion from the process altogether, but division 33, right?
Yeah, and actually, Mark, thank you for that clarification because I kind of did a bit of a mashup. So what we're voting on is where we are with the rules package. And then if you could also say what you think about 33 as a part of what you're, just sharing in your 5 minutes, that would help us. Does that make sense? Yeah, this is our last 40 hour and 45 minutes that we've got together. And so we want to make sure we understand where everybody's at so we can accurately reflect that to the commission. Okay, Elaine, 3 false starts.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Fist of 5, I'm a 1. The reasons for that, I'll just kind of go bullet point. I object to the proposed revisions in Division 4, except the language that clarifies the application of the predominance test to the ag forest zone parcels. Oh, sorry, back up. That's 6. Division 4 is the goal exception rules. And I object to the language that would prevent a county from approving a concurrent zone change application with a goal exception for a solar facility. So I object to all changes in Division 4. With Division 6, I support the increase in the goal exception acreage threshold from 10 to 240, subject to the objections I already expressed in the vote. And I support the cleanup language for the predominance test. For Division 33, I object to all the proposed new language, except the clarification that the definition of solar PV facility includes temporary workforce housing as an accessory use. The crosswalk with the goal exception acreage thresholds to Division 23, pending my further comments. And and then keeping the permit validity and term language in there. With respect to Division 23, I really respect the work that the RAC has done. Many of us have put in a significant amount of time to try to come up with what we currently have in Division 23, and I really respect and appreciate the collective effort on that and the consensus building that we've done over these many months of gathering. I don't think we're there yet, and based on the current draft, I have to vote no to move it forward. I think there are some really good elements in that division, particularly related to the ag mitigation and the community benefit agreement provisions. I think the rest of the rule structure is just incredibly complicated, discretionary, and will be very hard to navigate. And so I would propose an alternative path forward for the RAC to consider, whereby we increase the Goal 3 exception acreage thresholds to align with 215.446 and the FSEC jurisdictional thresholds, and allow projects to move forward with local review before counties without a goal exception, subject to the county approving a community benefit agreement that includes an agricultural mitigation element.
Thank you, Elaine. Okay, Ruby, who's next?
Was just about to drop that in the chat. Greg Corbin.
Right. I'm going to be far more generic in my comments than Elaine was. Speaking as a representative of the timber industry, forest products sector, and the only one that's sort of specifically identified on the RAC for that purpose, I think, I would say I'm in support of the changes that have been made to Division 6, though I remain disappointed that we did not make more progress there and did not have a broader set of voices to address issues around forestry. With respect to the other changes, my greatest concern at this point is that we have created both a process and a number of criteria and restrictions that will largely result in this not being a widely used process, and likely will not move the needle significantly for Oregon in the siting of solar facilities. We really haven't done, I don't think, done a great job of, notwithstanding all of the great work of the RAC so far, still haven't come up with a process that is going to be widely used. So for that reason, I have a hard time fitting where I stand into the fist to 5. So I'm just going to put myself right smack in the middle with a 3. It's kind of in the middle, I suppose. Maybe a 3 to 3.5. I think there's been a lot of good work done. I also think that with some additional focus and time, we might be able to move the needle further. But I don't think that we're there yet, and I would not recommend moving the package forward in its current state. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Greg. Mike Eng, you're next.
Well, I think I'm probably 3 fingers at this point. Various aspects I've been kind of disappointed with. One is the lack of participation by the Public Utility Commission and the utilities. I think that's really hindered our fuller understanding of all the requirements here and where our flexibility and options are. I also think that there has been an inadequate representation of the broader public interest. I think the industry folks have done a great job at helping us understand what they would like and what they need. But let's face it, they're a special interest, and they're trying to maximize the benefits to the industry. And that's all well and good. That's part of the process. But they also happen to have a great deal of expertise in this area, both legally and because of their experience in doing previous projects. My effort and goal all along has been to try and create incentives to move this along so that the communities that are being impacted by this will feel that they're getting something meaningful and worthwhile from it, and that they're not just being taken advantage of by financial interests who happen to have the leverage to make these things happen. I'm also, although our county commissioner and our planner has done a great job and have been really valuable inputs, I feel like a lot of this burden is going to fall on the planning departments of counties that have a wide range of capability. And I would have liked to see more input from counties to see how they're responding to this. The idea of incentives, I think, is included in the community benefits piece. And also that was my goal in trying to suggest agrivoltaics as a means of providing incentives for increasing the thresholds for ag land. I think just increasing the thresholds is quite arbitrary and will face a lot of resistance. I mean, if you look nationwide, there's been a tremendous amount of resistance to, and increasing, I think, and may increase during this new administration for renewable energy projects. I think that the nationwide number is somewhere in the neighborhood of 60% have been challenged. There's a great deal of NIMBYism out there. People are not seeing the benefit to their communities. And I think by really meaningfully addressing the community benefits piece and the possibility of agrivoltaics in addressing some of the ag concerns, and that's going to be a tough process in and of itself, because not everyone is convinced that is compatible. But I think those are ways to create mutual benefit. The industry is going to have to flex. The industry is going to have to get creative. The industry is going to have to figure out how to make these projects attractive and supported by a community. Otherwise, you get some projects that come through, and if there's a huge backlash against this, it's gonna hurt in the long run. And I think we need to be looking at the long term. How do we get people to embrace this as in their own self-interests, and that they're getting some real benefit out of it? So, I think we've done some great work. I think we've been very respectful in listening to each other. But I think that we haven't really gotten on something that is moving forward for the broader general interest and statewide interest for these projects, this policy.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, next up is Emily.
Hi, thanks. I think I'm a 2, a 1.5, or a 2. We've come a long way on building consensus. A lot of my concern is still around those pieces that seem uncertain or vague that are probably easily appealable, and I think it plays into the larger question of whether the program will be used after the maps and the mapping exercise that we had been kind of waiting for a while, that we saw how much area was potentially eligible and not all of the criteria were even able to be mapped. So it's also a little concerning that there's even less probably available land that's least conflict. And yeah, I guess what we've heard from our members is that the criteria are still a little bit insurmountable. and complicated, kind of like Elaine was mentioning with the ability to implement these rules. I think we just need more time. Like I mentioned, we've come a long way on consensus, but I don't know if one more meeting will achieve that. But we have come a long way, and so I don't know. I think I'm at a 1.5 too.
Thanks, Emily. Damien.
Starting with the fist of five rubric, I'd be at a 1. I think that, as I said earlier, there's one thing in here that actually benefits solar, and it's that there would be a path to increased acreage. Unfortunately, we've made that path so complex and that we are not sure if it actually exists. It seems like it doesn't. We are probably, as a group, suffering from, a flawed starting point. The vehicle that was delivered to us of Goal 5 is not a necessary vehicle for any of this to be happening. There are simple ways to do this. We just increase acreage thresholds. And I would be supportive of that proposal of just increase acreage thresholds to jurisdictional thresholds, and then allow for ag mitigation. Because I think that's what we're actually talking about here. I think I would reiterate something I said a couple meetings ago about the word conflict. We're letting it carry a lot of water here, and we really need to kind of be very clear about what we can and can't achieve on that front, because conflict is really kind of two things in the land use setting. One is sort of physical conflicts. Can a use be a good neighbor to another use, or does it actually impact what somebody else is allowed to do on their property just because they're near another use? I think solar can, a good project can be made to have very low conflicts in that sense. The idea of conflict of making everybody happy, and so that folks don't show up at a hearing and fill up the county courthouse with opposition and strident opposition, I think that's illusory. A project can be better or worse for the community, but you can't please everybody, and everybody gets kind of one shot to show up and say what they think, and people are going to take that shot. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, and that's not going to change. Public sentiment about a project shouldn't be mistaken with public policy direction about meeting the state's planning goals. About the state's renewable energy goals. And I think that's what we're trying to advance towards here. And we just simply can't solve for making 100% of the people happy, and a vocal majority of opposition, will create that second version of conflict. So I'd say I'd support the proposal. I think we should kind of invert our thinking on this a little bit. We put up a whole bunch of gates that need to be somehow gotten through, and in a way that we can't understand if that's actually even possible to increasing the amount of solar that gets developed in the state. And we're like, well, let's come back in a couple of years and see if nothing's happened. I think we should flip that on its head. I think we should do the simple thing, identify where solar is allowed, and revisit what's happening on the ground based on actual project data. Revisit it frequently. I mean, every 6 months, why not, right? Let's if we want the projects, allow the projects, and then throttle it back if too much is happening, right? I mean, that's a fairly simple rubric, and it's very much common sense if what we're actually trying to do is achieve increased renewable energy development so that we can meet the energy goals of the state. And I think that's part of our charge here. And I think we have a proposal that would do that. And I would shorten up those timelines for reviewing how it's going based on real information on the ground. I think that's it for me.
Thanks, Damien. And yes, Mike MacArthur is a voting member, so he'll be slotted in. After Dugan. But now we want to hear from Mark Hudson. I was responding to something in the chat on our list. Mark?
Yep. I think I would first reflect Greg's comments about Division 6, in the context of us citing an at least conflict context. I do think there was a big opportunity missed in the forestry world. I know that it's maybe less desirable in some development contexts. But I do think also that the downsides from the environmental context are probably a little misunderstood and overstated. And that, again, that was something with the right stakeholders and a little bit more time and energy on that would have been a fairly broad area of work earlier on. Regarding Mike's comments about the Public Utility Commission, I would reflect that as well as about agrivoltaics. To be honest, I don't really know where or why. I think I might have missed a meeting that got taken off the plate, but I do, while that's a currently small proportion of the available kind of projects out there, it is likely to be a growing one, and I think one that's pretty synchronous. And regarding Division 23 and 33, I have some small hitches kind of stuff. I don't really have, not having been an applicant permittee in these contexts, I don't have a lot to say on the complexity of the process kind of thing. And I think maybe, doing it again in the case study context of our visitations, I think some comparison points in what that is or could have been, so on and so forth, would have been good. For the rest of us who don't live in that world, to be able to kind of better understand what the industry is looking at in that complexity context of existing complexities as compared to this new complexity kind of thing. When it comes to Division 3, when you talk page 14, there's a reference, or sorry, page 6. My Google Notes is not taking good notes, but page 6, there's a reference to prolonged drought, which I have an issue with that's kind of a non-statutory definition and could mean a whole lot of things. But that's probably a pretty easy fix. When it comes to the proposal for Division 33, I don't dislike Elaine's proposal in the context of that being integrated and crosswalked. I think my question is, I appreciate the effort at creating some kind of boundary line around what creates localized impact, and aggregated localized impact from multiple projects, which is kind of beyond the local carrying capacity. I think this approach might be a little too simplistic as is, because that 2,000 acres contextually is very different when it comes to a wheat field versus rangeland kind of thing in terms of the local economies. And so that's, I think maybe married up with the mitigation conversations a little bit more, kind of reflect how we took that approach might also be beneficial there. But I would say overall, I'm probably like a 2.5 to a 3, somewhere around there.
Thank you, Mark. Andrea?
So now we're going to back up to more generalities, and conceptual stuff. I mean, the key piece, as I've said all along, is the impact on the ag economy and the ag communities. So the key piece to me, there's 2 in this, and that is on the ag perspective, dividing things into 3 areas, which is the places where, go ahead and build, the places where for the purpose of speeding up the process, no, we don't want to speed up the process. And then the area where, yeah, let's speed up the process, but let's recognize there's going to be impacts, so we need ag mitigation. Okay, so that's number one, my most important consideration in all of this. I'm opposed to arbitrarily increasing the acreage, but will consider an increase of the acreage with in a discussion of it with mitigation, right? Like let's really talk about it, because I want to get back to the question of what's actually stopping and holding up projects. I don't know if we've ever actually sat down and discussed what are we trying to fix, right? And really hone in. So, going back to some, hindsight's 50-50, right? So I'm going to do some 2020, not 50-50, sorry, 2020 hindsight. And that is, before I go there, I can live with this. I'm at a 3, right? Because I can live with it, but it's very complicated and I don't think it's streamlining it. I don't think it's going to get us to where we want to get to. But can I, am I going to run screaming from the room if this is what goes forward from my organization's perspective? No, right? But I don't think we're harmed by it, but I don't think it's going to achieve our goal. So with that, it's time I look at the 2020 hindsight. I do think we were a bit ham that the framework that we're using, I think is what's not enabling us to streamline the process. I think the process could be streamlined. I think if I were to go back and do this again, I would have again started with what is causing projects not to go through easily? And really start with all of the concepts, like what are the concerns from like the whole to get to the whole mitigation, right? What are the concerns about siting? What are the needs for speeding up siting, and get agreement on the concepts, and then work on the framework of how you do a process to speed it up. I think we kind of started with a format that was already there and tried to, was kind of square peg round hole. And I think that's why it got very complex very quickly. So, but all that said, I don't think dragging this out through more meetings at this point is going to get us to accomplish this now. Because I think what's basically just going to happen is we're going to wear down all of the non-industry folks. Right? The folks who don't have a stake in the game are going to be done. We're going to go do legislature now, right? This is not where our key interests lie. So we're not going to get to a good result. We're going to get to a very one-sided result. So I think we need to send a report to the LCDC with where we're at with, there are suggestions out there with whatever comes through in our voting process on the individual pieces, however we run that, or on the package going forward now or not. But I think with all of the discussion comments saying, this is where we got to. We think it still needs to be fixed. Here's the things we think need to happen. That we need to streamline it. We need to keep these key pieces in. But I think we do ourselves a disservice in saying, oh, let's put us on hold and start again in the summer. Because that's just delaying, that's kicking the ball down the road 6 more months. But I don't think we can work through it now. So I think we need to send this to LCDC and see what they want at this point. They may sit there and say, okay, we've learned from you and we're going to go forward with what we want. Or they're going to ask us to do more work. But I don't think at this point we should be requesting more time before we give them a report.
Okay, Thank you, Andrea. I'm gonna bump Laura up because Laura messaged me that she's got to leave a little bit early and she wants to weigh in. So Laura, do you want to go next before Dugan?
Sure. Thank you so much, Jamie. Sorry, Dugan. Um, I would say I'm sitting at about a 3. I have been thinking maybe 3.5, but I'm just hearing all of the concerns about whether that gets used. And so while I'm an optimist that tends to believe in process, I'm hearing the concerns, and so that's reflected in my 3. Big picture, I think, like Mark was saying, I don't know the ins and outs of going through the process and what it's going to look like from that developer perspective. But it seems to me that thinking about Max's comment just before the break about all we're doing is sort of adding cost. We're not streamlining things. And I'm trying to understand how much of that cost is from the actual cost of agricultural mitigation and community benefit agreements versus the cost of an uncertain process. So that's just a question that I'm holding in this, because when I think about what's in that Division 23 section, those are the 2 areas where we've made the biggest changes. On habitat mitigation, the only change we've really made is actually to remove mitigation requirements for Category 5. So if you want to go a different route and give that back, like from a conservation perspective, maybe that's fine. My concern about sort of flipping to Elaine's proposal and just focusing on increasing thresholds and narrowing in on those community benefits and ag mitigation pieces. One is, I suspect that if we try to hammer that out, we may end up with just as long a list, and adding some of that uncertainty back in. And then from a sort of philosophical perspective, we miss the opportunity to have that broader, what have we defined as lower conflict? Now, if that's not worth it, it's not going to get us where we need to go. I can live with that. But I do think that it may be more streamlined in terms of what the edits look like, but we could still have quite a bit of complexity in that conversation. In terms of some of the specific things that we've talked about today, we're comfortable with the forest change, and also glad that we're sort of planning to have a deeper conversation about forest land use, since that's a complex issue. In terms of the Division 33 piece, like I said earlier, I'm agnostic on where those pieces go. If it's cleaner to, trim down the Division 33 edits, that's fine. I do think some of those provisions, like the reducing wildfire risk and soil health, could be opportunities to reduce conflict and improve projects, but it's not a deal breaker for me. I think on the water side of things, I agree with Mark's comment and have some other thoughts on like how we could tighten that language, but it sounds like that's still in conversation. And I also appreciated Damien's comment just about shorter review timelines. And if we do move forward with something, making sure that we have the opportunity to see how it's going, because a lot of what I'm hearing on the developer concerns is that we're just not sure if anything is going to actually work on this process. And so that seems to me like we need to find out if it will. So I think, I liked Andrea's thoughts in terms of like, we need to make some recommendations and document where we've gotten. I agree that we might just lose a lot of momentum and end up rehashing a lot of things if we wait and reconvene after session. And yeah, I think from my perspective, if we move forward and try it, I don't know that there's harm in that, but I also am hearing the frustration that may not solve the problem, and that's what we're here to do.
Thanks, Laura. Let's bump back up to Dugan.
Hey everyone. So I would say I'm probably at a 1 right now. Kind of zooming out I really think that we're we're in a bit of a bind here. I mean, from a very large perspective, at least from a company that develops in 33 states, Oregon is the one that makes us think the most. So Oregon wins at that in terms of how to get how to do projects and how to communicate with communities, tribes. We do not have a more rigorous process in the country, which I think is good, but also, can slow down and makes solar projects in Oregon more expensive. It does things like that. So, and as a native Oregonian, I appreciate that we always want to find a solution that can help the most people. And so, as thinking through the different ways that this could go, I really am, I am with the development community, but the reason I'm at a developer is because I am a bit of a true believer that these projects can really deliver a lot of, first of all, clean energy, clean air, all that great stuff, as well as economic impact in rural communities that don't get a lot of investment otherwise in the modern day. And so I really think in terms of ag mitigation, community benefits, I think these projects deliver those, and I'm excited, as Pinegate was with our specific project, to deliver more clarified versions beyond just tax revenue of those visions of benefit. And so I like a lot of the work we've done in Division 23, where we have tried to standardize in some ways some good best practices in the solar industry, whether that's community benefit, ag mitigation, things like that. I do think we did not compromise enough, just generally. I don't think we opened up enough land on the agriculture side. We have a lot of people who we talk to on the ground, our landowners, who do not agree with the way that the state categorizes high value farmland in the state, because on the ground it is not high value to them. And I don't think we really solved that in this group. I think the considerations around wildlife are key, but the review already kind of happens. And so the fact that we are kind of adding that layer for pretty much everything that we would already have to consider and will already have to consider further means that if we're going to protect all those things outright in this least conflict view, we need to access other lands. We can't both go full protection on Goal 3 lands and wildlife lands, because then I think it gets us to where we are now, which it seems like it's a very narrow path to actually finding a project that would be able to go through this and wouldn't rather just use the processes that we already have. More specifically, I think I can't support any changes that would affect things that would not go through the streamlined path, both for policy reasons and for the charge of the legislation. And so the inclusion of new statewide rules for all solar projects within Division 33, both in terms of the analysis areas and subsection I, in which the new approval standards are required. I think those are out of scope. Maybe we would throw them in Division 23, but I think those were just kind of thrown in there. And I'd actually be for actually adding nearly nothing into Division 33 other than the acreage changes. The Division 4 changes similarly, another statewide change to how solar is treated. I don't think we should do that. And I don't think the RAC should support that. In terms of making harder decisions, that might be what LCDC does. Honestly, it might be what the legislature does. We have very aggressive climate goals. Things are coming due in 5 years. And so that crucible might be crunched down to where we need to make harder decisions on our land use. I guess more generally, I don't think, but I want to say, I think we've come up with some really good ideas. So even if LCDC looks at the report from the RAC and says, well, it doesn't seem really got great consensus or even momentum here, I don't want us to put stuff in the bin. I think there's a lot of stuff here that we can pull and some really great drafting that John and team have done to kind of come up with rules that might work either in legislation or at the local county level. I don't think from my perspective, that DLCD or LCDC should declare victory, at least not with the RAC's consent at this point. About we found a path. I don't think that's necessarily true. I do think I am, more of a three fingers if we just did the Division 23 stuff because of the, I think, innovative stuff around, again, agriculture mitigation and community benefit. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Dugan. Mike MacArthur.
Yeah, I just want to riff off the last thing Dugan said. If we found a path, it looks like the Darien Gap. But I'd like to speak more generally first. This really, for me, has been at least 3 years of discussions about this problem of siting solar in Oregon. This last, say, 6-8 months of these discussions have just been the most formal part of that process. And I think what we've discovered and what we've all learned is that it's really difficult. It's really hard to find consensus on these issues when there are competing interests. And, of course, that harkens back to the fact that state has competing goals. The legislature has set up this conflict, essentially, by having renewable energy goals and agricultural forest land protection goals. And frankly, if we're going to achieve both, there's going to have to be trade-offs. And for instance, Pacific Corp just announced in their integrated resource and clean energy plans that they plan to keep their coal plants running indefinitely. And I think part of the problem is they can't find enough renewable energy resource. And part of that problem is they can't find sites. And when they do find sites, if they're not in Oregon, we lose the economic opportunity. So there is all that and a 5 year or so time clock ticking. I'd like to see ways in which the decision making can be increased at the local level. That's a fundamental Korea belief, recognizing we represent local governments who are involved in these decisions and developers who are pushing projects and policies favorable to projects. So we have to strike a balance there. So we'd like to see more projects go through the county conditional use process because we think that each project has got its own individual idiosyncrasies and geography and all the economic factors, socioeconomic factors. And there's too much variance, I think, in individual projects to have a statewide process. Besides, it's politically difficult when decisions come out of Salem. That doesn't sit well with a lot of residents far away from Salem, where many of these projects are being proposed. So we appreciate the community benefits recognition that there has to be strong community benefits for these projects to be acceptable to folks in the communities where they live. So we think that's an important recognition. And we think what Pine Gate's done is a real model for what can be done. I think, have real questions still about how this will change the siting process at the state level. Still not sure of that, and that's where most of our projects are going, unless we change acreages that make projects more eligible at the county level. So with that said, we think that it's important to report to the commission on what we've tried to accomplish, what the problems were, why we didn't find bright shining opportunities. We might have found niches of opportunities. So that we think the commission needs to see this and hear this and get a report. And the legislature needs to be made aware that we've done all this work and here's where the result of that is. And if they see a problem there, then they should deal with it. But I think before any further efforts along these lines go forward, that the mission should be redefined. And as far as the individual divisions that we've talked about here, we're generally okay with them, 3 to 4 on most. But we recommend moving this forward to the commission, and both with the positives and the incompletes, frankly. that we can identify here. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mike. Brandon.
So I can appreciate the different perspectives in this group, as would make a good RAC. So I would applaud the membership elements of this. I think this has been a good process in that regard, and because you do have competing elements that are brought to, or at least perspectives in this, and I think they're all super important. To keep things short, for the best interest of time, as I think we're coming up on 4 o'clock in here right now, I won't go through a division by division or even subsection critique of this. But from the county planning perspective, I'll build off of what Mike MacArthur was hinting at in one of his points, and it is local comprehensive planning is not easy. Hence the essence of this entire project. You've got, as a county, you have to make decisions based on that constant balance of planning. And so you've got the desire to have economic development and prosperity and clean energy. And you do that through looking at something like this and finding opportunities to build on more county jurisdiction. I think that's important, as Mike brought up. But you also have the other aspects of it. Where are these all going? We're talking agriculture. So how do you build that into it? With that said, and I'll take that off the soapbox, I like the framework that has been put in place as far as options from a foundational level for counties to move forward. I like the concepts of a more programmatic approach where a county can launch into more or less a goal 5 process and say, okay, these are the tools we have to deal with. Here's the method. I'm not sure it's the most refined. It is, one of the voting members used the word complex multiple times. I agree. it's fairly complex. The case by case or site by site alternative is a welcomed approach, and I think that is the way that they are separated out is the logical way to move forward on this. I'm not sure it's perfect either, and I want to say it was Michael earlier who was bringing up the question: do counties have? Is this maybe a little much for some county planning staffs, for county jurisdictions? That's a good question. Depending on the project and the approach, the alternative, if you will, whether this was a more programmatic one or a case by case, I would say, in my experience, I'm a one-man band here. This would be one of those things where we give it our best shot, given the resources and the time that we have, and you just make it work because of what the importance of this is. But there are resources that you can utilize to try and help you with these things too. So I'm on the I think it's an important thing to consider as we look at this. How complex is the work overall? I think I'm somewhere in between a 3 and a 4. I like Andrea and Mike's suggestion that, and I don't mean to paraphrase too horribly here, but I like the idea of going, okay, here's our basic foundation. We need some feedback on this thing. Are we heading in the right direction? Do we have a good framework? Is this what we're doing? I don't know if that's possible or not. But I would say I wouldn't kick this to a place of no, but I think the work is in a good starting spot. We still need a lot to do.
Thanks, Brandon. Andrew's on the list here, but he's not here. Andrew Mulkey is not here. So I'm going to skip to Bill Richardson.
Thank you. So
I'm probably going to echo many of the past comments. Um, the question of what are we trying to fix, I think, is really valid, and I think we've all been wrestling with that from day one. And I keep coming back to transmission capacity is one of our biggest obstacles, and I think that's been the elephant in the room from our very first meeting to some degree. Um, I've worked on this through a fairly narrow lens, trying to stay in my lane, and so like Laura said, we compromised on the wildlife mitigation piece in section 23, and that's as far as I can go. And so with that, I'm probably a 3 to 4 on the total package moving forward, similar to some of the last comments. And I guess I'll close with, you know, this is a rulemaking advisory committee. And so I think this has been said in a few different ways, but sometimes the advice or the result of an advisory committee is that the agency needs to make the decision. And I think that may be where we're at. I feel like we're at an impasse, especially with the producers. So you know, that may be where we're at. Sometimes you just have to admit you're at an impasse, and this needs to be solved in other ways. So I guess that's where I've got.
Thanks, Bill. April.
There I am trying to get myself off mute. One, since we are later in the day, I feel like I'll make a joke. At least no one has put one particular finger up. So hopefully that's a good sign. I am a three fingers, and in reflecting on both this experience as a whole, as well as the comments that have been made by other folks, I do want to commend DLCD staff for working the best they can through this process, and Jamie and the teams at the team at Kearns and West. Really, you've done, I think, a exceptional job in trying to keep us moving forward. But I think so obviously I'm in the middle, and the reasons for me being in the middle are both substantive as well as process. And I think I can't remember who said it, but there's a few comments that I just kind of want to agree with. As I said early on, for me, I'm going to be very consumed with the session, particularly when it first starts, and we'll have very little time to engage in additional meetings during session. I do see that we may have another meeting. I'll just flag right off the bat that I won't be able to participate in that meeting during that time frame, but I'll put staff on there, and we'll do our best to provide comments throughout. In regards to specific water, irrigated lands, irrigation district type issues, I've struggled a lot, actually, I think, throughout this process, in that there are ideas that seem to come up around language that relates to my constituency and both the districts and their patrons. And I'll provide my feedback when I can, or via email to John. And then it seems to go away. And then you guys, because, as somebody else said, the bulk of this rulemaking is focused on issues that are largely not my area of expertise, for sure, nor things that I necessarily have an interest in one way or another. But I do think, I'm very sympathetic to the counties and the county planners. I know a lot of those folks who do that work, and they never have enough resources or time. And so it's, trying to look at it outside of my water issue of, have we created something that actually is a more expedited process? I don't think so, because I certainly don't understand it very well. Has there been some things in place that protect existing resources through that? Yes. But has that come perhaps at the cost of us getting to maybe where we would have liked to have been in having a more expedited or a more clear pathway for some of these projects to move forward. And I know I'm going all over the place, but it is that time of the day. So I think from a water ag perspective, on the one hand, we want to make sure that there aren't unintended consequences to water right holders specifically. And I do think that there's some things in the language that get there. I think it was perhaps you, Mark, who mentioned a comment about some of the language in there, and I've given comments to on the past on that is if you are going to have language that talks about something dealing with land and their relationship to their water supply, it's going to be best to use existing terminology, such as critical groundwater area designations. That is a legal term. And for us, it's very specifically making sure that that water right has been transferred off regardless. Now, on the flip side, and we talked about it earlier today, the it didn't happen during my time because that was before I was probably even out of high school, but the designation of lands within irrigation districts is automatically being high value farmland. That is an area where I do think there's some opportunities to look at that, but like in the scope of this whole thing, it just feels like it's both little, but it is important, and then these other things all sort of come up. So for us, I at least want to express to the developers and other folks thinking that we will have some sort of additional conversations. Um, we're both wanting to make sure that we're protecting water right holders, as I've articulated, but also we do have a number, at this moment, a very small number of districts who are actively pursuing um, solar or floating solar or things of that nature, and they're running into some of these same issues with the acreage limitations and the arduous process. Now, for that, if you said, well, if it was something that was a district project, that would be pretty easy for us to sign off on and maybe come up with something. But I'll stop rambling on that. I think it's one of several examples where we haven't had enough time to get into some of those more deep, complicated issues where there's challenges, but there's also opportunities. And I do think the very technical nature of these rules and the benefit of having a broad stakeholder group is you get a lot of voices, but the downside is we're coming from different places. And I feel like it's almost taken us this long to maybe have that shared understanding of what some of these things mean and how it would actually work. I don't have a solution on what we do. I do think we need to provide a report, and to the extent that these various conversations can be hopefully summarized in a way that gives LCDC a sense of where we're at. And then I again don't know what the solution is, but outside of session or towards the end of session, if there's an interest in having some more conversations about our specific little area, water and irrigation districts, I would be happy to further do that. And I don't know if there's a way in the report or if that's something that could be proposed to LCDC that I feel like there's a list of things that aren't recommendations because we're not there yet, but do deserve additional conversation and work. And how we could do that, I don't know, but those are kind of my thoughts, and I'll stop babbling.
Thanks, April. Got just a couple people left. Next up is Mike Toady.
Yeah, still here and near the end of the list. It's plagued me all my life with a last name that starts with T, but
And now you know how Max feels, huh?
yeah, so I appreciate that, and Commissioner Williams as well, I guess. So
Mhm.
I'll start in kind of more specific and then get to the general, which is a little opposite what folks have done. I mean, my emphasis, my interest here in the RAC has been obviously around wildlife and habitat, and I would certainly just say that I'm pretty comfortable with where we ended up here. I don't know that other RAC members are there or not, but I think I do appreciate the folks looking at that and valuing those things. And if I was just thinking about the wildlife components at all, I'd be a strong 4 here. stepping back to the broader set of rules and the complexities there, I appreciate what I've heard from so many of our fellow RAC members here in the comments. Mike MacArthur talked about competing goals that have been put in front of us, and that's where we're at. And I think overall, I would say I'm at around a 3, and I don't know that we've come up with anything that really streamlines the process. I don't know that we've fully. I can't say that for myself. I fully understand what would make this better. We just heard today a proposal for a 10-fold increase. If it was as simple as that, I have to believe that would have been brought up 8 months ago instead of now. And so it's hard for me to have confidence that what we have here is going to make this or resolve our issues or challenges any better here. I'm looking forward to the staff report. I think there's a challenging set of work there for staff to do. There's an awful lot of information there, and as much time as we've spent on this, I think there's still more discussions to come on that. So I'll yield the rest of my time to the last couple RAC members.
Thanks, Mike. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. Well, they say nice guys finish last, and we all know we like Max. So I guess I'll just start off. I'm kind of between a 3 and a 4. On Division 4, I'm a 3. On Division 6, I'm a 4. Division 33, I'm a 3. And Division 23, I'm a 4. And my reasoning for a lot of this, and I have shared a letter with staff, with both John and Adam, and just they can feel free to share that with the RAC whenever they see fit and distribute it. But I think Division 6, we really did need a few wider perspectives on forestry at the table in order to really capture some of the issues that came about on that. We did talk a little bit about thresholds, but I still feel like thresholds can change as they have been changing, it seems like, on an annual basis in the legislature since I've been in office for the last 6 years. So these things, I think we're going to end up tweaking a lot of the things that regardless of whatever the decision the commission makes, we're going to be coming back and revisiting some of this, whether it's in the capacity as a RAC or in our own capacity representing the organizations that we do, and visiting with legislators and so forth. And I think it's going to be important to watch this and see how it unfolds. Division 33, I'm a 3 on that. Only with the amendments that we talked about, with the removal of some of that language and the movement of some of that language. Otherwise, I'm a 2. And it just really, I felt like it was really starting to conflate the issue where I couldn't see clearly either side or any specific group on the RAC that was comfortable with the language overall. There was a lot of angst over it. And then Division 23, I do feel like we put a lot of work in that. I feel like there was a lot of innovation, a lot of thought that went into it. So I'm giving that a 4 mainly because of that. But here's the rub, and I'll try to be succinct. I feel like I'm actually being quite generous with my scoring, partly because if I step back and I can totally see where a lot of the other folks, and especially the developers, are coming from, I'm not sure this actually moves the needle or actually fixes what we think is broke. And I am going to be patiently watching to see how many developers actually take advantage of this process. I'm also curious how many counties will want to be taking advantage of this process, or how much they will enjoy it if they find themselves in a situation where they must. This is land use is difficult. It's been the bane of my existence. It's not my expertise. It's not my background. But I know it can be very contentious. It can be really hard to know what the best path is forward. I know there's some big challenges in our state. I'm just not certain that this process is actually going to solve those problems. It's just going to be interesting to see it unfold. However, I do think that it is very important that we just move forward with what we've come up with so far. We've just got to move on and take a vote on these things and see where the commission ends up. And if it's not working, I think it needs to be captured that Oregon is continuing to lead the way and making mistakes, and we're trying to pave a road to what we feel like needs to be that success. It's just challenging overall. I really do appreciate the thoughtful comments throughout today. It's been a long day, but it's overall, I wouldn't have missed this for the world, because it's been really educational for me personally. I've learned a lot. There's just a lot more work to do. Thank you.
All right, Max, take us home.
All right. Well, thanks for sticking around. I mean, I'll say it's really been a pleasure getting to know everybody and to share and learn different perspectives. And honestly, this roundtable discussion, I think, is the best discussion we've had on these issues. So that shows how much work has gone into it, and we're honing in on I think the main points of this discussion. So I think that's great, and that's a great way to end the day. As following up with what Commissioner Williams said, from the developers I've spoken to, the consensus is that this program isn't going to be used because it's too complex and it's nascent and potentially subject to litigation and new case precedent. So while we've identified some lower conflict sites and we've come up with a new pathway, the pathway is not streamlined or efficient. So we're just setting up a different pathway to achieve the same outcome, but we're not expediting the outcome that we're trying to achieve, which is more renewable energy projects in better locations. And I think that became apparent when the maps came out. And part of the problem was when we decided to ask the department to prepare those maps, and when we got them in the process, and we were pretty far down the process when those maps came out. But at that point, I think it was obvious that the framework and the rule that we set up didn't work. And once we realized that there weren't meaningful go zones, we should have pivoted. And I think a lot of the proposals you've heard today from developers is that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to come up with something, to come up with a solution and an outcome here after all of this great discussion. I think there's a lot more work to do. I think that a lot of other RAC members have said things I agree with in terms of needing to revisit solar rules with more frequency and not doing this once every 5 years, and continuing these conversations, because this stuff is complex. And as Mike MacArthur stated, land use is at odds with our clean energy goals. And this is a difficult problem to overcome. And we have a lot of smart people here that have a lot of expertise to help us solve it. So that gives me hope that we'll get to a good outcome here. And I guess despite kind of people's numbers that they put out, I heard almost every single RAC member say that they either don't think this will achieve the goal of the legislature, or that this isn't an expedited path and is not going to be used. And I think that is the main point that needs to be shared with the commission. You can go back and tally how many people said that, but I think almost everyone on this call said something to that effect. And that means that we're not there yet. And, I do agree with the concept of keeping the new good things that the RAC came up with. We did a lot of work and we came up with some good stuff related to agricultural mitigation and community benefits, and pathways to promote creativity for better siting and better community involvement. And at the same time, it's clear that the agency really wants to test out this Goal 5 proposal. Despite the fact that, at least in the letters I've read in my recollection, the developer community proposed outright changes to the goal exceptions in the first meeting and throughout the entire process. And we were told that that's outside the scope of the legislation and outside the charge, and that we wouldn't be allowed to discuss that. So I don't think we're bringing this up late in the process. I think it's just a different opportunity that is valid and should be considered. So I guess I'll leave the RAC and the department with somewhat of a compromise proposal here, which is that let's leave the Division 23 proposal for areas. Let's see what the counties do. Let's see if there's interest, if some counties can take on the administrative burden and they can run down that process and we can come up with these areas to site solar. It's going to be new, it's going to take time, but let's let it ride. Let's see what happens. At the same time, let's do something meaningful now. And let's come up with a proposal that actually results in more renewable energy projects being sited quickly, because we're 5 years away from our 80% goal. And so what that might look like is that we keep the agricultural mitigation concept in the context of community benefits, and we give that approval authority to the counties. We let the counties decide what community benefits and ag mitigation is appropriate for this project based on community inputs. We require compliance with the other types of rules that we're required to comply with, including the cultural areas, cultural, historic, and archaeological rules, ODFW's habitat mitigation policy. We cover those things under existing processes. We put all of that in Division 33, and we include the 10-mile corridor so that we're not opening up the entire state. We are putting a boundary on it. And in that case, let's raise the Goal 3 exception thresholds to the old FSEC jurisdictional thresholds. And if the county does go through and do the areas, then let's raise it to the new county jurisdictional thresholds. So I think that's a middle ground approach that keeps a lot of the good work that the RAC has done. It provides a pathway for us to test this. And it also provides a pathway for some projects that are in good locations to move forward and to address a lot of the concerns that we've heard about from our agricultural partners. So I think that there's room to do that. I know that session's starting and a lot of people are going to be really busy with other things, but if folks can find the time to think about that and maybe come back, it sounds like we're going to have another RAC meeting and consider that proposal. That might be what gets us to a recommendation from the RAC to LCDC that, we can pat ourselves on the back and have come up with a rule that does both things at the same time. So thanks everybody for all the hard work on this. It's really been a pleasure. And I really hope that we can get to that type of outcome.
Thank you, Max. And Max, I did my best to try to capture everything that you said in your proposal for people to think about, but I'd appreciate it if you could write it down and send it to us. So that way we can include it in the meeting summary that goes out.
Absolutely.
Thanks. So that was everybody. I don't think I forgot anyone. Nope. Okay, I paused. Thank you, Dugan.
Yeah, I hope people are seeing the comments in the chat because I think they're spot on, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah. you guys have been really good at being tough on the issues and soft on the people. I mean, if this was an easy situation, it would have been solved. And, we would have been able to resolve it months ago. And here we are, still in a struggling space. I think that you've articulated that you've done there's a lot of things that you want to keep forward. You've got some good, stronger, new relationships and understanding about how this works, but there's work to do. And I appreciate that. I don't remember which one of you said it, but one of you said, I don't think I think everybody, said that we're not there yet. I mean, the highest number we got was a 4, and that was from just a couple people. I do appreciate there were no fists. We put that out there, and so that's like, well, that's good progress, because I do think a few months ago there probably were hard no's, so I think that we have made some compromise. Gordon, I see your hand up, and I want to give you an opportunity to speak. I want to give Mark an opportunity to speak, as just kind of a summation. But I also need us to talk a little bit more nuts and bolts about what happens between now and the commission meeting. So Gordon, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank everyone, all of you, an excellent body of expertise and your insights and intelligence in this process. I really appreciate it. The department really appreciates it. And especially these last comments you've given the department a lot of things to think about. Regardless of my previous more emphatic statement, I will say that we will strongly consider all of the inputs and responses that you've given us this afternoon and through the whole process going forward. So I just want to thank you all once again for your excellent work and your excellent assistance for us in this process.
Commissioner Bennett, Mark, do you want to say anything?
I guess one of the most difficult things I have to admit is, having been a county commissioner, planning director, and a ranch landowner, is not joining in, because I need to try and stay as hopefully open and impartial and thoughtful, reflective on everything. I can't really encourage you enough to communicate with my fellow commissioners, LCDC commissioners, with your thoughts, your objectives. I do believe there's a lot of good here. I can see some of the challenges. I've discussed them with Adam and John at length, and we've spent a lot of time just reflecting on there, because trying to get it right. I know that's what's important for LCDC. It's important for you. We need renewable energy. We need a statewide plan for renewable energy. We need the voices of local government, county commissioners, planning commissions, and the citizens somehow or another melded all together to move forward. To be honest, as a proponent of the map, I thought it was really important. Having lived in the sage grouse world forever, I could see a lot of really great sites out there, but I couldn't figure out how would you get through sage grouse land to get to a transmission line. And I thought it would be better to have maps, because then everybody would know what are we really talking about, because it would be absolutely horrible for all if we LCDC adopted this rule and then discovered, well, that was really great, but you actually really can't build anything anyway. So it is complex. I will carry what I take the message back is that there's more time to be needed on this, and it's going to be tough, because a lot of us are engaged in working in the legislature and their discussions. So I guess my takeaway is thank you. This is a tough rack, having served on a lot of different racks. I'll put it up there with the wildfire mapping as one of the more complex racks that I've been recently engaged in. And sorry, I have no way to get the phone stopped ringing. But seriously, there is a lot more work to be done here, I think, in order to get to that place where we'll have a package that we can move forward. So with that, Jamie, you guys are all doing a great job. It's just a big job.
It's a big job. It is a big job. Thanks for that, Mark. So here's in our last half hour, and maybe we don't need to take the whole time, but I do want us to talk a little bit about what happens next. So we've got a commission meeting. It's the 23rd and 24th. Is that right, John?
Yes, Jamie, that is correct. It
And
is the 23rd.
And so staff report needs to go out to them next week.
So, yeah, we have, surprisingly enough, we were required to submit a draft staff report a couple weeks ago, which of course couldn't possibly account for the conversation today. However, we will make sure that whether that's through a supplemental staff report or something, that there is a vehicle to transport, the conversation, the work that we're done today to the commission. I believe, I don't know if we have published the agenda. I believe that this particular item will be come up around mid-afternoon, early afternoon on Thursday the 23rd. Again, everybody's welcome and invited to attend, participate. Following the January 23rd meeting, as I said, it's expected of us now. We've learned it's expected to have a RAC meeting after that LCDC hearing, probably the middle of next week, and on February 3rd, we will be having a geographic hearing, which is kind of a glorified term, probably what will actually happen, because it won't resemble a contested case hearing. It'll be probably Adam and I serving as hearings officers, taking testimony. Will be in Prineville, Oregon, at the library from 4 to 6. So that's the another opportunity to weigh in or pop in or say hi or whatever, and which will hope again lead up to a subsequent LCDC session in March at their March meeting, and that's how things look right now. And we'll see how it goes.
And John, so we need to have a date for that next commission meeting or the next RAC meeting that we're expected to have, and we need to talk about, is it a half day, full day? What is the expectation?
Well, the middle of that next week would be January 28th, 29th, and 30th, I think. That's not to say we couldn't do a Monday or a Friday. So we can send out a doodle poll like we've done, or we can try to calendar today. I'm not sure. I mean, I'd like to think half a day would be okay, but I don't know. I mean, this is a really this group's really plugged in and has a lot to say and a lot to talk about. So maybe a day. Maybe we should plan on a day. But it would be really interesting. Thank you, Bill. Curious to hear what other folks say.
Yeah, so if people can put in the chat their availability, and if they have a strong preference on a half day or a full day, that makes sense. It does seem like considering how many RAC members said that the legislation or the legislative session is going to be challenging for them to carve out any time, that if you have a day that you can commit, that we should do that and see how far we can get. So yeah, so if folks can put in the chat their availability, that would be great. Elaine was talking about how the staff report's being drafted ahead of today's conversation, and John.
Yeah, and
go ahead,
that's
John.
what we were directed to do. That is our existing order of operations that we try to be about a month ahead. I guess it was a surprise to me too.
I think
But
it's
we're
really
but we're
important.
committed. We're committed to carrying forward. And the deputy director is going to step in here in a minute. But we're committed to make sure the commission is, has a thorough description of what happened, and to help us, if you do, feel free to attend and make sure we get it right.
Elaine, what were you going to say?
I had another question in the chat of when is the staff report going to be released?
The supplemental, the one that captures today's work?
No, I mean, when is staff planning to issue its staff report to LCDC? We need enough, I think, as a RAC, enough time to be able to provide comments on it to LCDC ahead of the hearing.
So I would invite Deputy Director Green to weigh in because we should be right on the cusp of doing that, I think.
Sure, thank you. And Elaine, it's kind of not direct. I'm sorry to be off camera. I'm in the car, but so the staff reports that we give to the commissioner 2 weeks in advance of the hearing. So that's today. Commissioner Bennett being incredibly generous with his time, like the other commissioners are volunteers. So we try and give them 2 weeks to review several 100-page packets. So that's why it was in advance of today's meeting. We haven't settled on how we'll communicate the results of today. There's a lot of provocative discussion today, and I appreciate being able to listen to it. So Elaine, I don't have a specific answer on how the results of today would be communicated. We, at a minimum, staff would present it at the hearing. So please do tune in if you can. So that's the current plan, is that staff would present the results of today's meeting at the commission. It is confusing for commissioners to be receiving supplemental staff reports, so we try and avoid them. But please stay tuned. We'll absolutely let all members of the RAC and interested parties know if something additional is presented to the commission ahead of the meeting. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. That's really helpful. I just have a concern though, because it's supposed to be the RAC making a recommendation to LCDC on the rules, right? Per the charge. So if the RAC doesn't have the opportunity to provide input into the collective staff report, then it's really not the RAC making the recommendation, it's staff.
Right.
And
so that's it, Elaine, if
yeah.
I may, that would be the reason for the additional meeting. Is the idea is based on public comment heard in January, what would the RAC's final recommendations be? And then those would be in the March report.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So to summarize, it sounds like there's a staff report that's going forward, and there'll be it'll do its best to capture what we talked about today. There will be a verbal report given at the end at the commission meeting that more completely captures what we talked about today. There'll be an opportunity for this RAC to meet again the week either the 28th, 29th, or 30th for, it looks like a half day kind of works for a lot of people, to consider any public input that was received at the commission hearing, any feedback from the commission, and further refine its recommendations, and then put that package together. And then you've got time. It looks like it would probably be about 3 weeks to put that set of recommendations together in time for a March LCDC meeting. I don't know when the March meeting is, so I just was riffing on the 3 weeks.
Sorry.
No, you're right. I just would caution folks to remember the close of public comment. So it's tough to close public comment, but there is a public comment close date in February 5th. So that is the day that we would need and urge the RAC to make a recommendation. So that late January meeting is really important for the RAC to come together on a recommendation, and you know, everyone will have a few more days until February 5th to comment, but then after February 5th, verbal or written or any other way, carrier pigeon, commissioners will be instructed to not receive any more comment prior to their March decision-making meeting, which is not a hearing. So I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, and actually, Elaine, I see that you're waiting to speak, but Kirsten, just so I can understand, so are you saying then that the RAC's recommendation needs to be developed prior to the close of the 5th and received?
That's right. That's right.
Oh,
yep.
okay. So there,
yep.
So there isn't. Okay.
There's not a lot of time. Yep. Thank you.
No.
So I'm confused. This is Andrea. So comment period is open on what we haven't proposed, but what was the draft of what we supposedly are proposing, the new rules based on our stuff.
Would it be helpful if I clarified that public comment is open on what was published with the Secretary of State? So that initial January 1st, I believe it was, or was it December 1st draft? So public comment is open on that and everything else that you've discussed. So if as the RAC develops its final recommendations for the commission, that is all public comment.
Right. Okay, so the RAC is just another, basically, for the commission, we're basically another public comment.
Yep, you're more important than others, but yes, you are a combined, very powerful, statutorily directed public commenter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we as individual RAC members, right, want to submit comments as well to make sure everybody understands how we each feel, that also has to be by the 5th. And that
is
could be on
correct.
everything we've ever
Yep.
talked about.
Also correct.
Okay, got it.
Thanks for asking that clarification, Andrea. Okay. Yeah, see, Elaine, that's what I understood. I'm looking at Elaine's chat, so. And the RAC, that does not sound like that is going to happen. Just want to be clear. Yeah, I had understood that differently. That's why I was trying to push on that and see what the actual understanding was.
Right.
So,
Jamie,
I'm going to jump in again.
yeah.
Hindsight 2020, again, we should have known this when we were meeting in,
In December.
Yeah.
Or today.
In November or today. Yeah.
Right. Folks, the staff report is, and I'll go on hard mute here and get out of the way, but the staff report that's going out today is basically a briefing. It is not conclusatory at all. So it's just a progress report on the discussion. Further, the reflections of today will be a very important progress report presented to the commission this month at the hearing. We invite any and all RAC members to also testify at that hearing. And then as we come together again that last week in January, it'll be good to think about who there's RAC recommendation. It can be separate from the staff report that goes for March.
Just so we're very clear on the process, it sounds like staff's presentation to LCDC at the January hearing will include some discussion about this RAC meeting and the topics discussed. It is really hard as a participating member of the RAC and member of the public to be able to then respond to staff's comments at the hearing when staff is presenting that verbally to the count or to LCDC, so that we're not actually able to really provide staff our recommended next steps. We're having staff interpret the RAC for us and speaking directly to LCDC. So it's concerning to me we do not have some type of written presentation from the RAC to LCDC ahead of this. And that's what I thought the staff report was going to reflect.
Yeah. Andrea?
Yeah, I have a more just very logistical thing because I'm going through the LCDC site now and being an LCDC newbie, right? As far as dealing with stuff, can you guys just please send us what is the link we need to do in order to either sign up for Testify or submit Testify and deadlines? Because I'm reading through a lot of I'm having to go from spot to spot on the website. I mean, this is not a public friendly approach, and which is not anybody on this call's fault. It's just how the system is set up. But yeah, just to clarify, that would be very good to send out to the RAC to say, here's how you as RAC members can testify.
So thanks, Andrea. I don't know if you can see. I think Kirsten may be out of range. But and here's Bill popping up too. So
I'm just
should be able to furnish that. And we'll maybe anyway,
Kirsten's trying to say
we'll make
something.
sure we do our best.
Kirsten, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So I'm here.
Yeah, Kirsten, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to echo Elaine's comment and as it feels like it feels maybe disingenuous isn't the right word, but it's it doesn't feel good that we won't see the staff report before the commission meeting.
Thanks for that, Bill. I think that your sentiment is reflected by what I see in a lot of the faces of the RAC. So, well, I'm glad that we had this conversation about what happens between now and the commission meeting and our next RAC meeting and at the close of public comment, because it sounded like many of us had a different understanding of what that looked like. So now we have a more complete understanding. I think that I appreciate your comments, Elaine, about, if the staff report is presented verbally, it's really difficult. And so I think that it's very important for the staff report to convey what you put in the chat, that this is not the RAC's report, this is the staff's interpretation of that. And then I think a challenge for the RAC is going to be the RAC's development of your report, that can be part of the public comment moving forward. And so I think we need to think about how we put that together. So I'd appreciate any thoughts on that. We've got a good 13 minutes.
Well, I think it goes to if we can hold a meeting earlier in the week of the 27th, that's good, right? I mean, if you're gotta get the comments in by the 5th, I can only imagine it'll take us some time to agree on what the RAC is going to say.
Yeah, and one thing, and John and Adam and Gordon and Kirsten, we haven't talked about this because we're kind of working our way through this in real time together with all of you, is for, there's what the commission needs for their deliberation at the end of January, and there's what you all need in order to look at what you have said today and how you're feeling about the different sections. And so I think that we have a little bit more time to get that put together for you. And so one thought, John, is that we work together to put a really robust meeting summary that looks like an outline for maybe what you all could consider so that you're not starting from scratch. So it's something we can get to you in advance of the meeting on the 28th, and you can look at and say, yeah, this reflects what we talked about. These are the things that that we like about these divisions. These are the things that we're concerned about. And then you can really have a focused discussion about trade-offs or other considerations, so it as actually something coming from the RAC. Mark?
Thank you. I just want to encourage you, as even a new commissioner, we receive reams of comments, and somehow or another, please make sure, and John and Adam, Gordon, maybe the RAC members' comments could be collected and sent forward to the commissioners, because half the time on some of the topics I've discovered, somebody just has a great printing press and just changes the names. And, I honestly tell you, I faithfully read through every one of them, but I know that my fellow colleagues and myself would put more weight to the folks that have been working onto it than than Mark from Unity just randomly sending it. So John, Adam, Gordon, if you could do that, I think it would be most helpful so that then my fellow commissioners can receive a clear picture of where the rack is at, because quite frankly, as the deputy director mentioned, you know, the papers come out, and I was one that crabbed that I needed to get it early because it just, when you get thousands of pages, and that's, you know, it's, as a volunteer, it's tough for me to get through everything. So I insisted they send them out, and we're having an overlap here. So, but I can't emphasize enough, please just try to get them in early, meet the timelines, but then identify yourself as a RAC member, or so it's from the other multitude of folks that have an important opinion. But there are always two kinds of opinions. There's opinions and informed opinions, and those are what are crucial here. So thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, so I think we have a path forward. We need to finalize our date. It looks like we're probably, John, going to have to send a poll out. Not everybody's weighed in. So if we can get that out ASAP.
Yeah, a
like
lot of people aren't here.
tomorrow, and a lot of people aren't here. Yeah, we need to get that. We need to get that on the calendar. I like what Elaine's saying about earlier is better. I think that we can talk, John, when we meet tomorrow, about a time frame for putting together something for the RAC to consider, so we're not starting from scratch, so that we have, you know, all of the good input that we received today, and where we think the RAC stands on the different elements of the divisions. That would all, so that there's a, you know, something that we're working from when we get back together. I think that would be really helpful.
No, I agree.
Okay, well,
Do we get 8 minutes back, Jamie?
I was trying to think about something to give you to smile about, Elaine. We were doing so good. And then I had to do my devil's in the details. Let's really understand what needs to happen. And here we are.
Well, it's good you
So
did. Good you did.
I'm glad that we did. I'm glad that we did. So we can go in with our eyes wide open. So yeah, so here's now 7 minutes back. And I look forward to connecting all with you a little bit later in the month.
No, Laura, I don't think you probably were.
No, definitely not.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time, your patience, and your willingness to help out.
Take care,
Thanks,
folks.
everybody. Thank you very much.
Right.
Bye, all.